start to come down, they're still pretty gusty, but once they start to come down across South Florida, I'm sure that they will eliminate them piece by piece. First the Keys, Miami-Dade, then Broward County, Lake Okeechobee, and then points north. What's left of this system for us are a couple of feeder bands, a very strong one right along the coast of Miami-Dade and Broward counties. That is moving away. Still some heavy rain over northeastern Broward County. And the other feeder bands are looking weaker and weaker and weaker. We hope that that'll be the pattern for tonight and tomorrow, and we can definitely finally say goodbye to Irma. That's the very latest. Back to you guys over at the desk.
Oh, that sounds so nice.
Good riddance, Irma.
We'll make a song, say goodbye to Irma. We're not making light of it. We still haven't seen how the poor Florida Keys has fared, and we'll find out how they did in the coming days.
Yeah, the National Guard, as we mentioned last hour, is kind of shoring up their resources, and they'll be making their way down in the hours to come, and we'll be watching very closely the damage reports coming out of the upper, middle, and lower Keys.
It is going to be significant. We know that for sure. All right, let's go outside and see how things are outside of the 7 News studios in North Bay Village. We're going to go to Robin Simmons out there. I want to say a couple of hours ago, Robin, I mean, it was wicked. But we can still hear the wind. What's going on?
You can still hear the wind, and this is actually my first time out here. It's not raining. You can hear that it is very windy, and as I step out of the shot, I know there are people who are watching us and people who are listening to us on the radio simulcast, but the bay is just gray. It's very gray, and you see lots of white caps, sort of a mist as the wind is blowing over the bay, but it's much calmer than what I've seen as Rebecca Vargas has been doing these reports throughout the day. You see the branches and the debris out here as well. You can kind of hear every now and then a gust of wind that sounds just like a whistle going by. But it really is sort of like an angry, windy day, but nothing like what we've seen over the last several hours. Again, it's not raining. I'm able to stand out here in my dress. I just threw on a hat and some boots, but it's not bad at all. But we definitely want to stay inside. We remember that, of course, there is a curfew in Miami-Dade County that starts at 7 p.m. So they still recommend that people stay inside. Everyone wants people to be safe. We've seen some looting in the area. We want people to make sure that they are safe and that police don't have to go chasing after those people when there are potentially serious incidents with debris in the road, power lines down. So again, there is a curfew in place, although things have improved. There is a little bit of rain. Phil did mention that there is another feeder ban on the way between Miami-Dade and Broward County. So we're just continuing to watch the situation. Not gone yet, but it's not as bad as we've seen over the last several hours. Irma is definitely on the way out, as you've heard Phil say, and we just have a couple more hours and we can get through it. But again, this water has pulled back that storm surge that we heard Rebecca talk about earlier. The water is pulling back away to its normal height, so things are gradually getting back to normal. But again, stay inside. We've still seen a lot of water on the roads. We've got crews coming back telling us about how difficult it was to even get back to the station after going out and gathering elements for their stories today. So we just have a little bit longer to hold on, and we're almost there. Reporting live in North Bay Village, Robin Simmons, 7 News.
Wow, Robin, that's a very, very good point. Even though now things have calmed down, we're going to be dealing with flooding and storm surge. We don't know how long, so it does look like things are improving. At least the wind has subsided and the rain has calmed down, but when we're dealing with the storm surge, there's no playing around with that. There is a curfew still in effect, even though I know everybody's dying to get outside because there is still a little bit of light. But there's a curfew in effect basically in all counties. Officials don't want you outside until after 7 a.m. tomorrow. And that's for safety reasons, for power lines down, and 3/4 apparently of South Florida. Is it 3/4 of South Florida? Is without power right now. And you know, so some of those lines have gone down, and there are transformers that have blown.
And who knows what's in that standing water?
Right.
You know, what debris hasn't washed around. Again, like you said, possibly active electrical lines that could be in that water. So obviously a big safety issue. Another big reason why in Broward County schools are closed indefinitely. I'm not sure if you have the Miami-Dade info.
Yeah, I was just reading on Twitter and from our sources here at the news desk that Superintendent Alberto Cavallo has tweeted that all schools actually are closed in public schools in Miami-Dade County until further notice. So it sounds like they want to check these schools that were shelters, because a lot of schools were shelters, and check the schools that were not shelters for safety issues. And they say they also want to look for insects. I mean, we had a huge storm go through. Yeah, they want to make sure the schools are safe, that they're clean, and that, you know, kids are ready to go back, and staff as well, and focus. We've all been through a lot the last couple of days.
A lot to take in, and the storm is still above us. We're not through it yet. We're on the better side of it now, and it's getting better by the hour, but we're still in the middle of this hurricane as it moves its way on up the west coast of Florida. We have one of the best reporting teams, the best reporting team here in South Florida, filing a number of reports over the last couple of days. I want to go to Vanessa Medina, who filed this report recently from Fort Lauderdale. Let's look at this.
Hey guys, we are back in Fort Lauderdale. This business here not strapping down their storm shutters. As you can see, these things are dangerous out here. They can become projectiles. This wind is moving along here. Again, we are just off of Commercial Boulevard. The wind is picking up, and this business here, as you can see, the storm shutters are not holding up at all. So we are roaming around trying to find you guys the best pictures possible. But again, you know, this business here should have really done a better job of strapping down these storm shutters, as they could possibly become projectiles. And because of that, we are heading into the car and we are getting out of here. Back to you guys.
Isn't that incredible? I'm sorry to interrupt,
Jeff.
That we just saw in that live report that, you know, somebody put up storm shutters and the wind was so intense it apparently got in there and just popped a couple of shutters off.
Yeah, you get a good gust under there, and those shutters are no match for those strong winds. Off of a federal highway right there, that vitamin shop, that's in my neck of the woods.
Yeah, shop, you know it well.
So we're all impacted by this. Yeah. You know, us here up in the anchor desk, our reporters in the field. We have families that are, you know, at home right now trying to listen to us on the radio. And, you know, it's a tough situation around for everyone, impacting everyone here in South Florida today.
We're looking at a live picture of Brickell that looks like a river. Yeah. This is the colonnade, which is pretty high up. It looks like maybe there's 15 steps. So it looks like, at least on this particular part of Brickell, even though there's so much flooding, and we heard from Brian Enton earlier in the day, he was there for, I don't know, good 12 hours. He said he thought the water in the street in Brickell could be up to his neck or shoulders. These buildings, many of them, you know, have a lot of steps. They're built a little higher. So maybe, you know, from what we can see, the water didn't actually go into the buildings, but it's the road is impassable, and we don't know when that water will actually go down.
And we hope, as we look at this video, you can see a pretty good current right there. Hopefully that water is going out and away back into Biscayne Bay. That's what we hope. I'm not sure of the exact direction this camera is facing, but I believe Brian was telling us, Lynn, that the water appeared to be receding. So hopefully it continues to do so. We do face high tide coming up a little bit later, but hopefully a good majority or a good amount of this surge water will be back in the bay before that high tide hits.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great point. So basically, right now, it's going to be about a waiting game, waiting for the already saturated ground to soak up all of this storm surge water that's not only in Brickell, but it's in Hollywood, it's in parts of the Gables, it's around North Bay Village, a little bit in Broward County as well. So the important thing is that we need to remind ourselves is right now we need to just get through the night. Obviously, maybe find some gratitude. The storm seems to be gone, at least for us. And tomorrow, since most of us cannot stand not having power, I'm right with you. Yeah. Tomorrow is the time to get out the generators, or later on this evening, if you can do so safely and there's no strong wind, gusts of wind, and there's no rain, to get the generators. And remember on the generator, safety. If you don't have one of those automatic generators, which some people did install, they're like $10,000. Flick of a switch, goes on. If you have one of those push generators, like I have, I don't even know how to work it, but somebody else does. You know, remind yourself of how to operate this safely. You want to put it outside of your home. You never want to run it in your garage and close the doors. You have to do so safely. But crews are working hard to get our power restored. They're working actually right now in some areas where the winds are less than 40 miles an hour.
Yeah, and if we look at the state as a whole, 1.5 million customers without power. I was checking the power outage map a little bit earlier, and outages were shaded in gray on the map, and a good 3/4 of the state already in that gray colored area, showing you that the outages are widespread. As we've been reporting since Saturday, and there are those power outages. The latest numbers, Miami-Dade, roughly 845,100 customers without. North to Broward, 608,000. Palm Beach, 324,000 roughly. In the Keys, the entire island of Key West, 29,000 people without power. The entire chain, add in some more customers there, so you have 34,321 thousand without power, and South Florida's total 1.8 million people without power right now. We have power crews not only from the state of Florida, because they're going to need help. You have power companies from Georgia, from South Carolina, from, I think I heard all the way out west, crews were coming from California, descending on the Sunshine State once Irma moves on through. And they'll be working very hard to get everyone back on the grid as soon as possible. And, you know, now, Lynn, we're transitioning into that cleanup phase, into the power back on phase, which is what we'll be dealing with in the week and possibly weeks to come.
Yeah, pretty much all of South Florida has been affected in some way or another by this very, very strong storm, with cleanup or with storm surge or with tile down, or we're going to be hearing lots of stories as we now get our bearings into damage. Want to let you know, if you live in Broward County, if you're listening on the radio station or watching us on television, it's a miracle maybe you have power, or online. A boil water alert was issued for by Hollywood for the entire service area. So if you live in Hollywood, you're urged to boil your water until it's safe. You know, this water is compromised many times in storms like this. But a reminder, they tell you, you know, if you take a shower, it's okay. I mean, whenever there's an alert, you take a shower. I always try to just close my mouth. But use bottled water, or boil your water for a good minute, they say.
Okay, so our sports team has transitioned to the news team over the last couple of days, and they're now working through some of this storm coverage with us. I have two reports here, one from Steve Shapiro, also one from Mike DePasquale.
Before we go to that, I just want to say, I just realized it was kind of dumb to say boil your water. What if you don't have electricity? so don't drink the water if you're in Hollywood and you can't. Have some boiled water, have some bottled water, or maybe you have a gas stove and you can boil it. Okay, let's get to
And they're working on that power,
yes,
so they can boil it soon. Let's look at those reports.
We just dodged the tornado. Here's the deal. Make a deal with me. We're going to tell you what's going on Hollywood Boulevard, on A1A in Hollywood, and then we're going to head for cover. That's our deal. Hollywood Boulevard there. Look at the flooding that's going on A1A at Harrison Street. We're getting, oh man, we're getting rain, not just rain. Actually, it's salt water. So it's coming from the beach. Oh, photographers getting blown everywhere, brother. You can see the flooding on A1A and Harrison Street. And then Scott, to your right. Oh, brother. Over here is the Intracoastal behind you, Scott. The Intracoastal behind me. Oh, my goodness. If that thing floods and that comes up here onto A1A, oh man, that's a serious problem. And look at the current going on the Intracoastal too, man. Oh wow, flowing south to north. It is really whipping, as is the rain. As I said, I can taste salt water. So what we're getting is not just rain, it's actually beach water. All right, I've kept my end of the deal. Be safe.
I'm in downtown Fort Lauderdale, and those familiar with this area, this is the federal courthouse. I'm at the corner of Broward and 3rd Avenue, and I want you to see this. Look at all this water from the rain and also from the wind blowing water onto the street. And I've got boots that come up to my knees. It is coming past my ankles, and it's a virtual river going down Broward West. And thankfully, no one is attempting to drive this. I see a couple of cars to my right heading up Broward towards the ocean, but thankfully no one is trying to attempt this. It is just a river going down Broward Boulevard West. Mike DePasquale in Fort Lauderdale.
Our sports guys.
Right? I guess it's worth mentioning, too, today was supposed to be the home opener, right, of the Dolphins?
Oh, yeah.
With the Tampa
Sunday.
Bay Buccaneers,
yeah.
and that was obviously canceled, and that'll be held in week 11. That's both their bye weeks. So
Yeah.
wow,
We
happened here.
totally lost track of time.
Yeah.
And you can still hear gusts of wind outside of our 7 News studios. And you're probably experiencing that at home. Maybe the winds have died down for you, and then all of a sudden you feel, this booming sound or this whistling sound. So this is a live picture of I think this camera is on our rooftop, is it? Okay,
yeah.
So it's on our rooftop, that's why it's moving around a little bit. But even though there are choppy waves and the sky is gray and there are high winds, it's a totally different story than 6 hours ago or 8 hours ago when those white caps were creeping into those condos at the very end of that, at the far end of the picture there.
Yeah, we were seeing some of it too, coming into part of the parking lot here in North Bay Village. Fortunately, nothing too serious to deal with, but yeah, we still see these bands, moving through. I'm looking at the satellite loop right there and the full eye of Hurricane Irma, now downgraded to a Category 2 as the 5 o'clock advisory is on shore now over on the southwest coast of Florida. Here, it looks like a crane.
I think,
That
Dale, where's
busted
this
crane,
at?
right?
I remember hearing about. Oh, okay, so this is in the city of Miami. Remember, we talked about this, and you guys know this if you lived in South Florida. There are cranes all over the place, especially in Miami with all these high-rises being built. And crews were working very hard up to this hurricane trying to secure these cranes. But, we were hearing from many of the owners of the cranes, it's not like they can just power down and, get them out of here. Some of them had to actually stay in place and be on lockdown. And look at this huge, tall building. I don't even know how tall it is, but that crane took a beating from Irma, and it basically broke and was, as we like to say, dangling in danger. As far as we know, it snapped off and did not fall to the ground, so that's good. And now this is part of the cleanup that we're going to see in the next couple of days, next couple of weeks. How do you get this crane down? How do you repair that?
In the lead up, we did that story about construction crews, and you could probably tell as we were running around town, they were doing their best to prepare and get ready for the storm. They said some of those cranes could withstand Category 4 storm force winds, and we did not see those here in this part of the state, but still, you can see you got those big gusts, and that one crane in that other piece of video showed that it was just not up to was not capable of standing up to those winds. There in downtown Miami.
Yeah, even if they secured it correctly.
Exactly, right? So just shows you how powerful these storms can be.
I like that still picture we just showed, guys. But this is back to that crane. But if we go back to the still picture you were showing, this looks like it could be anywhere here in South Florida, North Bay Village, it could be around Miami Beach, but it shows the storm surge and the intensity of Irma inundating islands.
Yeah, I'm sure that's land right there, right? To the bottom right.
Correct.
Supposed to be.
And when we get our helicopters up in the air,
oh boy.
I mean, we're really going to see the extent. Oh, it's Peacock Park. Wow, that does not look like Peacock Park. And it looks like there's some boats in the far end. See on the other side of the park, right. Yeah. Unclear how they fared. We can still see them, so maybe they weren't totally submerged, but. Like I was saying, once the winds die down and we can get in our helicopter and we can get our crews on the ground and the water has receded, we're going to see more of the extent of the damage. This looks like Fort Lauderdale. I'm not really sure where it's at.
Yeah,
or Miami Beach.
Some angry surf there. I mean, you would assume it's the beach, but you don't know. The bay's been looking like the beach lately, with some of the waves and whitecaps coming on.
Oh, look at this! Is a Hard Rock at
Bayfront Park.
Bayfront Park, right?
Yeah.
The steps gone, and look how high the water went.
Wow.
And again, a lot of this, what we experienced, and you guys know this who are listening and watching, what we experienced was a wind event, a wind hurricane. Look, lights down, incredible winds from 80 to over 100 mile per hour gusts. And this is some of the damage we've seen. Look at the Hard Rock there. I mean, you can't even see the sky when the storm was kicking in. There was definitely some rain. We all got rain, but it's the storm surge that brought all of the bay or all of the Atlantic up onto land.
Yeah, and you can see all those boats. Sheldon was in Quayside, and we saw those pilings that were still there. A lot of those boats have been submerged. Looks like it fared a little bit better there in Bayfront Park. We saw some boats that were still upright above the water, which is a good thing, given what's been going on. But, some of these like smaller little harbors have got a big cleanup to do, and who knows dollar amount, what the price tag is going to be on this damage total here in South Florida. As we survey the damage, like you said, from Skyforce tomorrow and the days to come, it's going to be big, no doubt.
Well, this is what we do for a living. We love it so much. We're all journalists at heart, bringing you the story as it happens. We've got a team of journalists out there. They have been out there for days on end, many of them sleeping in their trucks or sleeping here at the station, who have filed reports describing the dangers and the intensity of Hurricane Irma. Check it out.
Just south of Fort Lauderdale International Airport off of Griffin Road, we are outside of the Sundance Marina storage. And I want you to take a look at this. Sections of this roof have peeled off. Now, there was a tornado warning sometime between 7:45 and 8 o'clock for this area. I'm not a boater. I don't know how these boats are actually stored, but it looks like to me some of them have been pushed out. A couple of them partially dangling, not all of them, the entire boat, but partially dangling. But this is some of the damage that we have seen. And I want to implore you about something else. We drove down 95, and you see all this foliage here? This has come onto the highway. And the danger to me is this. It would be like in a NASCAR race hitting an oil slick. You are going to slide. And people will say, why are you out there? Because we need to show you this. We need to show you how dangerous it is. So I implore you not to go out, because this is not a safe situation right now. Off of I-95 at Griffin Road, I'm Mike DePasquale, 7 News.
Well, this time of the day and being in this particular part of downtown Miami, we have seen the strongest winds so far this morning. And take a look at some of the damage that the winds have produced here. This crane just could not withstand these strong winds that have just really strengthened over the last few hours here, just a couple blocks from Bayfront Park. So that crane just gave way, and we're seeing some of the damage that it caused here to the construction site as it just collapsed under the weight of the winds. And we knew that we were close to the scene here because this is the kind of thing that we were seeing in the street. Pieces of asphalt and concrete just covering the street around Northeast 3rd Street and 2nd Avenue. Signs, street signs, and palm fronds, tree branches just littering the street. So these winds are getting heavier, they are getting stronger, and this is just the start of it and some of the damage that, again, we are seeing in downtown Miami. Reporting in downtown Miami, Katrina Bush, 7 News.
Katrina Bush and Mike DePasquale right there giving us their latest reports from the field. Look at that.
This is a picture from Brickell. Waves crashing over this wall. Does this look like? I'm told it's Brickell. Oh, maybe Craig says on the way to Brickell Key. Okay. But it explains the storm surge as well. But really, really strong. We keep calling them angry waves, but just incredible, the intensity of these waves. And again, so you'll hear what you're hearing over my microphone is, obviously the winds outside of our 7 News studio. They're the winds in Brickell. Look at these white caps. Brickell, this was Brian Enton's shot earlier. It looks like, oh, that's a nice lake out there. No, that's a street turned into a lake, all because of storm surge. A little bit of rain is to blame, but mainly this is storm surge. In addition, added with high tide, huge problem. Going to take a little while for this water to actually go down.
And it'll be interesting to see, in the hours to come. We'll have our crews in the field still, obviously, and hopefully this water very quickly goes back out into the bay.
Quickly would be nice.
It would be very nice, and we can get crews in there to kind of assess the situation. Clearly, you might sound like a broken record, but do not go out in this right now. It is just not safe to be in downtown Brickell, other portions of Miami up into Broward County. I heard Las Olas is taking on a lot of water as well with that storm surge. So this is the scene throughout much of South Florida, or parts in the coastal areas are dealing with this storm surge from Hurricane Irma.
Again, this is a live picture of Brickell. The water, it seems like it went down a little bit because I remember it being almost to the Colonnade sign. So maybe
that's
there's
southbound,
hope.
right, Craig? Looking at
yeah, southbound. Look at the Colonnade sign. The back part of it is just flapping around. And that's a sign that's very, very low to the ground. If you're listening to us and you have children who go to school in Miami-Dade County Public Schools, Superintendent Carvalho says no school will be in session until further notice because they need to check out these schools and make sure that they are up to par, make sure there's no damage, get everybody out of the shelters. This is going to be a little bit of a process, so stay tuned when it comes to Miami-Dade County Public Schools.
Okay, so Lynn and I will switch out with Craig Stevens and Belkis Naray. That switch up coming right now. Phil, I'll pose a question to you. as we get an update on Hurricane Irma. I know we've been throwing so many questions your way, and we appreciate it. You just saw that shot in Brickell. Looked like the water was moving, hopefully, out, right? Can you give us an idea of what's happening there?
Yes, indeed. It's finally receding. As the winds start to come down along the coast, that water now has a chance to start to go right back on out through Biscayne Bay and then eventually out into the Atlantic Ocean. And what we've witnessed with the storm is your classic storm surge related to a hurricane, where those strong gusty winds just push in a wall of water and just invades an area. And we've learned a lot of lessons here. We now know even if you think you're not in the cone is just for the eye. The impacts can be felt hundreds of miles away from that forecast cone. So as of the 6 p.m. advisory, and we're still getting hourly updates, by the way, because this is still threatening a lot of folks up and down the West Coast. A Category 2 system, 110-mile-per-hour winds, and it continues to pick up some speed out of the north at around 14 miles per hour. Right now, centered about 25 miles south-southeast of Fort Myers, Florida. It is still a huge system. The cloud cover basically covers the entire state from Jacksonville all the way down in through the Keys. This will be, like we said a few days ago, a statewide system from the Keys all the way north and from coast to coast as well. The radar is showing that there's still a spin, an eye now sitting just south of Fort Myers, and it is basically just traveling right on up I-75. If you were in a car right now, you could drive right under that eye and go straight up in through Bonita Springs. Bonita Springs got hit with the eye wall about 5-10 minutes ago. Now Immokalee getting hit really hard with those hurricane force winds. Naples, East Naples, still dealing with some very heavy rainfall and wind speeds of about 45, 55, even 75-mile-an-hour winds. If you were to look at a map, you see I-75 and right around the Naples area. That's where the center of circulation is. If you were to take that I-75 all the way to East Coast, well, then you're looking at downtown Fort Lauderdale. So basically, the eye is level with Fort Lauderdale. And as that eye moves north, things will continue to improve for us. Still a few lingering showers and thunderstorms across the Keys and along coastal Miami-Dade County through Homestead, Cutler Ridge, Coconut Grove, downtown Miami, moving in through Biscayne Bay. Still some gusty winds as well associated with this rainfall. And Broward County from the beach all the way back in through the Turnpike, there's still plenty of rain and some gusty winds here as well. The heaviest of the rainfall, the strongest of the winds are now offshore. Now what we will continue to see tonight is these feeder bands coming across, but they're going to be weaker and they're going to start to spread out, and they're going to lose their punch. And by tomorrow, we should see a little bit more in the way of sunshine. And then you're going to see a feeder band coming across. Then you're going to see another bit of sunshine. But those feeder bands will continue to get weaker and weaker and weaker. And hopefully by Tuesday, excuse me, everything should be done. Here's Irma right now. There's your close-up cone. It will continue to hug the coast, making its way all the way up through Tampa, and they will be dealing with a system with a lot of rain, some strong gusty winds. We've already seen what this is capable of. By the time it reaches Tampa, should be a Category 1 system, 85-mile-an-hour winds. Then it's going to go right on up here, Florida's Big Bend, and even as a Category 1, it could probably impact Tallahassee, parts of Gainesville, heavy rain, some strong downpours. And right now, however, it looks like it may be downgraded to a tropical storm by the time it reaches Jacksonville. 65-mile-an-hour winds, and then the system hopefully will rain itself out across the southeast sometime on Tuesday. As far as wind gusts right now, we only have one gauge remaining, and that's out of Hialeah. The airport there, Opelika Airport, reporting a 66-mile-per-hour wind gust. Earlier in the day, we also lost our gauges down throughout the Keys. Right now, we are using buoy data, and things have calmed down a little bit here across the Keys. 17-mile-per-hour winds at Marathon 34 in Key West. And now the threat of flooding will continue. There's still a flood watch, I should say, in effect at least through Monday evening. And the reason for that, we still have the possibility of some rain, and there's a lot of standing water across the roadways. So it's still a little bit of a treacherous driving situation across Broward and Miami-Dade. The only other advisory that we are looking at basically for much of Florida, and that is a hurricane warning. And this really isn't going to be canceled anytime soon. That's because as long as we have hurricane force winds across the area, well, we're still going to have this situation where the warning will remain in place. Now, possibly by tomorrow, they'll start lifting them, starting by the Keys, eliminate the hurricane warning here, and then later on for Miami-Dade and then Broward counties. And then little by little, they'll eliminate all these warnings until the system gets away from our hair. But the good news, improvement starting later on this evening, less and less rain, wind gusts coming down. The improvement will start from south to north, making its way through Miami-Dade, Broward counties, and Palm Beach. And as that water recedes, hopefully the roadways will be passable. One thing that I do want to mention, though, is the fact that even though the weather might improve outside, your surroundings may not improve. And what I mean by that is branches are down, tree lines are down, or power lines are down. There's a lot of debris out there. You don't want to get out. There's a lot of live wires. You don't know what you're going to be stepping on. There's plenty of rain. The water is contaminated. So the best thing you can do right now is just remain, stay home, stay safe until the authorities give you the all clear. Hopefully that will be soon. And again, there's a lot of situations happening across South Florida. And until the authorities, here we go. I think we actually have an update coming. We believe that they may be either eliminating, we'll have to wait and see exactly what this graphic is suggesting, but they may be eliminating the hurricane warning for the coastal waters, or replacing it with a marine warning, and that might be probably what's really happening. They said they're replacing that hurricane warning with the marine warning, as now those strong thunderstorms are moving away from the mainland and impacting areas from the coast all the way east in through the Bimini Island chain. And that's all that we have at this hour. Let's send it back to the folks at the desk.
A lot of information for us. All right. Thanks, Phil. We appreciate it. We have an opportunity now to go right to Naples live.
Nicole Ensalada is there, and she was there as the storm made landfall yet again. Hard to keep track of how many. The Keys this morning, and then Marco Island, and then later Naples this afternoon. And Nicole's here to tell us what that was like.
Well, I can tell you, Craig, also we experienced exactly what Phil described, sort of that lull in the action where things actually cleared up, and we were able to walk a little bit down on 5th Avenue, which is right over there here in Naples. And once again, if you're listening on the radio, we are in downtown Naples. This is an area that's extremely touristy. It's got a lot of bars and a lot of restaurants, a couple hotels, that kind of thing, very upscale. And we saw what felt like the worst of it maybe, about an hour or so ago, in the 4 o'clock hour, I think it was. And we had some folks here from Mississippi State telling us that they had clocked about 120-mile-an-hour winds here in this area. Everything then eventually died down. It was absolutely still, no rain. Now you can see it is picking back up again. We're not getting nearly what we had before, at least not at this point. We've heard some whistling of the winds and some heavy gusts that sort of look like they're threatening these trees. But so far, nothing like what we have seen, although this just started, I would say, in the last 10 minutes or so. So during that lull, though, we were able to walk down 5th Avenue here in Naples, and it was mostly tree damage. There were some trees down. There was one that was blocking the road itself, actually off to the side of 5th Avenue, not on 5th Avenue itself. There was one what looked like a big aluminum awning that was actually on the ground. We've got video of all of this. We'll show you a little bit later on. A couple of folks started to venture out and to take a look around. There were some small awnings from the top of restaurants, outdoor cafes that had blown around. Nothing in this area that was significant so far in terms of anyone would have been injured by it, unless they were injured because they were outside. So no structural damage or anything like that we could see here. We've asked around. So far, it's a little too early to tell so far from our vantage point if there's any damage anywhere nearby, but we'll certainly be working to find that out. So right now we're starting, though, to get, and it looks like this palm frond, this big old palm frond's about to go. I will say this, though, when you saw the palm fronds and the just big branches and that huge piece of aluminum that we saw, was fairly lightweight, but it was still pretty big. If you had been out walking around on the street, you could have been seriously injured, if not worse, by that kind of falling debris. So fortunately, at least here at
this point, we're not hearing of anything like that, but we'll certainly have to check in and see if there are any reports of anything like that. So right now, though, Naples seems like it's getting the second round, and so far not too severe, but we will just have to wait and see.
Well, Nicole, we have some video of the first round of the storm as it came through.
Okay.
We can show you some of that, and we're showing the video. You could see the rain, a lot of rain, that wind tunnel, it's just coming in sideways, and the palm trees and everything else just blowing all over, swinging street signs, and all of it. Describe for us what you were feeling when this started.
Well, it was, you know, it was strange in that there were the gusts, you know, you get these heavy gusts and you think, okay, wow, that must be it. But then it just kept getting, you know, progressively worse to the point where, and I had described it this way earlier, it was simply like a whiteout. You would stand exactly where we're standing right now and look out right now. We can clearly see these buildings. We can clearly see these palm trees. But at one point it looked almost like you could have been looking at a blizzard. It was just white between the wind and the rain, and I guess the sideways action of the rain. It was a whiteout condition, not sustained for very long, but long enough to notice that, especially here where we are in a parking garage, when you look out some of the entrances or exits, if a car had been coming in or out, you would not see it, or if a person had been trying to cross that sidewalk, you would not see them. So so that was a very, you know, eerie part of it, when you just saw how your visibility, just standing in a place like this, could actually, you know, absolutely be shut down just even for a few moments, where you really couldn't see much at all. Not so much inside, but definitely outside. And then we started to see a lot of high water. We were here on the 3rd floor and started to see the kind of ponding that gathers around cars that makes you worry about, you know, whether or not the car's going to make it out. That has since receded, but to even see that on the 3rd story of a parking garage, we were a little bit surprised by that. Fortunately, it's receded. I think Phil has mentioned, as well as some other folks that we have been listening to and talking to, that the high water situation, the storm surge situation, though, is something that we have not even seen yet, and we should definitely not dismiss it.
You're right about that, Nicole, that's for sure. And what a tense few moments it was. But as 3:30, 4 o'clock, as that eye was moving in from Marco to Naples, where Nicole and her crew and Brad, they've been for a while. Something else.
Nicole, what about the researchers? Were they out there? Did they get everything they needed? Were they like really gung-ho over this whole thing? I imagine this is like really an opportunity for them.
Yeah, they were. They were pretty gung-ho. They were very excited. And because this is what they do, and researching these storms is what they do, and learning absolutely everything about them is what they do. So we've been talking to a lot of them, and in fact, everyone in this, where we are right now, that's all we've been surrounded by are the folks from Mississippi State, as well as some other private companies that sort of do this kind of meteorological, if I can get the word out, research. And so the big question was, you know, what kind of winds did you clock? And I think the highest that we've heard here is 120. So some of them have moved on. A few of them are still here. Many of them started to walk outside and look at the damage once we had that lull in the weather earlier on.
All right, Nicole, really, you know, was something else, and you know, to see it happen. And we mentioned earlier in the week, the first few days, the indications were we would get the brunt of it, and then as the forecasting changed and brought it ultimately over to the West Coast, the folks in Collier County, Lee County, they had a lot less time to evacuate, well, to open the shelters, issue the evacuations, clear people out, and there was, as there often is, and we saw it here in South Florida, there was some confusion and some chaos getting that process going, but it looks as though they got people out of areas they wanted to clear out, and the hope now is when tomorrow, when the weather really begins to clear over there, and officials begin to canvass neighborhoods to survey the damage, that this has been something that is manageable for them in terms of a recovery standpoint.
I think Nicole said earlier there were some 30,000 people in Lee County that were in about 14 shelters there. That's a lot of people. Nicole, earlier you were seeing some people through a window and a door that was open. Any signs of those folks? They were behind you in that building, remember?
You know, Yeah, you know, I was looking for them a few minutes ago to see if I could see them again. Like I said, a few folks were venturing out. I'm not sure if it was the same people over there. They've got the door closed, so that's certainly good news. You know, so I'm not sure exactly what happened with them, although their building certainly seems to be fine. But there are some folks that we spoke to yesterday who own a building on Fifth Avenue. It's about across from where we are right now, the Rule family. They've owned that land since the 40s, and the building was just built in the late 90s. I saw them from a distance earlier during the whole lull and everything, walking out and kind of looking around. I didn't get a chance to talk to them. They were pretty far away. But they seemed fairly confident that things were going to be okay. They were a little philosophical about it. Look, we've, you know, owned this place for a really long time, and whatever happens, happens, we'll make it work. And they stuck around, though. They wanted to be here when it was all happening. And they were boarding up themselves. They had 10 businesses in that building. And so they were working on it themselves. So they were out surveying the damage as well. Few people were out doing that. But I can tell you, with some of the items that we saw there on the street, it's fortunate that none of those folks were out, you know, 20 minutes earlier.
No doubt. All right, Nicole, thanks for that live update. Stay safe. Appreciate your efforts, and we'll check back with you in a little bit, so don't go too far.
We also want to check in with some of our crews who spent the afternoon as the weather got really tricky out there, trying to document it, to chronicle it, to share it with everybody at home. And we're going to begin with 7 News reporter Vanessa Medina in Pompano.
Here in Pompano Beach, you can see the wind and the gusts have really started to pick up. You can see the facade of this building here has come down. It was no match for these strong winds that are coming in here to Pompano Beach. We are just off of US 1. That's US 1 behind me. Luckily, there are no one on the streets. It has been pretty quiet as we are out here on the roads trying to get by. There is no power driving up and down these streets. And now, of course, we're getting a pretty strong wind gust. But just take a look at some of this stuff. It just ripped right off. We've got solid wood here and foam that was on that building that is no longer there. But of course, this is much of what we're going to see with Irma out here as these bands, strong bands, come on in. We are now going to head over to Hillsborough Inlet. There are reports of a marina underwater there. We'll bring you those pictures as soon as we have them. Reporting in Pompano Beach, Vanessa Medina, 7 News.
We are at Northeast 1st Street and Northeast 3rd Avenue, and this is practically a wind tunnel down this area. I'm taking wind readings with our gauge right now, and you're looking at 45 to 50 mile per hour winds. And as we step over to the side here, you can just see what that is doing to the area. It has ripped awnings off of these buildings over here at the corner, exposing the bare wood underneath. And just over to the left here, you can see there's a huge potted tree that has blown over, and it is because all of that wind coming off the water has created a virtual wind tunnel here, and there is nothing to block it as it just wreaks havoc on all of these businesses. As you take a look down the street here, all of this debris just lying on the roadway, it has ripped everything down. There's a Marshall's here with its awning also ripped off. This is what the wind has been doing to this area. Reporting in downtown Miami, Joe Rotes, 7 News.
Oh man, oh man, oh man! Hollywood Boulevard, on the west side of the Hollywood Boulevard Bridge, as far as you can see. Look at that water. This is a lake. It must be knee deep for a good half a mile, maybe longer now. We came this way and we're parked here on the bridge, and there is water everywhere, and it is raining harder than we have seen all day, and the wind is blowing. Look at this Lexus to the right, Scott. That Lexus is underwater. The water is rising. The house next to it, it's almost up to the windowsills. Everywhere you look, there is water rising at every house on both sides of the street, the south and the north side, water rising. I'm a little afraid to go into the water because I don't know exactly what's in there. But I can tell you, based on the signage on the side of the roads, that the water's got to be at least a foot, maybe 2 feet deep, and it continues to rise. And the things that we're seeing in the water, besides the coconuts from the palm trees, I've seen trash barrels. I see a mailbox floating down the street and real estate signs that are toppled over on both sides of the street. Hey, behind us, Scott, looking back to the east. We could not put the mast up on our live truck to do this live because the truck was swaying back and forth. So we'll do this on tape, and we will cloud it and send it back to the TV station so it can be broadcast to you. And again, west of Hollywood Boulevard, as far as you can see, we're at 7th Street. As far, oh, there's a car going through. The water is up above the wheel well. As far as you can see, water for, I gotta believe it's more than a half a mile, headed west on Hollywood Boulevard. It's bad here, and it's getting worse. That's it, back to you.
All right. Thanks to Steve and everybody else who, Joe Rhodes, Vanessa Medina, giving us a glimpse of the community this evening.
Although that was filed a little bit ago.
Yeah.
It's getting a little better.
A lot.
Yeah, exactly. That's the good news. Let's check in live now with Brandon Beyer. He's in Fort Lauderdale. Brandon?
Well, now I'm going to look like a liar. I was just about to say we are seeing some improving conditions, and whoosh. But we are seeing some improving conditions. And Phil said, even as they improve, you're still going to see some of these weaker bands. Still, though, look at this. That is significant. That is sand on both sides of the street now. So there's going to be some cleanup on Fort Lauderdale Beach. But it just started raining again. We'd had a nice hour break after just all day of pounding wind and pounding rain. This is a much lighter rain. Any other day, this past summer, this would be a 6 o'clock lead. But after what we've been through the past 2 days, it's like, B block type story. We bury this after what we've been through. But I want to show you a couple things that if you're at home or when watching, via generator power, or if you're listening to us on the radio, a couple of videos here. You see some substantial wind blowing and trees just whipping in the wind. This is what South Florida has been dealing with for, way over 24 hours now at this point. Yesterday into today, gonna continue on into tonight. And then one more piece of video here, and this is what you're gonna step out to. A lot of folks are some of these broken trees, snapped branches. As you walk out for that first time, maybe some people have already ventured out. If it's clear in your neighborhood and some of the wind gusting sounds have died down, I bet a lot of people are unlocking their doors and have, frankly, cabin fever at this point. Just want to see for themselves what their front backyards look like. A lot of you gonna come out and see this. Down trees and branches, possibly fences, maybe some street signs, that sort of thing. As we take these live pictures out again on Fort Lauderdale Beach and show you the sand just whipping across. Definitely picking up another band here after a nice little break that we had, but it seems to have picked up again. We'll look forward to that next lull. But there is a significant amount of sand buildup on the streets. We've spun around the island a little bit. There's some branches down. We saw one wall that had some brick pulled away from it. Take a walk out onto the street a little bit now. You'll see those. You're looking south on A1A, and if you're listening on the radio, picture, if you will, where it kind of veers to the west as it goes. It's one-way traffic. The one way's going south, one way's going north. The way going south is further west. That's just a big sand pile there, right at Las Olas and A1A. That's going to have to get cleaned up, but it's not that bad. We'll take it. Like if sand and some downed trees are what we're going to deal with, and these power outages, I can't imagine you find too many people that are going to complain about that compared to what's happening on the West Coast, guys.
I think you're right about that. Absolutely. Brandon Beyer joining us from Fort Lauderdale Beach. Well, like you said at the outset, it is improving there. It has been improving in spite of what it looks like for the past couple of minutes.
It's sporadic. It's on and off and on and off. Down south, the worst of it, it's moving north, so things are looking a little bit better down there. And some people in Cutler Bay are doing what they're not supposed to. They're stepping out to check out the aftermath.
They are. I think Rosh Lowe is on deck with us just before we head down south. Rosh Lowe is in Miami. Rosh.
Yes. Hi, Craig and Bell, because I wanted to show you some of the things that we discovered here as the worst of the storm is obviously past our area. But look at this right here, and we won't go too close so we can be safe here, but it must have been a strong weather system that moved down this portion right near Biscayne Boulevard. Look what it took down. This is the Miami-Dade College campus here, and it took down these bricks. Now, there's something interesting in the background if you're hearing it. Those are sirens, obviously, and what's interesting about that, we've seen now police officers can be back out on the street again. Firefighters, they are going around assessing the damage. And what they are going to find is a lot what we found. There's streets like this. I mean, look at this huge chunk. Look over here for a second. Look at this huge chunk of brick right there. And that's the facade up there that took off all of these bricks from the side of the building. Excuse me for that. And then let's move over here to the other building. And you can see these windows which are hanging gingerly on the side of the building. Can you see that? There are a few that are open, but then there's a few that are just hanging gingerly. And on the other side, we'll go for a walk here. On the other side of this building is a crane. Is a crane right up there that appears to also be hanging gingerly up there. So this is going to be, I believe, the story with this hurricane is that because we didn't get a direct hit, you're not going to see catastrophic damage, but what you will see is this was strong enough that it did this. And this is going to take some time, especially when you're talking about an area like this in downtown Miami where there's a lot of people. It's a college here. This is a building under construction. You have to make it safe for all the people to work here, to come back to work. When will that be? We know that Miami-Dade schools and Broward schools are closed indefinitely at this point. When will people be able to get back to their lives? Well, I would imagine after this cleanup. And we saw it here today, just about a half an hour ago, walking around with Miami police. And I'll show you, this is the type of damages we're seeing here. Awnings that come off, this potted plant that was down. You can see that there must have been something strong that moved through this area that caused this. But you're going to see, you know, light posts or on top of the light down in the street. So the bricks that come down. So this is the type of damage that you're going to see, but it's going to be enough where, and in enough spots with frequency that it's going to take some time to clean all this up. And you add to that more than 1 million people throughout the state now, I believe the number is, without power. So the big question I know a lot of people have is, when can we get back to our lives? When can we get back to work and school? With school, we know that's indefinitely, they don't have an answer indefinitely. Downtown Miami, where we have businesses like this, and you can see City of Miami Fire Rescue, they're out, as I mentioned, looking around to see what's going on, to see the damage. So it's a big question. They're going to have to come in here, and I'm sure with a lot of these construction sites, you're going to have issues very similar to this. You know, just look at that, Calvin. Can you see that glass that's just hanging off, that's just dangling off right there? One more, that's why we're not under it. One more wind gust that could pull it right off, and then, you know, strong enough to take, let me show you this. Take a brick like this and just have that brick come, you know, crashing down like this, and thank goodness no one was on the streets here. And that's why we always say, and with this storm, you know what, it was so bad that no one was going to venture out to the streets. We spent the day here, and if anything, what you saw was people up in their condos taking photos. No one was going to face this hurricane like we saw with past storms.
I got to say, Raj, it's good to hear those police sirens out there, because it means now it's safe.
They're back to work.
For rescue personnel to get out there, emergency services. And maybe it's not a big emergency. Maybe it's just block off a live power line or, you know, that kind of thing.
I should say back to work. They're able to do their work now that the weather is improved.
It's safe for them to be out.
Thank you, Raj. We got to hit Andrew real quick, then we got to change over. Thank you, Raj. One thing, it's interesting when he points out that building, you know, it's under construction. Those are impact windows, but they maybe hadn't been fully installed, because you saw the couple that were hanging down that Raj pointed out for us. Maybe they just hadn't gotten them
where they needed to be
installed
properly.
The point where they wouldn't be doing that.
Yeah.
Do we have time for Andrew in this half hour?
I don't think we do.
Or should we head right on over to Phil? All right. Well, Andrew Scheinthal, give us your greatest hits in 2 minutes or less. Andrew's in South Miami-Dade, where he's been following the storm for us. Andrew?
Well, on the border of Cutler and Palmetto Bays, we're still having a lot of rain, but the flooding, the water here is rising. First, take a look at that silver car. Earlier, the water was not the driveway. Now the water is starting to creep inside of that vehicle. Now, this was a mandatory evacuation zone, and now you're able to see exactly why it was. And then over here to the right, take a look at the home right there. That home, the water, you could see the lawn earlier. Now, 30 minutes later, the lawn is disappearing and the water's just getting closer to being inside of that home. So this is a lot of what officials were talking about. The concern was not just the rain and the wind, but the storm surge that was going to be coming with this. And we're now seeing the reality of that. Now, as I mentioned earlier, there's two kinds of homes out here. The home over here to my right, which is built really at street level, and then the home over here to my left, which is raised up about 11 or so feet, the homeowner tells me, from the ground. I spoke to him earlier, and he says he's never seen flooding as bad as this.
Not in a long time, no. I mean, it does flood, but not like this. No, it's just crazy.
Now back out here, I just want to show you how deep the water is getting. As I walk closer to these homes, you can see the water nearly comes inside of my boots, and it's just rising. We actually had to pull our cars back because we didn't want to get any water inside of our own vehicles. But again, I mean, take a look at this house. I mean, how awful is this? The water, it just continues to rise. Nothing's stopping it from getting inside that home. You can look at the car over here. I mean, since we've just been doing this report, you can tell the water is just getting higher. There's another car down the way. It might be hard to see on the camera. But this is not the only street that's flooded. By the way, we're at Southwest 183rd Terrace and Southwest 87th Avenue. This is just one neighborhood that's seeing, or one street in one area, one block that's seeing flooding like this. We saw it street after street. You know, there are areas that are dry. If you take a look over here at the intersection, just behind us, you can see it's raised up. And so since the intersection's raised up, that's where we're able to park our news vehicles, and the flooding isn't so much of a concern. But when you come over the intersection up here, you can see that street down that way has already started to pool water and already started to flood a little bit. This right here is Southwest 184th Street and Southwest 87th Avenue. That's the intersection that we're at. But I just want to give you a perspective of, you know, what people are dealing with out here. So again, if the gusts of wind are still obviously very strong. You can see down the street that way, there's debris blocking the roadways. Down this way, it's like a minefield. I mean, you have high water, you have palm fronds all littered throughout the way. So it's just a very, very dangerous situation out here. So again, you know, just to describe it for you so that you can understand if you're listening to this on the radio, you have these streets where there's water is pooling from the storm surge, and it's really creeping into getting inside of some of these homes. So that's really the concern out here. So we're going to stay out here. We're going to monitor this, and we'll have updates for you throughout the day. But certainly this is what they were talking about. This is why they wanted people to evacuate, because once the water comes inside your home, once it reaches up, I mean, nothing's stopping it from getting inside of there. We're in Cutler Bay. Andrew Scheinthal, back to you.
Okay, Lynn Martinez and Jeff Lennox here stepping in for Craig Stevens and Belkis and Ray doing the swap out. And we are, you know, still transitioning through a number of reports. Again, Hurricane Irma still bearing down on the southwest coast of Florida.
Yeah, bearing down and headed next for Tampa. Let's go to Natasha Chin. She's live in Tampa, where they have done their best to prepare for Hurricane Irma. Do we have her? Okay, we're working on getting a live report.
Hi, Lynn and Jeff. We are here under curfew here. Yes, hi, Lynn and Jeff. We're here under curfew in Tampa, where officials say that if anybody is outside at this point, they have reason to cite them, even arrest them. And they've told folks here earlier today that if the winds pick up to about 40 miles per hour, sustained or higher, the local first responders will not be able to answer the 911 calls.
Natasha, I had a friend in Tampa who sent me a video of Tampa Bay where the water had actually receded further than usual in the lead up to this storm. Have you seen that yourself? It looks like you have the water there behind you. There's that video. We're showing that right now.
Actually, we've been watching the waters recede here at the Hillsborough River all day. If you look across at the bank over there, we've been seeing the water level kind of decrease over time, but that gives people a false sense of security because those hurricane forces are going to bring that water back with a vengeance. Now, we saw a couple of people jet skiing out here earlier this afternoon, very brave souls, but officials have warned people not to actually go where the water levels are low because the hurricane storm surge is going to bring that all back very quickly, and that will be very dangerous for folks.
Yeah, brave or maybe not so smart, some might think, Natasha. So tell us how the city of Tampa has prepared for this hurricane. I mean, everybody thought we were going to be in the eye, and then, of course, things changed quickly over the last 2 days or so. How did you guys prepare?
It's interesting. I spoke to a couple of people who were walking on the bank here earlier this afternoon. I said, you know, was it a surprise to you that it suddenly turned to the west coast of Florida? And did people have enough time to prepare and leave? And they said that people were actually very prepared because even if the direct line of the hurricane wasn't originally anticipated to come this way, they knew that the size of Hurricane Irma was large enough to cover all of Florida. So people were prepared, and we saw a lot of people in their cars yesterday traveling inland, I-4 East. There was a lot of traffic of folks trying to get out of here, and those who have stayed told me that they feel safe because they are high up in condo buildings where they're protected from the worst of the storm surge.
Natasha, I'm trying to use my knowledge of the area. Is that the convention center where you're at right now?
We are at the Tampa River Walk, and we are actually just about a mile north of Tampa General Hospital. And that's actually something that folks here have been concerned about because there was a Regional Planning Council study done not too long ago talking about the fact that a major hurricane could compromise some bridges around here. And so that's one that we are looking at behind us.
What is the mood there in Tampa in terms of preparing for hurricanes? I can just compare it to the mood down here in South Florida. Many of us take hurricanes seriously, not only because of Andrew, but because of the damage actually Wilma did. And we were very, very prepared. I was really impressed. We all were impressed with how our community got together. Do you get the sense that there are any people there in Tampa who think, well, you know, it's been a long time since we've had a hurricane, so, you know, we don't need to prepare? What is the general sense of preparation there?
Absolutely right that it's been a long time since Tampa has been directly hit by a hurricane, actually 1921. And I asked some of the ladies walking along this way this afternoon if all of the news made them extra prepared or perhaps a little bit extra nervous. They said that because there has been such emphasis on how strong this hurricane is, how unprecedented this hurricane is, they believe that Tampa residents have been acutely aware of the fact that whatever path this hurricane takes, that they were going to feel some pretty strong effects. So they told me that people here felt prepared and were well informed of what was going on. And we get that sense from the mayor as well, who's been giving press conferences here. Mayor Bob Buckhorn was describing this as being a potential punch to the face, if you will. So people here have been getting that message.
You know, the population when that hurricane hit in 1921 was 10,000 people.
Right.
Remember that
reading
number?
About that, yeah.
Now in 2017, in excess of 3 million. And again, they got to the evacuations kind of late in the process once that track started to shift. Natasha, from what you know, what's the situation with shelters there in the Tampa Bay area?
Tens of thousands of people in shelters right now with their pets. And I just received a note that local officials say if you are not in a shelter at this moment in time, you need to stay inside where you are. This is not a time to be going out to find a shelter. So we've passed the point where people can leave their homes. They really need to hunker down and be prepared for the worst.
Well, we know exactly what you're about to go through and what you guys might be feeling, and maybe another reason why Tampa was so prepared, and I get the feeling too also South Florida, was because of those tragic pictures we saw out of Houston and out of Texas. I mean, the whole country, the whole world saw that, so I feel like that also helped many of us take that seriously. Natasha Chin, thank you so very much, reporting live there in Tampa, where you guys are going to be feeling the effects very soon from this Hurricane Irma. We certainly wish you the very best, because, like I said, we know what they're feeling.
We sure do, in more ways than one. Let's bring in Chief Meteorologist Phil Farrow. Phil, if you can, as we're looking at these live pictures from our roof camera here in North Bay Village, and of course we want to talk about the situation here in South Florida, but maybe quickly, if you can tell us, what is Natasha and Tampa about to see from Hurricane Irma?
Well, they are going to see what the lower Keys saw early this morning. The eye wall, the heavy rain, the gusty winds, hurricane force winds, by the way, and a big storm surge. The deal with Tampa there is going to be Tampa Bay, then some of those inlets there, all that water is going to rush in. So they are going to see a lot of nasty weather during the night tonight. Here's the very latest, by the way. As of 6 p.m., Category 2, 110-mile-per-hour winds, moving north at 14, right now 25 miles south-southeast of Fort Myers in Florida. This is still a huge system. The cloud cover extends now from basically the southern end of Georgia all the way down in through the Florida Keys, back out into the Bahamas, and swinging back up north in through Jacksonville. The actual eye, the center of circulation, is basically just north now of Naples. So if you were to draw a line west to east in Naples, right across I-75 to the east coast, it's right around Fort Lauderdale. So now that the center continues to move north, things are going to slowly improve for us, starting first with the Keys, then Miami-Dade and Broward County and points north. However, until then, we're going to be dealing with some squally weather, and we've been seeing some of that right now. It kind of gets calm, and then the winds pick up back up again, and then the rain comes spinning through. So there is still a circle here of circulation just south of Fort Myers. If you were to travel right across I-75 right now, you could be driving in through that eye just before moving in there in through Fort Myers. And Immokalee getting hit really hard with the eastern side of the eye wall. And a lot of that moisture is going in through LaBelle as well, Belle Glade, points north over interior portions of central and southern Florida. Now, as we take a look at the East Coast, where we are at, there are at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 fingers extending out from that center that are basically moving in across South Florida, and they're moving west to east. They're spinning around the eye, and that's going to be our weather tonight and tomorrow. We're no longer going to see that constant pounding, the sheets of rain, the very strong gusty winds reaching all the way up to hurricane force status. What we're going to see is some squally weather, gusty winds, then everything calms down for a moment. Then again, that next feeder line comes through. The strongest of the feeder bands right now is sitting right across coastal Miami-Dade County from North Key Largo, moving in through Biscayne Bay, downtown Miami, the beaches. It's basically hugging the coast all the way up in through Broward County. We had a really strong feeder band move offshore about a half hour ago, and there's still a few more sitting right across interior portions of the area that they will continue to impact us tonight. By tomorrow, I think we're just going to see a little bit more sunshine. But however, when those feeder bands come through the backside of the system, it's going to get stormy, it's going to get windy, and then it quiets down again. And the process repeats itself until finally Irma is out of here. By tonight, or at least for the next few hours, hugging the coast here across southwest Florida as a Category 2, then making its way right on up the coast. Overnight, in through Tampa here, St. Pete, 85-mile-per-hour winds. And then there's the concern. We obviously have FSU up here, other schools across central Florida. I think that they're probably going to be dealing with a Category 1 or maybe a tropical storm as the system continues to weaken with the interaction with land. By the time it reaches I-10 in Jacksonville, over in Tallahassee, the system should be downgraded to a tropical storm and then hopefully raining itself up across Huntsville, Alabama. There's still the potential for some floods across the area tonight if we get any more rainfall. Obviously, the terrain is saturated with water. We've seen all of that storm surge coming in. That is now quickly starting to go back out in through Biscayne Bay and the coastal waters. It's going to take a little time. We've had a lot of water push in across parts of Brickell and in through downtown and some other areas right along the coast. It's going to take a little while for all that to move offshore. Next high tide, Lauderdale by the Sea, 11:39, 12:41 in Fort Lauderdale. Let me see. I think that was 1:03 p.m. in Hollywood, 12:26 Miami Beach, 1:28 tomorrow afternoon, Key West, 1:45. This is what it looks like. What it looked like outside a little while ago as we had those speeder bands coming through, squally weather, a lot of heavy rain and gusty winds. So the bottom line, improving conditions slowly for this evening. Tomorrow, some sunshine, but still some squally weather as the feeder lines come through. And hopefully then by Tuesday, we can just say goodbye to Irma.
Bye, Irma.
Not quite yet, but we're getting there. Phil, as we're getting inundated with water, I know you're getting inundated with data and information from this storm. And our concerns, especially tomorrow, I'm sure are going to be lying with Key West, the Middle Keys. Any information out of there on damage reports? I know I asked you this a few hours ago. I believe somebody from the National Weather Service rode the storm out down there, right?
The entire staff of the local National Weather Service office down there in Key West. I haven't personally contacted them since it made the landfall. We were actually on the phone at the time with one of their lead forecasters, and what struck me was how desperate he wanted to get the word out to anybody who was down there at the time as the eye wall was going through. It was kind of the desperation in his voice telling people, if you're still here, make sure you get a mattress, go to a small room, cover yourself. And he even said, if you have a football helmet or whatever, put it on. You're going to need it. And since then, all the anemometers, all the wind gauges have gone down. We have had very little contact. As a matter of fact, the local weather office in the Keys transferred all their duties to the weather office here in Miami. They are probably trying to get their act together down there and survey the damage. As soon as we start getting some of those reports, we'll let you know. We haven't been able to fly down there. We haven't been able to drive. It's a very, very dicey situation. I'm sure that there's so much debris on US 1 going down from Florida City in through Key West. You got to remember that they had a double whammy with the storm surge. First, the Atlantic moved on over into the Gulf of Mexico, and then the Gulf of Mexico brought everything back into the Atlantic. So there's a lot of stuff, a lot of debris, a lot of projectiles that who knows where they ended up and whose house, whose backyard. And until that gets cleaned out, we may not know exactly what has happened down there.
Yeah, we've said it so many times. Poor Florida Keys. And Cuba also was pounded as well. And, it's good to know that the National Guard is headed that way, ready to help them. Phil Farrow, thank you so much for your outstanding work. I know we're going to see you later on tonight. Appreciate it. We want to actually talk about crane issues in Fort Lauderdale. We have two pieces of video here. Crane issues in Fort Lauderdale. Those large cranes. We'll talk about that in a minute. But first, let's talk about what you guys are all dealing with. Let's talk about power first, okay? Because 3/4 of you have lost power. So many people. This was a wind event. We knew this was coming, and it happened. Over almost 900,000 people in Miami-Dade County, almost 1 million, let's round up, have lost power. FP&L is on it. Broward County, 666,000, a little over that. And Palm Beach County, almost 460. Florida Keys, the entire chain, which is almost 35,000. So in South Florida total, over 2 million people without power.
That's pretty incredible.
Yeah.
And I think you had information on the boil water order as well.
Oh, yeah,
correct?
sorry. Yes, you're right. Sort of hogged everything. Yes, okay.
As we watch the satellite loop right here of Hurricane Irma.
Thank you. That's true. In Broward County, there's a boil water alert issued for the city of Hollywood, for the entire city service area. So if you get your water in Hollywood from the city, not from a well, you are urged to boil your water. This is a specific area. It's not only just Hollywood, also areas of Pembroke Pines, Miramar, West Park, and Dania Beach. If you guys get your water from Hollywood City, you're urged to boil your water. This happens often when we get severe storms. There are a couple of ways that you can make your water safe. You can boil it for 1 minute. Maybe you have gas or maybe you have propane. Make sure it's boiling water. Then you can go ahead and drink it. Or you can, if you're adventurous, you can disinfect the water by adding 8 drops of plain unscented household bleach per gallon of water. Let it stand for 30 minutes. Or, other option, use bottled water. It is safe to shower, they say, but of course don't use water, Hollywood water, if you're going to drink or brush your teeth.
And
like that.
and rest assured, too, that, you know, big grocery store chains here in South Florida like Publix, they're going to do their best. Winn-Dixie and others, they're going to be doing their best to get up to speed as soon as possible this week. You can imagine that truckloads of water are packed and ready to go, waiting maybe in the northern part of the state, maybe up in Georgia, and they should be making their way on down in the days to come. So don't fret about that. Those stores working very hard to replenish South Florida with bottled water. Okay, so we want to check in with our reporters now. Vanessa Medina has information on a crane issue in Fort Lauderdale.
So the winds here in Fort Lauderdale, we're on 2200 North Ocean Boulevard, proving to be too much for this crane that you see up here. There were 4 cranes at this construction site. One of those cranes just could not handle the wind. You can see it dangling there from the side of this building. Now, according to residents, they heard a loud crash and then saw that crane hit the side of this construction site, and now it is dangling there. Irma's rain bands and wind bands just proving to be too much, and it compromised that crane there. According to construction officials, they say they leave out the cranes because they're supposed to turn in the wind. It's just too much to bring them down during these storms. But now we've got some flying debris. We're going to go inside and take some cover. Reporting in Fort Lauderdale, Vanessa Medina, 7 News.
Well, we're in the middle of an intersection here at Andrews and Southwest 6th Street, and as you can tell, the wind gust, wow, really starting to pick up here. The power is out here like it is in most of Fort Lauderdale, and the scene here very similar to any of the other streets in Fort Lauderdale. You can see debris on the ground, a lot of palm fronds on the ground. Wow, we're hearing debris falling around us, and some big debris right next to us here is this traffic light. Now this power is out and this traffic light is down, and all of these intersections are being treated as a 4-way stop, although there aren't really many cars on the road. But as I say that, there goes a car waving to us. I hope that they drive very safely. The roads are flooded right now. Some intersections, like the one just north of where we are at Broward and Andrews, there's like 2 feet of water there. It's almost like a river with a current flowing through. And if you take a look behind me here, this is also a situation we're seeing a lot of in Fort Lauderdale. Down power lines, and there are quite a few down power lines, and those down power lines are in the water as well. So with that curfew going into effect tonight as another car drives by here, you just have to be very careful. These intersections need to be treated as a 4-way stop because the power of these winds is huge. Interesting that the power of the wind could knock down something like this traffic light, but this flower pot that's hanging up from the street light here is still up there. Interesting how that happens. That's the situation here in Fort Lauderdale, and that's what many of these streets look like. I'm Chris Van Vliet, and we'll send it back to you guys.
So bizarre, isn't it? How that can
happens
happen.
a lot in tornadoes. Not that there was a tornado there, but, you know, we've seen that. You know, a house will be destroyed, and there's like one little picture hanging on the wall. Wind, Mother Nature, incredible.
Fascinating.
Okay, so we have a map for those of you who are watching us online, or maybe the 25% who get us. Maybe you have power still. A map shows you exactly where this boil water order is. It's everything in the red, and the reason why we're emphasizing this is because there's a large section there in Broward County. Again, to reiterate, a boil water alert was issued by Hollywood for the entire city service area, not just Hollywood, but other areas like Pembroke Pines, Miramar, West Park, and Dania Beach, all this area in red. If you live in this area and this area in red too, those of you who can see us again, remember it's Pembroke Pines, Miramar, West Park, Dania Beach, and Hollywood. Anybody who gets Hollywood water, urged to boil your water for 1 minute before drinking it. You can't boil it, you don't have electricity or you don't have propane or a gas stove. Use bottled water, or maybe also you could try 8 drops of plain unscented household bleach per gallon. Let it sit there for 30 minutes, and then you can drink it.
I want to go ahead, if we can, guys, up in the control room, take the satellite loop real quick of Hurricane Irma, just getting some information from the 7 News desk. And there you can see, again, the spin of this hurricane now downgraded to a Category 2. That eye pretty close, a little off to the east of Fort Myers as it begins again and is continuing on that northward turn. Information right here about an airborne relief mission on its way to Monroe County following Hurricane Irma. Monroe County Emergency Management has coordinated an airborne relief mission that will bring emergency supplies and personnel to help in the recovery in the upper, middle, and lower Keys. Now, this is comprised of military C-130 cargo planes and other air resources, likely helicopters, that will be shuttling down back and forth between Key West, Marathon, and the other Keys to the mainland here in Florida. This is a quote from the Monroe County Emergency Management Director. He says, "This is a humanitarian crisis. Help is on the way." Again, Key West, the Keys are off the grid right now, folks. There is no way that they can get information out. So right now, Monroe County Emergency Management, along with the National Guard, they're doing their best to get information into that area. They want to find out who's down there, and hopefully they find these people that chose to ride out the storm. Hopefully they find them safe, and they can bring them back to the mainland here in Florida.
And remember that eye wall hit Big Pine Key, specifically actually Cujo Key, at 9 a.m. today, almost 12 hours. So 10 hours ago, the eye wall hit, but they were pounded for hours and hours and hours. And Phil just explained storm surge coming from the north and then storm surge coming from the south. National Hurricane Center said, I think it was yesterday, expect this to be not survivable. Perhaps the island's totally underwater at some point. So this could be catastrophic for them. We really want to, as soon as we can, see how they fared and what the damage is, and what they need from us.
And guys in the control room, I'm not sure if we can recycle that image of, I believe it was Isla Mirada. Remember the picture of the house on stilts? It was about on a 15-foot high stilt. We don't have that? Okay. Well, the house was on stilts, about 15 foot high, and the water was all the way up to the base of that home. And that just gave you a good idea of how significant the storm surge was with this system. Again, getting it from both sides, the south and the north, as the storm began to trek north. So that's the situation right now. And then you got the situation with bridges all the way from the upper Keys on down to the lower Keys. We do not know the condition of those bridges. And like Phil said, a lot of the garbage that's in the ocean is washed inland onto the islands, onto the Keys, and likely onto those bridges as well. So it's going to be a disaster zone all the way from the north down to the south to get down there with vehicles.
There were some good things that came out of Irma. 3 little people were born, actually, during this storm. Special deliveries to Hialeah Hospital. Aw, and you know what's interesting? None of these babies were named Irma.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
Skip that name.
Irma brings, I'm going to try to read their names here because you know what? They're special. Remir Dimitri Peavy, born at the hospital during the storm at 3 o'clock, 7 pounds, 14 ounces, right as Irma was inching closer to South Florida. And another second baby delivered by Dr. Khan, Yulette Martinez Vega, coming in at 3:32 p.m. And there was another baby. Congratulations to all the hurricane babies. You know, many times the barometric pressure affects women who are about to give birth. Don't know if these babies were born on time, maybe they came a little early, but this is very common for babies to be born. Imagine what these poor moms and maybe these stressed out dads. There's doctor, congrats. We're going through. You know, you got a hurricane bearing down on you. You know what? Too bad. Baby's coming. So congratulations to all the moms, dads, and babies. Welcome to South Florida.
All right, and just take a look at the big picture here. You know, so many people had the chance to evacuate. We hope many did. But there's so many people that had to stay behind. Our first responders,
exactly, yeah.
We as journalists, our reporters in the field, doctors, to ensure that life goes on as normal back here in South Florida. And pretty incredible to see those doctors working very hard in the midst of this hurricane to bring new lives into the world.
You know, you bring up a very good point. Our hats off and our gratitude to all of our service members, police officers, firefighters.
Yeah, everyone.
Doctors, as you mentioned, nurses are on lockdown because, you know, people still need care. You're looking at a live picture right now of North Bay Village, and Phil promised this hours ago. He said things would start to subside later in the evening. As we approach the 7 o'clock hour, it looks like things are subsiding. We still hear a little bit of wind gusts outside of our 7 News studios here in North Bay Village as we look at, not the Whitecaps are like minimal here. I mean, the camera's shaking a little bit, but so much better than a few hours ago. And if you're listening to us on the radio, you at home probably still are experiencing some strong wind gusts yourself and maybe a bit of rain, but blue skies are coming, and now the cleanup will begin.
You sure are. And that water, like Phil said, we were looking at Brian Inton's video, live video in Brickell about a half hour ago. And it looked like that water was starting to recede, go back out, so that is good. We're coming up on high tide in a few hours, but for the most part, the water, the surge water that we have seen in our coastal towns and cities is starting to go back out to sea. So hopefully that trend continues as we enter the evening hours across South Florida. Yes, we don't have power. Yes, it's going to be tough in the days to come, but we want that water to go away so we can begin to clean up and get through this mess.
Okay, now we got some video out of Naples. This is courtesy coming from Brad Freakin, our photojournalist, and Nicole Ensalada, who are hunkered down in Naples of all of the storm damage and the storm surge. And man, this storm was incredible. When we had her on live, I think it was it 4 or 6?
4 o'clock.
Okay, 4 o'clock hour. It was incredible. And this was the scene just a couple of hours ago. The wind horizontal.
She had that interview.
Yeah,
as
interviewed
those 120
somebody.
winds were going by.
Yes, Nicole Ensalada interviewing somebody during 120-mile-an-hour winds there in Naples. And this is their vantage point. They were hunkered down and still are. I think they're probably roaming around in this parking garage as the winds were just howling, rounding the corner there, pushing the rain so fast, as we were describing. It looked like, snow. You couldn't tell, or maybe sand, but no, this is actual rain. So it'll be interesting to see how Naples fared, and we'll find out as we go on throughout the day.
Okay, so Lynn Martinez and Jeff Lennox here on the anchor desk. We will be swapping out right now with Craig Stevens and Belkis Nare. But now here at the top of the hour, 7 o'clock, let's go over to meteorologist Brent Cameron for the very latest on a Category 2 Hurricane Irma. Brent?
All right, we are still going to follow the distant path, the future track of Hurricane Irma as it continues to now impact parts of the Gulf side of the state, lifting off to the north. Latest advisory coming in still has the system 110 miles per hour, and it is moving off to the north. Noticed at 14 miles per hour. There was a time which we didn't think it was going to be possible for it to move any faster than about 6, 7, 8 miles per hour. You remember it was just last night at this time we were watching Irma really stalling close to the coast of Cuba. Didn't seem to want to move for hours and hours, so we followed it for quite some time. Right now being tracked, the center of it not far from Fort Myers. So it is on the move, and it's still a very large system impacting much of the state of Florida. There you see the scope just with the clouds there, and it gives you a real good sense at just what influence Irma is still having, even as it continues to slowly maybe lose its grip on some parts of the area. This trend will continue. If you're one of those watching from the Bahamas, maybe the Keys, if you did have to deal with Irma, things are going to continue to get better from south to north, but it is going to take some time. And in the meantime, it's just a good idea to really heed those advisories, the advice to really stick inside and stay away from the dangers outdoors once again that continue even this hour. I know it's really tempting at this point to kind of venture out. You've been cooped up maybe for a couple of days. You want to assess the damage. Not a good idea, and I'll show you why with the wind speeds in just a moment, because they're still very nasty. Here is one of the concerns we're going to look at going into the rest of this evening. Next, high tides. Do you remember last night at this time when we were watching during the evening some of the real first areas of water beginning to really cause a lot of problems in southeast Florida, and the Keys were occurring during that high tide. And we even mentioned to you, it looked like the worst of it was going to be during the combination of Irma at closest point to southeast Florida and the closest high tide cycle, which happened to be around midday today. And the combination of those two made for all of that water just surging into a large part of southeast Florida, as we saw. We're waiting now for a lot of that water to kind of abate, to recede, and that's going to take some time. Here's a look at the radar. Couple things to point out. Okay, there's Fort Myers. There we have the eye of Irma, still very much intact, but maybe weaker and continuing to weaken as it's just over land, at least encountering that very close to Bonita Springs. Toward the east now of 41, Immokalee getting hammered with some heavy rain, a little bit of lightning, and by the way, parts of Collier County. Not that anyone's going to be traveling into that area. You're going to hopefully stay in your safe spot yet tonight. But Collier County, by the way, under a flood warning. Meanwhile, we continue to deal with some outer bands still impacting parts of the area, mostly hugging onto the coast, not as widespread as what we were experiencing much of the afternoon. Notice still some heavy rain bands away now from the coast, just offshore of Broward County. So kind of a bit of a lull, as tempting as it might be to get outdoors in the coastal areas of Broward. Better stay put. Flying debris may be still a concern with this still not, relatively speaking, far away hurricane of Category 2. Where does it go from here? Well, as Phil was mentioning just a little while ago, the latest forecast cone does have Irma moving pretty close to the St. Pete, Tampa area, 2 o'clock in the morning, maybe around daybreak if it slows down somewhat, and then moving over probably the center over Cedar Key, maybe getting a chance to get a little bit of access of that water here in the Gulf of Mexico again if it takes kind of that western fringe track. But regardless, the forecasts, all of them from the Hurricane Center, do show the system very gradually weakening, especially as it moves out away from our state and finally not impacting Florida another day and a half from now. So it is going to take some time for us to really notice a lot of improvement. This is what I'm talking about when it comes to those winds. Wind speeds still significant. These are the gusts that are going to continue to be expected going out in time. Now, just before coming on air, I was talking with Belkis Naray. She was saying that her family really wanted to time out some of these heaviest wind gusts, yet to know if it's better to get outdoors or to start planning, thinking ahead for the day tomorrow. When will it get better around here? Well, one concern will be that standing water that's still out there. That is still why we have a flood watch here. The other concern will be these wind gusts. So 10 o'clock tonight, 71, still near hurricane force gusts. That'll be late tonight around the southeast coast and not much different for you in the Keys. 8 o'clock in the morning. All right, Monday morning, waking up with still some pretty hefty winds. These models just updating, still significant, but no longer those hurricane force winds, close to tropical storm force winds, which would be around 39, but you get the idea, pretty close to that number. And then we go into the afternoon, more like the 20s. Tomorrow night, more like the 20s as well. And it's still going to be a very windy day for us in South Florida as we just kind of wait very patiently for all that water that was piling up to finally come down. Till then, flood watch in effect through Monday evening. That's the very latest from the 7 Weather Center.
All right, Brent, thank you so much. A couple things we'd like to pass along to everybody as we head into the 7 o'clock hour. And Lynn and Jeff may have gone over this earlier. In Miami-Dade County, they have now gone ahead and implemented a curfew which started at 7 o'clock in the evening and extends to 7 o'clock in the morning. There had been some in the other municipalities, but now countywide it is in place too. And I think you have the list of the remainder of them. I don't have the complete list
If I recall,
here,
Miami Beach is 8 p.m. until 7 a.m., and that is also tomorrow. I also, if I recall correctly, Miami Gardens had also established a curfew, 7 p.m. to 7 a.m., and Broward County was also under that
from 4 p.m. on
curfew from 4 o'clock in the afternoon on as well. Brandon Beyer is in Fort Lauderdale Beach. Maybe he can tell us and show us what he has, and maybe he can give us a little more info on this curfew situation, if you know. Brandon?
Well, we got some curfew breakers. People are out taking a look and driving their cars around. Just like you talked about, Brent, maybe got that cabin fever and hard to resist that urge to get behind your wheel and drive up and down these roads and see what's left. Here's what they're rolling up on Fort Lauderdale Beach. Look at all that sand. Wow. That is, you're looking south on A1A. Obviously, the beach is on the east. That's a median. That's usually, a beautiful median with flowers and plants and the palm trees, of course. Nice little green space. Now it's a beach. You just drop your towel right there if the beach is too crowded, but they'll get all that cleaned up. It's just sand that's blown in, obviously, with these incredible winds that we've been experiencing over the past 48 hours. The surf is still a mess. That's as dangerous as can be. There's not going to be any swimming until all that settles and goes back to the normal blue, gorgeous ocean that we're so used to. And then we've seen some down limbs. I saw on one of the condos some of the brick had been ripped away, but I'm not seeing significant damage on Fort Lauderdale Beach. I didn't see any windows that were busted out or roofs that had been, exposing the inside of a home. So that's the good news, is these people do make their way back, and hopefully you'll wait until it's safe to do so. But I think we're all going to be pleasantly surprised. I do have a couple of videos I want to show you first, and I'll describe them for folks who are cuddled around their radio listening to our broadcast this evening. Yeah, first of all, here's what caused all this. Look at this wind and this rain. That's what we've been dealing with, all of us here in South Florida, since we woke up this morning, since midnight last night. And in some cases, probably still getting some rain. We're feeling a little bit of wind right now from one of those last bands as it scoots the heck out of here. But I imagine some folks still have a little bit of rain as well. And here's what it leaves behind. We talked about it, some of those broken branches, tree branches. As you do make your way out, a lot of people are going to come across this, especially if it's been a long time since we've had a storm. So trees have grown, they've matured, the branches are big and tall and lush and beautiful, and that's tough when it's 100-mile-per-hour gusts. That's definitely going to take some trees, but anyone would rather lose a tree than deal with some significant damage. So hey, obey the curfew. Listen to Brent. You're seeing these right now. These gusts are still out here. So I know it's tempting, and we're almost there. We're so close. Just bear with it a little bit longer. Just don't get this far and wind up getting hurt, at the last second. Guys.
Oh, God.
All right, Brandon.
Gracious.
Yeah, wow.
We can't give Brandon a break. Every time he starts a live shot, it's pretty calm, and then the moment he starts talking, boom. There's a band of rain and wind that gets him.
Here it comes, yeah.
But on the upside for Brandon...
I'm bad luck.
No, hardly. On the upside for Brandon, we'll keep you around for a couple minutes, though, Brandon. For he and everybody else up there, or for him and everybody else up there, this is the tail end of it. It's working its way out as the storm moves north up the coast on the west side of Florida. Miami-Dade is already considerably better, even though I poked my head out for a minute just through the window. It looked kind of windy, but it's nothing compared to what it was a few hours ago. Same situation for our friend Brandon on Fort Lauderdale Beach. Now, Brandon, I asked you this yesterday, and I guess it'd be hard to answer now that it's been light and you've been out there for a good part of the day. How's the beach looking? How'd that fare with this encounter with Irma? The sand.
It's rough. Yeah, I remember you asked yesterday, and I was optimistic. I thought it might fare better than it ended up looking today, because the waves were so much bigger today. They just crushing ashore for hours and hours and hours, and in many cases made it all the way to the seawall. A lot of the beach is on the street. Show them again, Steve. Just how much sand made it up into the streets. Again, you're looking south on A1A, and it goes deep. There's a lot of sand on the beach. It's gonna be a massive cleanup effort as far as that goes, and it's gonna be a while before we get the width of the beach back the way that we like it, and we're enjoying it. But I'll take it. I really thought it'd fare a little better, but I think I was deceived yesterday, thinking, okay, winds and rain, and there's some surf, but today's surf blew us out of the water. It was just too much. So there's going to be some erosion, I think, all up and down the East Coast.
A lot of people were deceived yesterday, Brandon, waiting and wondering, where's Irma? And I think it had a lot to do with we had so much time to prepare and everything that then it was a lot of hurry up and wait. And I think those people that were asking, where's Irma? They found her today.
Yeah, she found us, yeah. She found us all, right?
No doubt.
She came.
Brandon, thanks so much. Brandon Beyer in Fort Lauderdale Beach. We appreciate that. We'll be checking with you again soon.
Really quick before we start showing you what the reporters out there have been gathering, all the video that they've gotten as they've been all over Dade and Broward, we want to let the kids and parents know that Miami-Dade County and Broward County schools, you're in a holding pattern.
Yeah.
No school for a minute till school officials can figure out when they can reopen. They have to check all those structures and make sure the integrity of those buildings is good. And because a lot of those buildings are shelters as we speak, so they got to get that worked out, and then they'll figure out when school can start again. And this also applies to all the schools with the Archdiocese, elementary, high school, no school for Dade, Broward, Palm Beach, Monday or Tuesday if you are in a Catholic school. Public school, Miami-Dade and Broward, we'll let you know. For right now, just relax.
I did say where Superintendent Carvalho said he thought it might be where they would close the week and then reopen Monday the 18th. That's his thinking. Now he thought on the optimistic side, maybe Thursday, Friday, but he went on to say, honestly, it might be a full week before we're able to open schools again. So the kids may get a week, a break.
But remember, before
Right.
you start cheering, you get an extra week now. You pay it on the back end.
That's right. Got to make it up at some point.
In June, so...
Oh, one other thing, too. I did see University of Miami, and I apologize, I don't have... I need to look up for the other universities in the area, but UM, similarly, they have announced they will reopen Monday the 18th, so there will be no classes at the Gables or Marine campus for University of Miami for the entire week coming up.
Yeah, there's a lot of cleanup to do. A lot of cleanup to do.
And assessment, too, like you said, just to
Yeah.
make sure. We're largely looking at a lot of tree damage and things like that so far. Some minor structural stuff at this point
Maybe
that we know
leaky
of.
roofs.
But they got to go through and everything and make sure first. So.
And even unrelated to the actual school buildings themselves, the roads to get to school, if there's big trees down, if there's any obstruction, a down power line on the route, on school bus routes, or anything else, no one's going to be able to get to those schools for a minute.
One thing I meant to share, and this will come as good news, or just, I think it'll, especially people with long memories from Andrew and just how long it took to get everything organized to begin the recovery, this will make you feel a little bit better. I did see from the county that road clearing crews in Miami-Dade County are to report to their designated work sites at 5 o'clock in the morning tomorrow. They will be exempted from the curfew, which is in place for 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. in Miami-Dade. These are the folks with the Department of Transportation and Public Works. Exempted from the curfew, they are to report to work at their designated sites at 5 a.m. to begin the process of clearing roads of debris and so on. So the work is set to begin.
And quite a bit of work that there is. We've got crews fanned out all across South Florida, a network of reporters covering Hurricane Irma for you. And this is some of what they've seen during their travels.
Just south of Fort Lauderdale International Airport off of Griffin Road, we are outside of the Sundance Marina storage. And I want you to take a look at this. Sections of this roof have peeled off. Now, there was a tornado warning sometime between 7:45 and 8 o'clock for this area. I'm not a boater. I don't know how these boats are actually stored, but it looks like to me some of them have been pushed out. A couple of them partially dangling, not all of them, the entire boat, but partially dangling. But this is some of the damage that we have seen. And I want to implore you about something else. We drove down 95, and you see all this foliage here? This has come onto the highway. And the danger to me is this. It would be like in a NASCAR race hitting an oil slick. You are going to slide. And people will say, why are you out there? Because we need to show you this. We need to show you how dangerous it is. So I implore you not to go out, because this is not a safe situation right now. Off of I-95 at Griffin Road, I'm Mike DePasquale, 7 News.
Here in Pompano Beach, conditions continue to worsen. We're just off of US 1. This tree has come down here, and people are taking cover. They have left their homes, but they're taking cover in their cars. We're here with one woman. What's your name, ma'am?
Margaret.
Margaret, what are you doing in your car?
The window was broken out. Someone must have shattered it.
This window here, she says, was broken out. Are you afraid? Is there anywhere where you can go?
No, I'm not afraid. afraid, not at all.
You're not afraid?
Yeah.
So you're going to stay here throughout the duration of the storm?
There was 3 gentlemen here with me last night that we stayed together in the car.
So Margaret is insisting that she's going to stay in her car here through the duration of the storm. As you can see, the wind gusts are coming through. It dies down, and then we get whacked again. Irma is not giving up. She continues to punch South Florida, giving us these bands, these winds, these strong rain bands, and we'll continue to stay out here and bring you pictures as soon as we can. Reporting in Pompano Beach, Vanessa Medina, 7 News.
We are still here at Dinner Key Marina in Coconut Grove, but we've moved next to the Miami City Hall, and take a look behind me. The mess you see there, that catamaran taking an absolute beating. You see it there, taking in water, surrounded by debris. I mean, these conditions are unbelievable. Something out of a movie. I've certainly never seen anything like it. Now let's check out that sailboat. We watched as that sailboat floated this way and began to sink, and just look at that disaster. There is some owner who lost that sailboat, and I just want to point your attention to just the massive waves. This is what forecasters were talking about. We heard about what a beast this hurricane was, and you know, although it didn't come this way, its hurricane force winds certainly did. These winds are fierce. The rain is heavy. It's been smacking us. It almost feels like hail. It's been so strong. I wouldn't say it's been pouring. However, other parts of the marina, so you can see every now and then you just get smacked with some wind, but other parts of the marina are completely underwater. We're not even sure how we are going to get out of here. People have been tweeting at me, asking me if I can go to certain piers, for example, Pier 7, to see if their boat is still there. And I'm sad to say I can't, because if we go over there, we can't drive over there. I mean, everything's just absolutely underwater. There are several other boats, I mean, dozens of other boats here. They've been rocking back and forth. They're okay. But it is this corner, folks, that is just unbelievable to see. It's something out of a movie. And I also, lastly, outside of the City Hall, I want to point your direction to see, I mean, it's a heartbreaking view, the American flag just torn from these fierce winds that we're just being smacked with. And it also shows, you know, what it means when you're higher up. The other two flags, they got a little bit of a beating, but they're okay. But that American flag, since it's high up there, it is just torn apart. That is the very latest from Coconut Grove. Lorena Estrada, I'll send it back to you.
And a live look at North Bay Village as we come in just not too long from now. The sun will set. It'll be dark, and of course it's going to be a tough evening for those who are home, who did not have to evacuate and are without power, because there are a lot of people in South Florida, in Miami-Dade County and Broward County, who don't have power. But on the upside, the winds are not as ferocious as they had been, and it's beginning to dry out. Phil showed us a little earlier while he was here where some of the drier air from the west was beginning to move on in. So that's an encouraging sign. Hope for an encouraging sign here in Brickell, too, at some point.
It looks like the water there that looked like a river that was flowing through Brickell, like mid-afternoon, midday. It's beginning to recede, maybe a little bit. Maybe I'm being optimistic. You know me, I'm the eternal optimist.
Standing on the northbound side of Brickell, looking south, and it's not far from the old Capitol Bank building. I always forget the names of the new buildings now, but there's still a lot of water on the avenue, and that's, you know, the river is right there, the bay is right there, and this is what happens when you get a strong storm pushing it forward.
If you live on Brickell, I wouldn't anticipate being home tomorrow.
Well, you know, it's interesting. I talked to some folks who are in high-rises who are there, and some have power, but
that's the good news.
That's the good news.
The bad news is you're not going anywhere unless you've got a kayak to get there.
Exactly. So we're going to wait and see. I mean, Phil seemed to think that would begin to recede over the next several hours.
And when the sun comes back, too, that'll help dry some of that water out. So anyway, Jeff Lennox has some information for us. He's over at the news desk with all kinds of tidbits and video and pictures and whatnot. Jeff?
Yeah, guys, and we have some video from Brickell, so we'll get to that in just a moment. Going to cycle through. Okay, we're going to start off with, I believe this is Homestead. Some flooding video out of Homestead for people that are watching right now. If you're listening on the radio, I'll do my best to describe it. It looks like, again, water moved in from some other body of water. It's right up to the edge of a patio and a home in Homestead. Looks to be maybe a garage off there in the distance. You can again see, at least at this point in the video, the winds were whipping pretty good. Somebody walking through that water now. Looks to be about a foot deep at this home, this location in Homestead. Again, this new video coming into the Plex just a short while ago. Now I have two pieces of video out of the Brickell area. We just looked at that live shot a few moments ago, and this was from earlier today when it was more of a rough scene down in the Brickell area. This shot from a high-rise down in Brickell in the city of Miami, and you can see again what looks to be white caps right there in that water that is just completely engulfed. Well, actually, that might be the bay, and then on the edge right there, that's a high-rise, that water coming over. This is a second piece of video right here. Again, that water in Biscayne Bay, pretty rough, coming up close to those stairs right there. A high-rise, possibly a bank building there in the Brickell area. And one more piece of video. This is a bridge in North Miami. This is Northeast 171st Street and 15th Avenue, North Miami Beach, I should say. And you can see that stress crack right there. Unsure if it was because of the wind that caused this, possibly a piece of debris. We just don't know. But again, this gives you a good idea of what's going to be happening or what we'll be looking for in the days to come. Crews will be going throughout the region, checking out bridges and roads to make sure that they are safe to travel around on. And we'll be watching it as well as we get new video. We will bring it to you. Back to you guys in the Plex.
Okay, Jeff, thank you for those updates.
We've talked about the propensity of folks. You get a little cabin fever. You've been holed up for a few days, and we've had Irma on the mind for better part of a week. So you can't blame folks for wanting to get out, and so they don't go out of their mind. Problem is, authorities don't want anybody to go out just yet.
Andrew Scheinthal ran into some of those folks.
We're now in the final stretch of Irma, but you can see a lot of people have already decided to come on out. There's a number of people who are on the roadways. We went through a quiet time for maybe about an hour and a half to 2 hours or so, and I think people felt comfortable to come outside. But then, you get rain and wind like this coming back out. So conditions still are not safe for people to be heading out on the roadways. A lot of people saying they just want to come out and get a good look at all the damage and whatnot. But there's still plenty of debris. Now, where we are on US 1, there's not too much. You have some of the paw fronds that have been moved off to the side of the road, but take a look over there. You'll see in the middle of the road, that tree and that median snapped, and it's sitting in the street. Only one of the lanes over there is passable. And not only that, but if you come back in this direction, you'll see that the intersection, the lights aren't working, and that is at nearly every single intersection we have seen here on US 1 in South Miami-Dade. So conditions are still not safe out here, but a number of people taking it upon themselves because they want to come outside. They've had cabin fever for quite some time. They have shutters on their homes. They haven't seen any type of daylight for quite a while. So they want to come out. They want to get a good look at everything that's taken place, or maybe even just try to go find gas or food, or if there's anything that's possibly open. But there's still debris. I mean, look right here. You have the stop sign down and the sign. You have the strong gust of wind. The rain still coming down. So certainly, be smart. Wait for this to go through. It's probably not safe to come out until tomorrow, when we know we're certainly in the clear with everything Irma related. But again, road conditions out here still are dangerous. And here's the thing, we still do not see first responders. So first responders are still not, driving out here. Police officers, Florida Power and Light, firemen, ambulances, we have not seen any of that. So even though we go through these quiet periods, weather picks up like this. So you certainly want to give it some time, wait till tomorrow before you head outdoors.
Definitely don't want to be doing that.
No. As much as you want to get out, it's getting dark. I mean, sunset is about now, so you can't see if there's standing water, whether there are live wires or anything else floating around in there. I was actually talking to a buddy of mine in Brickell who wanted to go home. It's like he was staying at a friend's house. He thinks he can walk home. I said, have you looked at what Brickell Avenue looks like right now?
Yeah. Again, does he have a kayak or a canoe?
Think twice about walking the avenue in the dark, not knowing what's in the water.
And we always talk about this.
Yeah.
Most of the injuries and deaths in these storms occur before and after.
Yeah.
Not necessarily during. It's when people get, either they're in a hurry to prepare, put up shutters, fall off ladders, etc. Or at the end, they get impatient and want to do things, you know, like walk down Brickell Avenue when it's flooded to your knees and you don't know what's in that water. Not to mention it's unsanitary, you know, there's bacteria, all kinds of stuff in there.
I mean, if at all possible, now that the storm has largely cleared our area, or it clears more and more by the minute, wherever you've been, tough it out for one more night, maybe get a good night's sleep without the anxiety of the storm, the storm, and then start fresh tomorrow after the curfew has been lifted for the day, and then go about your business. But it's just, I get the feeling you want to do it tonight, but
you know, and think about it, a lot of people have been locked up in their homes with shutters. They're hearing all kinds of stuff happen outside. It's hot. There's no air conditioning for a lot of you because we've lost power. And the minute that you want to, you know, you want to see, is there a tree down? Did one fall on my car? What, you know, how much repair do I need to do? What's it look like outside on my property, you know? And you try to open that shutter and get out there, and that's when the problems occur. And don't do it just yet.
Home stretch, another few hours, and we'll see.
Just have another snack.
Please.
If you've got any left at this point. I think you have some info.
No, I think we're going to check in at the news desk. That's our clearinghouse where we get we'll go there in a second, where we try to assemble all the information. Ordinarily, we'd say check the crawl on the bottom of the screen, but we realize a lot of you, if not most, are listening to us on the radio.
Yeah.
So that crawl isn't going to do you much good. Neither is the website. So what we try to do on occasion is to go over to, we call it the news desk. You see it on 7 News broadcasts all the time, and that's generally where we bring you breaking news and information. And in this situation, it's kind of an information hub, where if we learn about anything being closed or opened, or things like curfews or anything like that, that's what that venue is meant to be for you at home. So when you see someone standing at the news desk, or you hear someone being introduced as being at the news desk, that means they have some new information that you might need to know about a closing, an opening, a boil water order, anything of that nature. So just as soon as we have that together, we'll
but
head
in the
back
meantime,
there.
do you want to go over some curfews that people should know about?
In Miami-Dade County, that was implemented today. The mayor's office put that out 7 p.m. to 7 a.m., so that's already in effect for Miami-Dade County. City of Miami Beach, 8 p.m. to 7 a.m., so that's about to start. City of Miami, 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. North Miami Beach, I believe, for some reason, the back of my head, and I need to check this might have changed, but my notes still have it as 8 p.m. to 8 a.m.
8 p.m.
Key Biscayne, 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. North Miami, 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. Here in North Bay Village, 8 p.m. to 7 a.m. City of Homestead, 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. North Miami Beach, they extended it. Sorry, that's what it was. It's 8 a.m. to 7. To 8 a.m. City of North Miami Beach, it's 8 a.m. to 8. Try that again. 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. You can tell I'm getting sleep deprived. 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. City of North Miami Beach. It had been 7 a.m.
One more that's in the mail here that's not on your list because they added it earlier today. Aventura, noon today, so this one's been underway for a while, until noon Monday. And all of Broward County until 10 a.m. Monday. And if you're in Coral Gables, in one of the evacuation zones, 7 o'clock this evening until 7 a.m. Monday. And there was one more, if I can find it really quick, Miami Gardens. Do you have that one?
Oh, yeah, that's right. Let me see.
Miami Gardens, if I recall correctly, I believe that was 7 p.m., so that's already underway as well. If it's not 7 p.m., it's 8 p.m. until tomorrow morning, but that one went out a little bit ago in Miami Gardens. So if you're in Miami Gardens, stay inside. If the curfew hasn't started yet, it's gonna soon. So just stay where you are because the weather's still kind of bad out there.
I got it here.
You got it? Okay, great.
Let's see if we can find the City of Miami Gardens. Their curfew, 7 p.m., so it's underway
There you go.
until 7 a.m., and that starts today, and that's until further notice in the City of Miami Gardens.
Okay, we've got some information now from Robin Simmons, who's at the news desk. Robin?
We are starting to see some more of the damage that Hurricane Irma left, and we are talking about two of our area's smaller airports. We are starting first in Pembroke Pines. One airplane flipped over. This is at North Perry Airport. You can see our crew was driving by and saw the scene there. A couple of the airplanes rocking in the wind for those of you who can't see us, and one plane completely flipped onto its top. No damage to the wings, but of the several planes that we see there blowing in the wind, those strong winds, one is flipped over. Then we head over to Miami Executive Airport in Southwest Dade and take a look at this. The wings ripped off the plane. There is one wing lying on the ground. We're shooting this through the fence. You can see the body of the plane on its side. The rain was still falling when this video was taken, but both wings just ripped clean off. We can see one of the wings lying there on the ground. So again, we are just starting to see the scope of the damage after Hurricane Irma, some damage at those smaller airports, and as the conditions clear up, we will definitely be able to take a closer look at more of the damage across South Florida. For now, reporting live at the news desk, Robin Simmons, 7 News.
Okay, Robin, thanks a lot. We have an opportunity now to head north, where the storm is also going to leave its mark.
It's albeit weaker, but it's still a rainmaker, and it can provide some strong gusts of wind. Natasha Chen is there for us in Tampa with how the Bay Area has been preparing for Irma's arrival. Natasha?
Jeff and Lynn, we just heard from the Tampa fire chief, who is looking at this Hillsborough River behind us, seeing how much the water has receded, and that is a red flag because that means it's stacking up out there and will be coming back with a vengeance later tonight. And it's also getting harder and harder to see behind us. There's a lot more rain coming through, and we are monitoring the situation as we hear there's a tornado warning near the Orlando airport, and also watching these construction cranes behind us because we know what's happened there in Miami.
People heeding the warnings there, Natasha?
Yeah, currently Tampa is under a curfew, and we do not see the people strolling about the riverbank like we did earlier this afternoon. There were even people jet skiing out here, taking their chances before things got a little worse. So it sounds like people are staying inside where they are. That's at least what officials want people to do. It is too late to go outside looking for a shelter. They're saying that if you are not in a shelter by this point, you really should just stay where you are and hunker down inside. The people that I spoke to earlier today said they felt comfortable staying where they are because they happen to live in high-rise condominiums, so they felt that they would be high enough above that surge and would hang on and see how this goes with the winds.
Well, they might want to check with some of the folks who live in our high-rise district down here about how that's working out for them. But Natasha, Tampa Bay, much like Southwest Florida or Collier County, Lee County, is prone, a lot more so on your coast than this coast, to that storm surge. What's the level of concern among officials about the potential surge the Bay Area is facing?
I heard the fire chief say that even if the surge was just 3 feet, it would still be a serious problem because so much of the development and infrastructure is at very low elevation at water level. So even if the surge were not terribly high with a Category 2, they're still concerned at how much that is likely to flood businesses. Even Tampa General Hospital, just a mile down the way from us, there is a bridge over there that is quite low that they're worried about. So while we're expecting several feet, even just a little bit is enough to create a huge problem.
All right, Natasha Chen reporting for us from Tampa, from the Bay Area, where Irma's headed there next.
And then we'll bring in meteorologist Brent Cameron into the conversation. And then from there, this thing, when does it stop being Irma? And then, or I guess it's always Irma, but at some point it leaves Florida finally, and then dumps a lot of rain on the south.
It stops being scary Irma, right?
It just becomes the rainmaker that's going to bother Georgia and neighboring states.
Well, you're exactly right. I mean, this is basically had an assault on the entire state, and it continues, although we continue to start seeing it move away from southeast Florida and away from the Keys as we track Irma. By the way, just checking, we are about now Miami in relation to the hurricane, about 100 miles removed from the center, and we'll continue to see it move farther away And while conditions may improve for the Keys in southeast Florida, remember, we will show you that path in just a moment into central and northern parts of the state. Here's the very latest. 110-mile-per-hour winds. It's been a very destructive system. We all know that. Really lashing out much of the state, moving north. Now at 14 miles per hour, not far from Fort Myers, as it continues to move northward. But look at the size of the system, stretching all the way from the Gulf of Mexico across the Florida Peninsula, way back here, still toward the northwestern Bahamas. And as we've mentioned so many times these last couple of days, the width of this system has been basically verging from anywhere from 350 to 400 miles. So the impacts far removed from the, from the eye, and then also, of course, from that cone that we often look at. Now, we're still going to have to tangle with what's left from the system, even as it departs. And here's the next concern. We started to see last night that water rise with the cycle of the high tide. That was around midnight last night. It's around midnight tonight. And around midday during the day today, we saw the effects of that as well. It kind of coincided also with the closer proximity to the hurricane into southeast Florida. Here is what we're going to watch as some of these coastal locations, all of these locations continue to watch. The high tide come in, the waters continue to rise just after midnight, and for the Keys a little bit after that, about 1:30 in the morning. There's a look at the radar. You can clearly find where we have been watching and tracking Irma right there. We'll get a closer vantage point in just a moment. By the way, it seems like days ago, but it was just this morning at 9:10. We saw the first U.S. landfall with the hurricane in Cudjoe Key. Then we saw a second landfall this afternoon. That was just after 3:30 in the morning. That was not far from Naples. Marco Island was the exact location with wind speeds just above 130 miles per hour. On the radar, well, I'll show you these still existing bands in just a moment. Let's begin with the actual center of the hurricane. Starting to leave that eye, the areas near Bonita Springs and Naples, so the strongest winds should tend to subside just a little bit. It's going to take some time for southwest Florida, just as it's taking some time for the rest of us to watch the changes. And during the day today, we were really pummeled by those areas of rain. We had the surge, we had the rainfall effects of it, we had the flooding conditions, a little bit of everything, even the threat of tornadoes. And right now, the majority of Miami-Dade County, there you go, we're seeing mostly dry conditions. There are a couple rain bands, one just along US 1, southern Miami-Dade. That could move up toward coastal Miami, around the downtown area very quickly in the next 20, 30 minutes or so, or even before at the speed of some of these. And by the way, some much deserved and needed drier time in Broward County with just a few fast moving light bands of rain. Here is the official forecast track. So this is what Craig was asking about. Category 2 hurricane right now, high end 2. It moves away from southwest Florida and then toward the Tampa area, the next heavily populated area that will be concerned with the effects of the hurricane. That'll be just after midnight tonight, maybe around 2, 3 in the morning, as it continues to lift up around the Big Bend area and then finally maybe weakening to tropical storm status, still be known as Irma, and then move across that state line where it's likely to still hold together as a tropical storm somewhere south and west of Atlanta based on this forecast track. Until then, this is the other thing I want to show you before we take a little bit of a break, and that is where we find these wind gusts going into the rest of tonight. They're still significant, and that's why we urge you to stay indoors because of the effects of the ongoing winds. That will continue to be around hurricane force. 71 Miami and Fort Lauderdale. Those are the projected wind gusts later on this evening. After midnight tonight, more like 40, 50. And then by daybreak tomorrow along the southeast coast, wind speeds, gusts, I should say, in the 30s, but still near tropical storm strength. Tomorrow, well, on your Monday, still looking at a very windy day. Still, as the system, the hurricane moves farther away from us, it's just going to take a little bit of time, a whole lot of patience. We have been having that the last couple of days, and then gradual improvement as the work week continues. Now back to Belkis Craig.
Brent, I got a question. Well, actually, I'm going through my social media, deleting anybody I know named Irma because I just don't want to see it at all.
I don't blame you.
Kidding. I'm trying to count, and this storm has set so many records for so many things, but here's what I'm wondering about: the number of times it made landfall. The Caribbean. I'm trying to, and tell me if I'm getting this. Yep. The Caribbean, Cudjoe Key, Marco Island, Naples, yep. Because it would go over water, after Cudjoe over water. Cuba. Caribbean, Cuba, Cudjoe, Marco, Naples, and then...
And I could even add on to that, because you'll remember, Craig, the system originally moved into the Leeward Islands, directly impacting St. Martin, and the eye of the Irma moved right over the island of Barbuda.
Yeah.
So that would technically be the first landfall, because the system originated way out there. So yeah, St. Martin affected, as well as Barbuda would be the first ones, island impacts,
Is that some sort of record to have that number? Because landfall is where the core, the center goes over. Yeah. But that's got to be some sort of record, no? Yeah.
Well, we'd have to check on that.
Okay.
But we often do find that these hurricanes do, in fact, impact a lot of different places. And we were kind of looking earlier today at more or less the U.S. Landfalls. And you can even go back to some well-known names like, dare I say, Wilma, which may, of course, be the last time a lot of you remember such conditions like we had these last couple of days. Wilma making a couple different local impacts, and then even before that, Katrina moving, of course, from South Florida toward New Orleans.
That kind of piggybacks my next question for you, Brent. I mean, you've been looking at these systems since you first got here in, 1999?
Yeah.
You know how I remember all these dates.
He's a newsroom almanac, Craig Stevens.
When you got here in 1999, what stands out for you as a meteorologist, a forecaster, relative to all of the other tropical systems that you have studied and forecast for us over all these years?
Well, the two that I remember that caused the most evacuations, how many of us still remember, we don't have a graphic to represent this on here, but let's just go ahead and look at the South Florida here. Do you remember Floyd back in 1999? Big evacuation, hurricane there, big concern. That one did a big curve, similar to what we saw last year with Matthew, same kind of thing. We avoided the real direct effects of Hurricane Matthew last year. Those were among the two bigger scares that we've had, of course. Then Wilma being one of those that did pan out, unfortunately, to bring about those Cat 2, Cat 3 winds into South Florida. And then with Irma here, we have definitely had a mix. This is how I would answer that question. This is the first hurricane impact that I can remember in the last decade plus, 10, 15, 20 years, in which we have had almost an equal mix of effects. Some of these systems, they all kind of have their unique characteristics. And as we have a flood watch, it's kind of apropos. This one was a big rainmaker, brought up to 9 inches of rain. Of course, that big storm surge. So it was kind of an equal mix of water and wind at the same time. And those concerns, of course, that you always see with the tornadoes. So rain, wind, waves, we had it all with this one.
All right, Brent, thanks so much. And yeah, I guess I'm sure everybody would agree when we have these storms that have that mix, we don't like the mix of all of them together. But thanks, Brent, very much for giving us some historical context in all the years you've been looking at tropical systems here. Thank you.
Nicole Ensalada is in Naples, and she's going to tell us what's happening there. How's it looking, Nicole?
Well, we moved a little bit further toward the Gulf from where we were earlier. We're still near Fifth Avenue. We're just about, we're not even really off Fifth Avenue here. But you can see, you may be able to see real quick, there's a car that's turning around there. All this wind, all this water coming from the Gulf. The Gulf is one block in that direction where you see the car coming from, turning around. I guess they thought better of it. So the Gulf is where you see my photographer Brad Freakin is shooting. That's the Gulf of Mexico, about a block ahead. That's where all this water is coming from. You can clearly see the wind pattern just pushing this water here. This is a residential area right at the end of 5th Avenue. It is not very deep right now, and there are some parts that have no water at all. So, you know, hopefully things won't get much worse than this. This is not that bad. But as you can see, the wind is blowing, pushing all this water in this direction into this residential area. Right now, we are surrounded here by large, you know, beautiful homes. They're at the end of 5th Avenue, for anyone who's familiar with this area, between a commercial area of stores and restaurants and bars, places like that, and the Gulf of Mexico. The storm surge is what the folks in this area we're concerned with. We are hearing some of the local meteorologists are saying they're not expecting that catastrophic 15 feet above ground that could have happened. They say they don't think there is the power for that. But still, if this water keeps on coming, if this is your house and you're getting water inside, you know, that is pretty bad. And this is clearly not the only neighborhood in this region, you know, that is this close to the Gulf of Mexico. So we will just have to wait and see how these winds, if they keep on pushing the water in this direction, just how deep it's going to get. Belkis, Craig?
Nicole, interesting. You see the cars that you showed us, they get to a certain point and then they back up. And I have to wonder if that has anything to do a little bit, perhaps, with Hurricane Harvey. How many of those rescues did we not see people thinking because they're in trucks and whatnot, they'd go through, unbeknownst to them, they're driving into a canal or something, and then the next thing they know, their car is sort of floating away. You know, those images are still, I think, really vivid in everyone's minds.
Absolutely. And you know what? I can tell you just from experience and being on these streets in the past that it's, you know, this is not, let me make sure I'm not going to fall over any kind of debris here. These aren't hilly areas or anything like that. But still, even if you are familiar with an area, you don't know exactly what you might be running into. We did a story a few months ago, I don't know if you remember, out in Plantation Acres, where we had water to our waists just from a rainstorm. And there was a small ditch that led to a canal. And you could have easily driven into that. And that was just a regular rainstorm. So, you know, that's always a concern anywhere, whenever you have any kind of water where you just can't see the road. Not only that, you don't know what you might be running into, even if the water is not that deep. So if you can't see the roadway, that's when it gets dangerous. I know it's dark, it's a little difficult to see because it is so rainy out here, but this home, or this section of homes, looks like the water is getting a lot closer than maybe some others, at least up to the garage and to some, it looks like there's a door right here, a gate that leads to the door. So it looks like the water, and actually, as I'm walking to it, it is getting deeper. It's getting exponentially deeper, actually.
Nicole, what are those people doing out there in the first place? I mean, why are people driving anyway?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm wondering if some of those folks were people who were checking on their homes, because we were here, we've just been here a few minutes, and we've seen maybe 3-4 cars do exactly what that car did. Went just maybe a quarter block, turn around, go and leave. Not even roll down their window, not do anything. I actually saw a couple out walking briefly, and they walked, and then they came to where the water started to get deep, and then they stopped smartly. I'm going to try to see if I can make my way through here. I'm not wearing my waders, but that's okay. So yeah, I can see here that this is like a brick driveway right here. So with the front door, they've got some sandbags right here. So hopefully that's going to help them somewhat. But I don't know if this keeps going the way it's going. It may not help very much. These folks also look like they may have a tree I saw on the other side of the house that looks like it might be ready to go as well. But the big problem, it seems now, is just this constant wind. This constant wind that is pushing all of this water in this direction. This one direction, toward these homes, toward these homes, toward these homes.
That makes sense.
And that's going to be the problem, is it's just like a current. It's just a current right toward the houses.
Yeah, and it makes sense, Nicole, that those cars that you're seeing might be people that just want to check on their homes, and then they realize it's too dangerous to do so, and then they back up and turn around.
Another one.
Yeah.
Certainly
Yeah,
hope
there's
that,
a pickup truck that just went by.
certainly hope that, as Nicole indicates, that the local forecasters there think that the surge forecast might not be as extreme or as dire as they initially predicted, because they could sure use a break. They got the brunt of the storm, the core, the eye, the rain, and the possibility of a really bad storm surge. So I hope that their guesstimations come to pass and the surge isn't as bad as they thought. Nicole, thanks so much. We'll see you real soon, so don't go far.
Let's head back home. Rosh Lowe is out back behind our North Bay Village studios with, it sounds like there's a lot of wind out there right now. Rosh?
There is a lot of wind, but this is a contrast to earlier today, because you see the seawall there? You can actually see the seawall now, which is a huge difference from just a couple of hours ago. In fact, we're just stopping here for a few moments. In our ride up here, we were able to see that some streets that were heavily flooded hours ago, that flooding has receded by about 50%. So things are definitely getting better. And then you turn your attention to tomorrow. And what will tomorrow bring? Well, I'm sure people will look at the beaches. We were on the beach yesterday. They'll look to see about beach erosion. There'll be a lot of issues with people not having power. What about all the bottled water? Questions like when these supermarkets will open again. So still, this hurricane will hang around in a sense, even though the weather won't hang around. The after effects will hang around. People trying to get gasoline for their generators and things like that. So while the storm didn't impact us in a major way, it is going to hang around here. It's not like we wake up tomorrow morning and go back to, regular life. Most of us wake up with no power, and if we have to get essential items like bottled water, which, by the way, was in huge demand, if you remember. When I was at a Home Depot, they ran out. Publix, my local Publix I went to, everyone was there trying to get it. So there's going to be a lot of stuff done tomorrow when you wake up, even though the storm is gone. And it's so interesting how a couple of hours can really change things. In all those images, even when I was in downtown Miami today, the streets were the storm surge at high tide and heavily flooded. But slowly they receded, and slowly, too, we have to get back to our lives. But it's not going to be a one-day process. FP&L has more than 1 million people that they have to deal with to get power back to. That's a large number. So don't expect to get power back in a day. In fact, I believe they said before the storm arrived that it may take weeks and not days. So it's going to be a couple of weeks of getting used to, where Hurricane Irma's impacts is not going to be a one-day ordeal. It's going to be more than that, just in a different way. Craig and Belkis.
Rosh, Craig and I were talking about this the other day. Remember, was it post-Wilma?
Yes.
That they changed the rules with new gas stations that were being built, and supermarkets needed to have generators.
Yes, and we were...
So hopefully that'll help.
Well, it'll be interesting to see, because that was a big issue during Wilma, when people would try to go to these gas stations and they would be out of gas. And you know what? People remember that. Just like they remember Harvey, even though it was a few days prior. They remember Wilma, and that I remember being in that situation and after the storm trying to get gas. And it was the most desperate feeling when you would go to these gas stations and not be able to get that gas. I still remember that. And that's why this time around, everybody was lining up days before to get gas. It'll be interesting to see how everything goes up and running. There's a lot of pieces to this puzzle. There's the power piece. There's people trying to get generators. There's people trying to get, bottled water. There's people trying to get gasoline. So we're going to be seeing a lot of that. And then there's the environmental impacts, not only with the beaches, but also at your home. There may be some people dealing with insurance for the first time. And how does that work when they get back to their home? I haven't even seen my own home yet, so I don't even know. So there are going to be people that are going to have to deal with these issues for quite some time. And it just really speaks to the magnitude of the storm, where it wasn't, and I keep saying this, it wasn't a direct hit. And I say that because there were so many days leading up to it where people were saying Category 5 into Miami, Category 5 into Miami. And that really got into everybody's psyche. And I think when that cone shifted, people said, okay, it'll be a one-day affair like Matthew last year. Do you remember that? That was also a large storm. It veered off the coast. People were able to get back to their lives the next day. They didn't lose power. Different situation here. Most people are without power. Most people are going to have to wake up on a Monday morning. It will certainly not be a regular work week. No school for the kids, both Miami-Dade and Broward, indefinitely. And you're going to have to figure out how to deal without electricity, no air conditioning. So we're going to have to go through that process one more time.
People might get lucky. FPNL does have new technology that they're using to get things back up and running, but some things may just be, infrastructure. It may be a blown transformer, a down power line, that they need.
Rush touches on this, the benefit, not the benefit, well, yeah, the benefits. What we learn from these experiences.
Yeah.
After Andrew, we wouldn't have the strongest building code in the country had we not had Andrew and learned from the mistakes in the industry, the construction industry. After Wilma, we learned that we need gas stations and supermarkets that have generators. We learned from some of these storms that power lines, wherever possible and affordable, should be put underground to safeguard from these mess. So with every one of these...
Maybe this one will be shelters and get the staffing there ahead of time or something like that, because Miami-Dade County did have a couple of glitches. Again, everybody was doing the best they could, but it was just a lot of people that wanted to seek shelter, and they weren't ready.
And I'll go back, and I mention this often because, when you go through the experience, I mean, the example of, for those of you who were here for Andrew, 7 days after that storm had cleared, and I was at EOC in the old EOC headquarters, and Kate Hale, who was the EOC emergency management director at the time, and it was to the effect of send in the cavalry. People are going to die.
That's a soundbite that is in every Andrew story.
And notice now when the governor speaks to the media every day, it's, we have staged this number of supplies, we have utility crews from all over the country. That is a direct result of that learning experience.
Wouldn't be surprised if they've already managed to get over to the east side of the state, and they're working their way down since we're a little more, clear than the west side of the state. But yeah, every storm brings new challenges, and those challenges hopefully will lead to better solutions. So, I mean, we don't want to get great at this for obvious reasons, but it's definitely beneficial for all. So,
fact of life living here.
It sure is. I think that is going to do it for us right now. Craig and I are going to take a break. Lynn Martinez, Jeff Lennox on deck, and we're going to check in with Brent Cameron for the latest on Hurricane Irma.
All right, we do get some new information still coming in hourly as we track Irma. And even though the conditions may tend to lessen to some degree, locally for southeast Florida, as well as the Keys, keep in mind that other parts of our state are also watching the effects of this still very dangerous hurricane get a little bit closer. So I'll show you where those areas are. Right now, wind speeds down from the previous advisory 105. Category 2 hurricane moving north still at a steady speed, and the faster the system moves, as you might expect, the quicker we'll find our conditions actually go to improving here in South Florida. It's going to happen. It's just going to take a little bit of time, definitely some patience as the system continues to twirl in this general area near the Gulf side of the state, and then lifting and spinning around all that moisture and energy as we've seen during the day today. For Miami-Dade, Broward, this is what we're looking at. Everyone's asking, when are conditions going to really improve? Well, let's talk about specifically the wind speeds. Now, we still have, as I'll show you in a few minutes, hurricane force winds. They are still going to be with us throughout this evening, even as the hurricane gets farther away. It's just a real testament to how strong the system is. And then during the day on Monday, tropical storm force winds. Those are those winds in excess of 39 miles per hour that still could once again, will definitely make for another windy day for us, but better than where we've been. Basically, over the next couple of days. We'll watch as conditions improve. Now, the next time we'll find the high tides around the midnight hour for areas, and that's also when we could find quite a water rise that is not welcome because of all the storm surge during the day today. We had those high waves really ramping up, as you've seen lots of pictures throughout the course of this Sunday. It is Sunday, right? We have been watching for several days as the system has once again pounded areas of rain and the nasty weather, very active in our spots. So this is what's still hanging around. Notice, by the way, here, some of those stronger feeder bands have moved offshore, impacting areas in between the southeast coast and the northwest Bahamas. That's where the most activity is, removed from the actual center of Irma, which is now beginning to move just north of Fort Myers. There you see it. There is the eye of Irma, slightly weaker than the last advisory, and that system continues to lift off to the north. Now, we don't want to lose sight of the fact that we still have some active weather going on. You probably hear, in many cases, depending on your location, most likely you notice the effect of the wind speeds, and we're also finding some of these rain bands still scooting off from the southwest to the northeast, keeping areas damp. So some squally weather does continue as we find the rain effects, even though the system is moving farther away. The new forecast cone, the latest one as provided from the Hurricane Center, we'll get that new full advisory at 11 o'clock, has the system moving north to the northwest, and that would put it kind of paralleling the Gulf Coast of the state. We'll see how much it might still continue to interact with land as it's doing right now as a Category 2 system. And then we're going to watch as the system overall, Irma, still Irma, no longer a hurricane forecast by, say, Tuesday morning, tends to wind down just a little bit, not as intense. Still have a flood threat. South Florida under a flood watch that continues until Monday evening. All of Broward, Miami-Dade, as well as the southwest coast. And here's the reason why. We have rainfall reports just updated a few moments ago coming out of northeast Broward, almost 10 inches of rain today. Not far behind in Miramar, Coral Springs, Davie, Tamarack. So we have lots of locations continuing to definitely see the effects of all of that rain as we've seen today. Coming up in a few minutes, we'll update these graphics, which includes the next high tide times just around the midnight hour. And that's when we'll watch once again some more of that unwelcome rain begin to push our way.
Okay, Brent, Jeff Lennox here with Lynn Martinez. We will continue our coverage of Hurricane Irma over the next 2 hours. Brent, I want to ask you one question here.
It's getting ready to leave. Don't go, Brent.
Don't leave just yet. Of course, looking for clarity here in terms of the damage along the upper, middle, and lower keys. And I know right now we can really only surmise as to what has happened here. Yeah. You know, we have a few pictures trickling in, but we don't have the exact picture of what is the damage looks like down in those areas. But I'm reading a tweet here from the Florida Highway Patrol saying that mile marker 75 is underwater, and the choice of words they have here is basically the bay and the ocean have met. The road cannot be seen. Some of the bridges being reported are underwater currently. Do you think that is starting to get better? Is that surge starting to go down for the Keys right now?
That's a great question, Jeff, because we just don't know. And the reason I was reading some reports a few moments ago as well, we have yet to watch the real surveying done in the area of the Keys. Because everybody was so impacted by that rough weather during the day today, and a lot of folks hopefully were able to evacuate. Now there are some people, of course, that did stay weathering out the storm, and now it's just a matter of waiting until there's a good time frame, and that'll be tomorrow, to really get a clear case of what the damage assessment is. But to my knowledge, that just hasn't been done with any kind of thoroughness. It just hasn't been available yet.
That's the big question. How did they fare? Thank you so much, Brent Cameron. Man, we've got a heavy heart thinking about everybody down there. Thank you so much. Let's see how everybody's faring in Hollywood. You know, speaking of fair, they got a fair amount of flooding actually in Hollywood and all over South Florida. Vanessa Medina has more. There you are live. Vanessa?
Hey guys, lots of flooding here in Hollywood. You know, Irma came and she was ferocious, and all day we have been getting slapped by those. And she was powerful, she was big, she dropped lots of water. Just behind me, it looks like a lake back there. These This is what the neighborhoods look like. Right now it's dark out here because there's no power, there are no street lights. But when you go into these small neighborhoods, we did so when it was lighter out, and it's a complete lake back there. There's nowhere where the road meets grass. It's just a complete inundation. But throughout the day, we saw Irma's hands. We saw the ugly side of Irma. We saw tornadoes, and it has been quite a day out here. I was over Hillsborough Inlet, and there was covered. The inlet there came washed ashore, and the roads were completely inundated with ocean water. So throughout the day, we have been seeing a lot of this now that the rain has stopped. We are seeing lots of flooding now here in Hollywood, up in Fort Lauderdale. We were in Pompano Beach. The winds were too strong there. We could not stay in Pompano Beach. But, you know, it has been quite a day. We have been all over town. We were also in Fort Lauderdale. There was a crane collapse there as well. It was quite scary for people. High rises there, and they heard a big bang, and the crane, they saw it hit one of those construction buildings. So much gone on throughout the day, night. It has been a long 24, 36 hours, the last few days, from prepping to waiting out this storm, finally getting Irma, her arrival, waiting for her arrival. And I will tell you, it's amazing. We did not get the brunt of this hurricane, but man, was it powerful. I mean, we were out there, and we had at 1.87 mile-per-hour winds in Pompano Beach. Our truck was following close behind us, and the truck, our live truck that has a huge mast on top, it's quite heavy. This wind gust literally lifted the truck up from the back, and the live truck operator, Rex, was really afraid that it was going to flip over. So we had some scary moments out here, but all in all, we have seen people, they have stayed off the roads. There is a curfew still in place in Broward County until tomorrow, and a lot of people, of course, now are staying. Some people started to venture out, but once they saw that there were no lights out here, they started to go back indoors. Now, we're going to look down Hollywood Boulevard. I will say, you see some cars moving out here. This flooding goes all the way down. We're on, what street are we on here? We're on North 11th Avenue. This goes all the way down to A1A. It is completely flooded. You're seeing much of this. People have their shutters up. There's no power, and once they come outdoors, they're seeing a lot of water out here. So that's the very latest out here in Hollywood. Back to you guys in the studio.
You know what? It's very interesting. I think that it's a situation not just in Hollywood, but the same all over. You're right, Vanessa. It's such a dangerous time to be out. That's why we're urging everybody to adhere to that curfew, because you can't even see anything behind you. I live in the Gables, and I see pictures. There's debris all over the roads. In other areas, it's going to be water that's going to be the problem. Storm surge. You see where Vanessa's at. Storm surge is a huge problem in Hollywood. So, you know, go ahead.
The issue, Lynn, there's also power lines. You know, I mean, we checked before we put our, you know, we made this live location. We checked to make sure that the power lines were still up. But that's the issue. FPL, there's millions of people out there. What was the last number? 1.7 million people without power, I think, was the last number that I saw. And bottom line, you don't know where those power lines are. So you think you're venturing out, but you could get into some really dangerous territory. So they put those curfews in for a reason. And starting up again, I was quite excited, thinking, oh my God, it's finally stopped. But I know this is going to be throughout the night. We're going to get some rain, we're going to get some more wind before it's finally going to be over. But man, what a stubborn storm, right? Irma was nasty. I mean, we thought it was so nasty out here. You know, we thought that we were really afraid, thinking we were going to get the category 5 and 4. But let me tell you, when you say, oh, it's amazing to think what our friends in Key West got, because we didn't even have the brunt of this storm. And I'm telling you, at moments, it was very, very scary, that howling wind. And we were driving in the car, and at one point, we were inside of a cement, our bureau, which is like a bomb shelter. It's just a cement block. And the wind was, I mean, hitting the doors, and we felt like the doors were about to come off. So it's been quite scary. It's been nerve-wracking for all of us out here in the field. But, you know, we tried our best to, you know, bring you the best pictures we possibly can and be as safe as possible. And that's what we did. So
well, the
back to you
problem
guys.
too with Irma, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No, go ahead.
Is that Irma stalled. She hung around and hung around the beating wind and rain.
When we thought it was going to be fast at one point,
we did.
and then she stalled out over Cuba.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
No,
it was.
It took forever. It took forever for her, you know, to get here. We were waiting. So at first we said, oh, 8 p.m., we're going to start to get some of that weather. Then it moved to 9, then 10, 11. And then we started to see it in the middle of the night, 2 a.m., 3 a.m. You know, driving home yesterday, I thought I had just a lull. And I was white-knuckling trying to get home because it was just a white wall of rain and wind. I could not see in front of me, a foot in front of my car. It was just so terrifying to be out on the road in the middle of that, thinking, you know, we have to have just such a huge respect for Mother Nature, because imagine this, all of this is out there, and it was so huge, this storm, about 400 or so miles, bigger than the state of Florida. It was so huge. Imagine out in the ocean, this churning and the power and intensity and ferociousness that was Irma. And thank God, luckily, you know, it's now past. We can speak about Irma in the past tense, and I really am going to tell you, I hope I never hear the name Irma again. I'm sorry
You're
if that's
not alone,
someone's first
Vanessa.
name.
We all hate Irma.
Second that.
It was a bad name to begin with. Well, I'm sorry for everybody who has the name currently Irma. I'm sure you're nice women, but this one was not a nice woman. She
No,
was
not
very,
an.
very
I think
strong.
after this one, they need to they need to retire the name.
Well, you know,
they need to put.
they do.
You
You know, they retired Andrew. They're going to retire Harvey. I forget
someone
what the
will be on that
numbers are,
list.
but yeah, after a certain amount of damage, there's no more, and Irma will be no more. Thank you so much.
No, I think I'm going to grab that jersey and we'll run it over with our news truck.
Yeah,
we'll grab the
over and
Irma
over.
jersey and run it
Yeah.
over.
Well,
That's a great idea.
Oh, Vanessa, I have to say, we started with you last night in Deerfield Beach, through Fort Lauderdale, down into where are we at right now, Hollywood. I just want to say superb reporting by you and your crew.
Yes.
And all the reporters
Thanks.
on our staff. You have done an excellent job. We're glad you're safe. And
You know,
be
we
safe
have
tonight.
to say a big thank you to, you know, the guys back at the station, Frank Guzman, our awesome boss man, Tom Gonzalez. You know, I was calling in and he was back there. I don't even know if he slept.
No,
but,
he
you know,
didn't.
his biggest concern was that we were all safe out here, out on the field. If we felt safe, then he was okay with us being out here. Frankie, you know, getting us in the right places where we need to be at the right time. And, you know, those guys worked so hard on that desk, and our boss man, that they don't get the props that they really deserve. So, you know, guys, thank
Hear,
you.
hear.
And Craig, all of you guys have been out there, you know, man for us, and it's just comforting out here in the field to have your nice voices in our ears, you know, giving us that sense of calm, and of course Phil and our weather team back there. So kudos to everyone. This is a machine, and it takes a lot of people to get this puppy running and going, and for us to be out here live and making things happen for you guys at home.
You're right, Vanessa. It's a machine, and it takes a village, takes all of us working together, and it's the main reason, the reason why we all got into business, reason why we're here, and that is to serve the community. And this is the
Absolutely.
time to do it. And the story is not over.
we're still on
Tonight, the story is, as Vanessa is reporting, stay off the road. It's still nasty outside. Still, 3/4 of you don't have power. The story tomorrow, and honestly, the weeks to come, is going to be cleanup, repair, FEMA, FP&L, getting your life back together, and maybe
keys.
looking at your own
Already
personal
keys.
plan, and the keys. Looking at your own personal plan and asking yourself, how can I do it differently next time?
Lessons
God
learned.
forbid there's a next time.
Exactly. Like the other day, we were talking about the shelter issues with some misinformation being out there, some computer glitches, and you know, we can gain takeaways from this, have breakout sessions, have meetings with our county and city officials, and learn how to be better at our planning processes when it comes to these types of storms. Hopefully we don't have to use the plans, but it's good to know that they're in place and that we can make them better to ensure that, you know, we're good to go if this happens again.
I know you would agree. We would also like to commend, I mean, since we're in the positive mode here, South Florida for being so prepared.
Yeah.
I've lived here over 25 years. Andrew was my first huge story, and all of us were not prepared. And everybody as a community was really prepared. Public staying open late, a lot of stores staying open late, people giving each other things. we're prepped. We could do things better next time, but you know, everybody took Irma very seriously, and it's a good thing.
We were ready for Irma.
She was a beast.
Yes, she was, and she's still here, but the better side of this storm right now. So let's go ahead and get into the right now, talk about a lot of information, and we'll start off with that boil water order you have.
Okay, yeah. So for those of you who are watching us online, maybe you have a television still, I'll describe this also for the majority of our listeners right now listening to us on the radio. If what you're looking at right now, we have a map up, and every area there, a big chunk of area in red, you are urged to boil your water. And the area in red is everybody who gets their water from Hollywood City Service. So this is a boil water alert for those in Hollywood. In addition to Hollywood, Pembroke Pines, Miramar, West Park, and Dania Beach, a very large area there. Hollywood, Pembroke Pines, Miramar, West Park, and Dania Beach. Everybody is urged to boil their water. You know, this happens in big storms. Boil your water. There are a couple of things you can do. You can boil your water before use. You make sure it comes to a rolling boil for 1 minute. That's the preferred method. If you have propane, you can boil, or maybe you have a generator and you're operating it outside safely, and you can plug something in, boil your water, or you can disinfect your water by adding 8 drops of plain unscented household bleach per gallon of water. Let it stand for 30 minutes, and then you can drink it. Or if you think that's too complicated and you still have bottled water, by all means use bottled water. This is for cooking and drinking only. They say it's safe to take a shower, but don't get it in your eyes. Close your mouth. So boil water alert for anybody who gets water from Hollywood.
And of course, we will, as soon as we get information that it is safe to drink that water, we'll do our best to, push that information out as soon as possible. I know a lot of you are listening on the radio right now, so keep it tuned in to our radio partners. Right now, let's go to the power outages. We'll cycle through those, and then we'll take you back outside. We'll look at some more video. But these are the latest numbers coming in from FPL. Miami-Dade County, 888,530 without power. Broward County, a little less at 666,380. Palm Beach, up to the north, 458,840. The Florida Keys really hit hard off the grid right now. The entire chain without power, 34,321. Key West, 29,000 customers in that section without power. And that brings us to a grand total of 2 million people, just over, who are without power. It's about half of the early estimates that we received. I believe it was 4.2 they were guessing, right? So 2 million right now without power. And we know FPL. We talked to them on the phone last night. Brian Garner with FPL, he told us that crews are ready to go. Those utility trucks in the northern part of the state, up through Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, Virginia. Some people, crews from California coming to this region, ready to go. They're probably sleeping in hotels tonight. I would imagine ready to hit the ground running tomorrow as they come back down here, trying to get everyone back up on the power grid as soon as possible.
And we interviewed somebody with FPL yesterday who said, listen, if we can do it with a computer, a flick of a switch or pushing a button, we will. If not, we get crews out there first thing. All right, let's take a look at some video we have in for you of some flooding there in, is this Biscayne? No, this looks like a trailer park somewhere in Miami. And look at the roadways. And this is flooding again, and you know this because you've been listening to us for the last couple of days. This is flooding from not only just rain, as you're listening to the winds outside of our 7 News studio, not only from the rain, but the storm surge. And this is why we're urging everybody to stay inside. This is why I'm going to be here. This is Miami's Edgewater neighborhood. Boy, they're on the edge, all right. The water is more than up to the edge here. So we're waiting for this water, and not just this neighborhood in Miami, but many neighborhoods in South Florida to subside. The ground is saturated. The winds were also really, really strong, as you know. Over 100 miles an hour clocked, some of the wind gusts clocked in South Florida. Check out another piece of video we have of a dangling stoplight. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Sorry. Well, there was a stoplight. I think we saw from Chris Van Vliet. Well, yeah, these are lights inside a business. You're right. Just from the external winds on the outside, I mean, you're inside, you're hunkering down, and you see these things moving. It's kind of creepy.
Yeah. We have some glass in here that kind of shakes a little bit as those gusts move on through. Unfortunately, it looks like that will be subsiding in the days to come. I believe this is Riviera Beach. Is that right? Okay, looks like a seawall right there. You can see that water pretty rough. Looks like maybe these 2 men, they have a rope attached around something, a piece of debris. Not really sure what that is they're trying to tow around, but actually looks like a diver. in the water right there.
Oh, yeah, I did hear about that. There was a diver in the water who needed to be rescued. Unclear as to why anybody would
be doing
go
that
in the water. We don't know the whole reason, so it's hard not to judge. We're human, but there was somebody in the water who needed rescuing.
Maybe checking out the bottom of a boat or something, but
correct.
You don't want to do that until
No.
maybe later in the week once these waters calm down all throughout the region. I mean, the bays, inlets, very, very, very dangerous to be out in the water right now, given the current conditions, with the fact that we still have these bands. I mean, we're looking at the radar over there, and still down past the Keys, you can see that band looping upland, likely up into our direction, in the overnight hours. So.
And look how they had to get him out. It's not like they can jump in and save him. They had to give him a line and pull him maybe to a pier or something. Wow. So thank goodness he was saved. We're now going to check out the situation in Key Largo. We've been desperately waiting for information on the Keys. Key Largo did not get the eye, but boy, they got hammered. Bill Weir, is that his name?
Yep,
Bill Weir, a
that's his
reporter.
name.
Bill Weir has this story he filed a short time ago. Check it out.
I'm about to show you something that has shaken me unlike anything I've seen in 25 years of reporting and 8 other hurricanes. Thursday night, I stood right here and interviewed the owner of a bar called Snappers and a bunch of very festive Key West residents who were debating whether to evacuate or stay. Peter was at that time determined to stay, hole up inside his bar. He changed his mind, and good thing he did, because it's completely gone. Look at this. Gone. The entire bar. Right here, where I sat and had shrimp tacos with my crew after the live shot and hung out with these amazingly warm, gracious people. It's gone. It's been shoved up by the storm surge into the side of the fence of the neighboring businesses here. This was the bar. You can see they tried to board up with plywood, but the storm, the winds blew through it. And then inside the restaurant shoved everything up against the western wall of this place. And your heart just breaks. Peter, the owner of this place, I just left him a voicemail. One of his employees told me he had AAA insurance. I hope that's the case, because this is a total write-off. You can see these were all slips for jet skis that have been shoved up, that have been blown into the restaurant. This was a hugely popular place on the Atlantic side of Key Largo, an institution for many years. Peter's from the Netherlands. He bought it a couple of years ago, expanded it. But if this is a sample of what we're going to find down in Key West, paradise, the southern paradise of the United States as we know it, has fundamentally changed.
Okay,
Wow.
Bill Weir reporting right there. And that's the upper Keys.
Yeah,
Key Largo.
that's what you were saying. It is the upper Keys. It wasn't even didn't even get the eye. I don't want to say even. They got some really, really devastating winds, as you saw. But man, a lot of devastation in Key Largo. You can only imagine what the Keys, Cujo Key, it's going to look completely different.
It's going to take, getting Skyforce up in the air sometime later this week, getting full gas, going down there to get a good aerial view, from Key Largo on down through Marathon, Islamorada, Key West, to try to figure out exactly what we're talking about in terms of damage.
National Guard says that they're prepared and on their way to help the Keys. Also getting some damage, small airplanes at North Perry Airport.
Whoa.
You want to talk about damage? We saw boats damaged. Now we got some expensive airplanes damaged, flipped over like a toy. And they also were tethered down, and, just like boats, they do their best to tighten them down. But at a certain point, after a certain amount, look at this one, upside down as well. I'm not sure where this is at. We have video from North Perry and Miami Executive. This might be Miami Executive. Pelican, there you go. I think it's Miami Executive. Look at that. It's part of the awning, or part of the where they keep the airplanes.
The hangars.
The hangar.
Hangars.
Thank you. Also, just ripped off.
Helicopters
don't know,
right
if these
there.
helicopters are damaged or if they're okay. Well, this one is definitely not okay. This is Miami Executive. Okay.
And, these are thin shells of aluminum, and that's why they try to tether them down during these storms. But, I mean, come on. We had hurricane gust throughout the region today, and it's really no match for these smaller airplanes that, you try to tie them down, but you can see those ties didn't really do all that well.
The wings are snapped off.
Oh,
Those
yeah,
are the wings
easily.
right there. It's like a dismembered animal. Wings thrown over there, and the body of the airplane on its side. You can only assume and hope that all the owners here also had significant insurance, because there is significant damage in South Florida.
And looking beyond this, can't really tell from this video, Lynn, but you know, at all our airports, Fort Lauderdale, Hollywood International Airport, Miami International, not only are they focusing on the aircraft here, and we look to our larger airports as well, but they're going to have to go through these runways to make sure that there's no damage. I mean, you know, flying debris can knock divots into the runway. Then you got a whole nother problem on your hands. These aircraft cannot go, you know, tearing down these runways with holes and potholes, if you will. So large cleanup at our area airports too in the days to come to ensure that it is safe to take flight from our South Florida airports.
And you're also talking about now loss of business. You know, not only loss of material things, but loss of business. If people were chartering those airplanes or not, and that's where FEMA absolutely comes into play in addition to personal insurance. Chris Van Vliet was in Los Angeles, and I think this is where one of those large lights came down. He shows us the damage from all the wind and the storm surge.
We're on Las Olas right now in Fort Lauderdale, where normally it would be a Sunday fun day, but there's nothing fun about anything as we look around here. And to give you an idea of where we are, if you're familiar with the area, we're between Cheesecake Factory and Lobster Bar. We're in front of the Icon Las Olas, an apartment building that will be opening up soon. And I can tell you what's really eerie about being here on Las Olas is the sounds. It's kind of like a wind tunnel here, so there's a whistling of the wind as it whips around these tall buildings here. But as you look around here, almost every single one of these trees here on the side of Las Olas that I'm on have been ripped out by their roots. In fact, there's only one of them that's still remaining here, and these trees are down onto the road. This tree here, I don't know if it's leaning up against a light post. I don't know if it was this tree that knocked over this light or if it was the wind that knocked over this light, but the actual top of the light fixture is, I would say, 20 feet away from where the actual lamp post is. And I'll stand next to this for reference. This is no small light fixture. I mean, this is 2, maybe even 3 feet tall, and that's just been ripped out. The cords are hanging off the bottom here. And you can hear other noises. We're in front of the SunTrust building here, which is across the street. I'm not sure if you can see that, but on top of the building, some of the awnings have come apart and they're just whipping on the side of the building, and we're hearing this loud flapping noise. Some of these trees that we were referencing earlier, there's ones that have been ripped out by their roots. They're actually going across the road here, causing some serious issues here for traffic. They're across the road here on Las Olas. And because of all that rain we've been getting, we're kind of fortunate right now that we're in the middle of some of that rain. It's not raining too hard right now. Just a little bit of sideways drizzle, but there is some flooding in the street here. It's maybe 6 inches of water here, not across the whole road, but flooding on the side of the road here, pooling on the side of the road. As we see some cars driving by here, people obviously being very safe as they go through here. These are some large, that's a large F-250, and here's another large pickup truck here. It's a hard road to navigate through because of the amount of trees that are down here. This is certainly not the Las Olas that we're used to seeing, especially not on a weekend. Other than a couple cars driving by here, there's really no one in sight. That's the situation here in Fort Lauderdale. I'm Chris Van Vliet. We'll send it back inside to you guys.
Wow.
You know, there's going to be so many things we're going to have to deal with. Everybody seems to have tree damage in their neighborhood or in their community. Arborists, the tree guy is going to be very busy. It'll be interesting to see who ends up having to pay for all of that. But, that's part of the price we pay, obviously, when, we go through a storm like this.
Yeah, and here tonight still, we hear it here in the studio, and referenced here from our roof camera on top of our studios in North Bay Village. It is still windy out there, still some pretty sizable gusts that keep whipping on through, so those tree branches, Lynn, can still be coming down here right there in the hours to come, and that water is still pretty choppy at points throughout some of the waterways, too.
You're looking at a live picture of North Bay Village. The good news here is it looks like at least this particular area has power. So FP&L is definitely doing what they said that they were going to do, and they're working very hard to restore power as we speak. But as Jeff just mentioned and Brent has been talking about, the wind gusts are still extremely strong, and there's a danger of down power lines, storm surge. So the storm may have passed, but we're dealing with the after effects. Please, again, we can't urge this enough. Please still stay inside, adhere to the curfew. Don't venture out until tomorrow morning. I believe we're sending things over to 7's meteorologist Brent Cameron for more on tracking Irma. Brent?
And good evening, Lynn, Jeff, everyone at home. This is kind of one of these things as we continue to follow Irma. Just going to have to take it step by step because we are finding conditions maybe a little better than they were. That's not saying a lot, but better than they were during the real peak in the afternoon. And some elements of this system, this storm, this bad hurricane, are going to be a little better than others. We had the tornado threat. Tornado threat has basically diminished. That has moved on up to the north, closer to the actual system. The strongest winds, well, we've had probably those two, but we still have some effects of some additional winds. So here's a quick history. We started the day, which seems to a lot of us, I think, of more than one day. And it does go back many days of tracking, but the landfall earlier in the day today over the lower Keys, officially Cudjoe Key just after 9 o'clock, 9:10 on this 10th of the 9th month. And by the way, we did see a second landfall. That was very close to Naples, Marco Island, during the mid part of the afternoon at 3:30 this afternoon. And that was at a system of 130 mile per hour strength. Right now, you'll notice this is the new advisory, winds of 105, wind speeds coming down. But this is a huge system. And we'll talk about the effects in just a moment. I'll show you graphically just how widespread this system continues to be over the entire state. So we still have some hurricane force wind gusts over the area heading into tomorrow. This is another one of those step-by-step improvements that we'll have. It's not to say that tomorrow is going to be a great day to get out and really assess everything and to necessarily dig into everything to kind of monitor the effects of the hurricane in your area, but tropical storm force winds will be expected instead of those hurricane force winds. So we just have to patiently watch conditions painstakingly slowly improve. This is a look out at wind gusts, and notice close to hurricane strength. This is yet this evening. We're still hearing the winds rattle parts of South Florida. 90 mile per hour wind gusts expected even throughout the rest of the afternoon in southwest Florida, and in the Keys in the 50s for your wind gusts. And then we'll go out in time. We'll go past midnight now and stop the clock. There we go, 3 o'clock. And at that time through the overnight, not quite as bad. Wind gusts in the 40s, 30s for you in the Keys. 8 o'clock in the morning, starting off your Monday. Very windy day. Not as many of those rain squalls coming by. Hopefully dry enough that we can get out to some degree. And then those winds still up out of the south and southwest in the 30s. And then by tomorrow night in the 20s for these wind gusts as things kind of settle back to normal very slowly. I want to point out these high tides. Next time for the high tide cycle around midnight for Miami Beach, Key West. Looks like we have 2 Key West. Sorry about that. We'll figure out which one has the right time. Key Biscayne and Fort Lauderdale also just after the midnight hour for you. And that simply is going to bring about the rise of waters due to the tide. We've already seen the storm surge during the afternoon today, which did peak. Right now, some of the rain offshore, the bands impacting most of the offshore conditions from distant Irma. There's the center of the storm, still over land very much the entire eye, which is why it has weakened. And this is now just to the south and east of Sarasota. and also to the north and east of Fort Myers, getting impacted perhaps by a little bit of that eye wall as it continues to weaken very slightly. Well, we look off the southeast coast, those heavy rain bands, and still a few of these fast-moving showers, just not the kind that are going to linger or amount to too much. So kind of a wet night at times, still rainy and unsettled across Broward, Miami-Dade. What about the Keys? Also for you, some fast-passing showers still possible as some of this energy on the southern end of the system, far removed from the actual the center of Irma, continues to impact our weather. So here's what happens over time. Irma is a weakening system, forecast to go down to a Category 1 hurricane as it moves northward tomorrow, and then eventually by tomorrow afternoon, starting to finally exit Florida. There'll still be some lingering effects, as mentioned a moment ago, as once again we watch the widespread nature of this storm continue to impact the area. And one more thing to show you before we go. This is the wind field right now to give you a real sense of the size of the system. Even this hour at a much weaker Irma that's over land. Hurricane force winds in this darker shade right here with the hurricane over land. It is still a hazard, a dangerous hurricane with 100-mile-per-hour winds at the core, but that core is going to be moving northward. And as it does so, we'll watch as conditions continue to improve for the Keys and South Florida over time, and right now we continue to still find these tropical storm force winds in this orange shade that extends all the way from the Gulf waters to the Atlantic in just about every corner of the Florida Peninsula. Back in just a few more minutes.
Brent, as you know, storm surge and flooding is almost the #1 problem because of Irma. And a lot of streets are still flooded right now, especially the Brickell area that we've seen, and there are many other areas that our crews haven't been able to get to. When can we expect that water to actually go down? We have high tide coming again. What are we looking at in your estimation?
Right, an estimation is exactly what I was thinking as you asked the question, because it's really going to depend on the location, because some areas are just simply going to drain faster and better than other spots. Low-lying areas, well, it's going to take a whole lot longer for the conditions to really dry out. So we will gradually continue to see some improvement. But I do want to mention that a flood watch is in effect. This is continued through the day today on this Sunday. And notice it does continue through Monday. Not that we're expecting a lot of additional rain, but it won't take much. And we still have, of course, the flood threat that continues due to the waters that are going to take some time to really recede. Dade, Broward County, still some standing water, not on the order of something that's going to last all week, but maybe several days.
Okay, Brent, one more question for you. I promise, last one.
No, don't promise that.
I might have a few more. As we looked at that loop you had from previous earlier today with the eye wall going up through the Keys, it looked like the eye skirted Key West to the east. Just trying to look for a silver lining here. Would there be any benefit to being on the east side of the eye wall as opposed to the west? We talked about that dirty side, but they did receive those Category 4 sustained winds, right, in Key West?
Right. At Key West, it was a Category 4 landfall. Now, you mentioned specifically for Key West, this made landfall at Cudjoe Key. The actual eye, not a whole lot of difference for you in Key West versus Cudjoe or the lower Keys. So really such a strong system that we did feel the effects of a major hurricane all throughout the Keys today. And then, as you mentioned, that term we've talked about before, the dirty sector of the side of the storm, of the hurricane, as it moved up out of the Straits, across the Keys, here into the Gulf, and then eventually now continues up the western coast of Florida. We have continued to be on that worst side, if you will, that east side, the right side of the storm. And that's why during the afternoon today, we saw all of that rough weather continue to move in because we were just to the east of that center. And that's why we had the tornado threat. And we also had such significant storm surge, too.
We did. It was kind of a scary, not kind of, it was a scary afternoon with all that tornadic activity and the wind and the rain. All right, Brent Cameron, thank you so much for all of your information and your dedication and your knowledge. Let's now take a look at Cutler Bay. I think we have Andrew Scheinthaw there to show us exactly how the flooding is going on and how the wind is faring there.
It's
Andrew?
the wind. You know, it's the wind. Yeah, I'm kind of jealous of Vanessa Medina because it looked like the wind was not too hot where she is. But where I am, it's still pretty windy outside. So we're still working to keep our balance out here. So, you know, you think Irma's done, but then she's still packing a punch, at least down here in South Miami-Dade. But hey, I want to show you how dark it is outside. I mean, take a look. There are no lights out here working. It is pitch black, and that is why it is still very dangerous to be out here. You'll see cars driving up and down US 1 here in Cutler Bay, by the way, but there are a lot of police out here now. The police, first responders, they are back out on the streets, and they are going after these people saying you need to go inside. It is not safe outside because there is a lot of debris on those roadways. Also, when it's pitch black, you also can't see those power lines or those palm branches that are in the trees. And the signals, the street lights also are not working. So there's no red, yellow, green, any of that. So we've actually seen some close calls at some of these intersections out here. You can see these cars going by here now. And in fact, when the police come by, they've actually been shining their spotlight at us just to check out who we are. And of course, they've been letting us stay so that we can get the message out that people should not be out on the roads right now. But we have seen a lot of ambulances and a lot of fire trucks headed out today, and they're probably, or this evening, they're probably trying to play some catch up with some of those calls that they may have received during the storm. And so certainly this is going to be a long process too as we just try to get back to normal out here. But you can see very dark outside. These are conditions y'all do not want to be in, Jeff and Lynn. So hopefully people will heed that message. They'll go home, and then we can all go home. And for the first time in 3 days, I can close my eyes and go to sleep and not think about a hurricane for the next 2.5 weeks.
Oh, I think we'd all like to do that. People in shelters would like to go home. We'd all like to go home. I hear you. And so the lights that we're getting from you, Andrew, are obviously from your vehicle, correct? I mean, there's no power.
That's right, yeah,
there.
take a look here. So you can see there's no power. So we have the headlights on that are kind of powering up behind us. And you got to be resourceful. We work in TV, so we have all the little tricks. But to take a look here, you can see the police officer driving down, shoot the lights up, and see his little spotlight. You might see when he comes around the truck there. That's what he's been doing. He goes around, and they basically shine it up and down the sidewalk because they're just trying to see if there's anyone outside that should not be outside right now. So, you know, you can see him. He just shined it over at the gas station. He's been shining it at us sometimes when they drive by. They just want people to be inside because we still have those windy conditions. So, yes, we are so close to this being done and not affecting us here in South Florida, but we have to hold on.
Look how dark it is outside. I mean,
I know. I mean, here,
like
Nick, can we turn the light off?
Something.
Yeah, I want to see if my photographer can turn the light off real quick, and you can just see how dark it is.
Yeah,
you know.
So dark.
So I mean.
This is why we stress, you cannot be out on the road even though you have headlights on your road. You know, I hate to keep bringing up Andrew. I sound like an old-timer, but maybe I am. But it's true, you know, as one of the things we noticed as a reporter right after Andrew was exactly what you're experiencing. I mean, it's so scary at night when you don't have any lights, you don't know what that black cord is, if it's a power line that's charged or a cable line. You don't know, and now we have so much flooding, you don't know if there's debris, what you're going to run over. So it's critical we stay inside.
It is, absolutely. And Lynn, you're not an old timer, so don't worry about it.
Thank you, Andrew. I love you.
So, but hey, you know, I was going to say, you know, the last thing I just want to say is, you know, I have been hearing from a lot of people today. They have a big thank you for Mr. Phil. So y'all let him know. He might be catching some Z's right now, possibly, so rightfully so. But we have had a lot of people out here telling us thank you to Phil. They you know, they watched him and they just felt very comfortable and at ease throughout this entire process. And I think he deserves a big nap and a big you know, kudos after this.
You know, we hear the weather office clapping. Phil Farrow was amazing. Brent Cameron is incredible. Vivian Gonzalez was awesome. Charlene Chaffetz was incredible, too. They all work together constantly and bringing us information constantly. So, you know, this is our job. We don't want to be patted on the back, but it's nice to acknowledge each other and the amazing people who help keep our community safe.
Andrew, I got a question for you. You have been in 2 hurricanes now over the last few weeks. You started off in Texas, Galveston, Houston with Harvey, and then you made your way back as Irma was beginning to trek across the Atlantic here to South Florida. What comparisons can you draw between the two systems? Clearly, Houston, they dealt with all that flooding that just kind of sat there. What can you, or I guess, what are your takeaways from both of these storms?
So, to me, the big thing that I noticed, the big difference between the two, is the type of areas that they hit. Florida's coast, really no matter where you go, except for the Everglades section, is really populated. And so as Irma came through and hit the Keys, it goes up through Marco Island and Naples and with hitting Miami and Fort Lauderdale and Homestead. These are very populated areas. And so you have a lot of damage and debris that people are dealing with. In Texas with Harvey, as powerful as it was, when Harvey made landfall in Rockport, that's a small town, and Corpus Christi, and all those are small communities. Now, don't get me wrong, the damage there was catastrophic. I mean, it was a Category 4 storm. It was very strong, but those are very small populations and very small towns, so the impact isn't seen as great as it was here in Florida. But the other thing is, you have to remember, Harvey decided he was going to stop and sit for several days in poor rain. So remember the flooding we saw in Brickell today. Imagine that being around for 4 to 5 days, and in some parts still being around a couple of weeks later. So those are kind of the big comparisons. You know, Irma, this storm came through, hit very populated areas, but it continued to travel north. Harvey came through, hit an area that wasn't so populated. The winds died down, then sat over Houston, Texas, and just poured rain for days and flooded that entire city. So those were two very different storms, and that's something we talked about ahead of time, was that these were both, very powerful storms when they hit, yet the impact they had was so different. And so it just shows to show you that just because you got through one storm doesn't mean you're going to get through the next one. They all are very unique, and even if you think, okay, well, we got through Irma this time, we did it. You don't know. If there's another storm coming this way, and even if it has a very similar track, it could be a very different experience depending on if the storm stalls, if it doesn't, if it's a rain event or a wind event. So, it's very, very different. But by the way, Jeff, I thought you were going to ask me after 2.5 weeks if there was something I wanted to eat, and it's a hot meal. So,
well, you deserve one.
You haven't had a hot meal in 2.5 weeks? Wow.
We'll work on that when you get back here to town.
This is what I have for you. I have Starkist lunch to go, tuna and water. Would you like me to send this to you via helicopter?
I've had enough tuna fish.
Yeah,
I've had
me
enough
too,
tuna.
honey.
No more tuna and peanut butter crackers. I'm done.
Andrew, one more question for you. How was your house in South Beach? I know that's where you live. Had friends been able to check in on it?
Yeah, I had some friends checking in on it. The street that I'm on, according to my neighbor, I have not had a chance to see it. According to my neighbor, there was water up to the doorway there. And it was splashing up in. I don't know how much water, if any, got in. My neighbor says it did, but she can be a little dramatic sometimes.
Sorry, neighbor, if you're watching.
She'll be very upset.
Oh my goodness.
So I apologize if you're watching. So, I'll probably go by tomorrow, tonight. I've had a coworker, a colleague, Brian Inton, who's been so gracious to let me go and stay at his place tonight, so that tomorrow I can go when the power is hopefully back on and take a look. So, we'll see. We'll see how it is, but it just doesn't compare to some of the damage that we've seen out here in Homestead. I mean, we've seen trees over homes and, just all sorts of stuff that's just absolutely catastrophic and devastating. So I know we're kind of giving a sigh of relief now just because our coverage is done and that this storm has left us. But there's going to be a cleanup process. But the one thing I do want to add before I go, after being in Houston and seeing that cleanup process there, it comes faster than you think. And it will be a process when you're dealing with insurance claims and FEMA, but the help is going to come. And you will see people from across this country come here to South Florida because they want to make a difference. They want to come here. They want to help us. So before you know it, those roads will be cleared. Your roof will be patched. Your life will be getting back to normal. You will deal with a lot of this throughout the next year. But that help is going to come very quickly. And before you know it, you'll be able to get back into your routine.
Andrew Scheinthal, thank you so much for your knowledge there in Cutler Bay. Andrew was wrong about something. We are not done covering the storm. Maybe we're done with our continuous coverage later on this evening, but we're going to see everybody through the cleanup, which is in many cases another grueling task. Thank you, Andrew. And by the way, I just wanted to let all of our listeners and viewers know we're making light of having a meal and acknowledging each other, but our hearts are still with everybody. All of our viewers and listeners and friends and family in the Florida Keys, because we know that it's going to be utter devastation especially in Key West.
And we're in this for the long haul.
Yes.
You know, we're already working here behind us, this great group behind us, working on plans on getting down in there. I'm sure Skyforce, I'm sure those talks are already underway to get 7 Skyforce HD up as soon as possible so we can begin surveying the damage from the sky. That always gives us a better idea of the size
the magnitude,
and scope.
sure.
Exactly. So, you know, as soon as we can get Ralph Rayburn up there, he's great at reporting from above. We'll get him up as soon as possible, and his reports, I'm sure, will be captivating as we look at all this damage and try to bring those images to you as soon as possible and as soon as it is safe, you know, once this wind moves out of the way.
And I'm sure everybody's stuck in shelters. Wants a warm meal too. I'm sure
exactly.
we're all kind of getting on each other's nerves. But the end of the end of the road is soon. I imagine tomorrow it'll be a different story when people can start to get things back to normal, their lives back to normal. Let's go to Robin Simmons in the Newsplex. Robin, you've been standing by, ready to show us some video.
We have been talking about flooding from Irma, and we're getting some pretty incredible video. And let's start first at Northwest 31st Street and 14th Avenue. You can see the entire front part of this porch underwater, the front yard and the street merged into one, looking like a little lake there in Northwest Miami-Dade. Then we head over to Biscayne and 36th in the city of Miami. You can see a lot of ponding water in the area. Those gray skies that we've been seeing. No rain in this video, so that's nice, but a little bit of the ponding water there at the intersection. And you can see the boarded up areas as people put up the plywood waiting for Hurricane Irma to come in, and a little bit of wet roads there on Biscayne Boulevard. Now, this next piece of video just happens to be police officers being in the right place at the right time. This happened in North Miami Beach. Police officers on their regular patrol. Take a look at this street. It looks like a river. It looks like you're looking at the back of a boat and the wake of a boat. So this officer was on regular patrol and heard someone calling for help. And they were able to help a woman who was trapped inside her home with her child. And we've got a second piece of video to show you that rescue. They actually heard the woman calling for help because the water was starting to come up into her home. And again, we've been talking about evacuation zones, and mobile homes were the first places that were ordered to be evacuated. So this woman chose, for whatever reason, to stay in her home. She and her child needed assistance, and a police officer from the North Miami Beach Department just happened to be in the right place at the right time, rescuing that mother and her baby. They are both doing fine tonight. Reporting at the news desk, Robin Simmons, 7 News.
Thank you so much, first responders. Wow, what a picture, huh?
Some great pictures coming in of the people helping other people. You know, we saw the video of that dog being rescued yesterday by Broward Sheriff's Office. And it's good to hear those stories as we continue our coverage here on Hurricane Irma.
And I'm sure we're going to hear more of those stories.
Sure.
Okay, so maybe you're in the dark, and maybe you're getting a little hot, and maybe you want something hot yourself, and you want your power back on, and you have a generator. You may have forgotten how your generator works and what the safety precautions are, but we have a reminder for you.
Patrick Frazier has more on generator safety.
A little bit of power can be priceless after a storm.
People like to keep in contact. They like to make sure their family and friends are safe.
From your iPhone to your whole home, the key is knowing what you'll need if Irma knocks out power in South Florida. For example, what about your cell phone?
A 2-hour extended charge for your cell phone use. It's great to have just for an emergency case.
And there are small battery storage devices that can charge you up if you have a USB connector.
You charge it up before and it just stores that charge so that when you need to charge your phone, take that out, plug it into your phone or your laptop, and you're good to go.
It's too late to buy many of these things, but check your cabinets in case you've already bought them and forgot about them, like a power inverter that can keep a laptop up and running. This one plugs into a car's lighter socket. Speaking of lights, instead of fumbling around for a flashlight during a storm, this LED light plugs right into the wall. When the power goes out, it goes on. But a light bulb or two is not enough for most people. They'd rather live as close to normal as possible, meaning having a refrigerator, a stove, hot water. One way to do that? A house generator. But you need to be careful, because if a generator is put in the wrong place, the carbon monoxide fumes it produces can kill you.
It's an odorless
and noxious fumes. You can't even tell that it's there.
To show us how quickly carbon monoxide can fill a home, Eric Johnston of Triton Generators set one up at an empty Coral Springs house. You see this a lot, a generator outside a house, the extension cord run through a window to power a light or an appliance.
Take a deep breath in.
We wore oxygen masks so we could safely stay in the room. Within minutes, the carbon monoxide detectors were screaming. From the 200s, which will give you a headache, to 383, which will make you nauseous, to 706. At that level, without the masks, we would have quickly been unconscious. Got to 700 within
700.
what? 5 minutes. Would that kill somebody?
That would kill somebody if they were sleeping. They would never wake up.
If you have a generator, make sure the batteries are fresh in your carbon monoxide detectors. Your generator can make your life much better after Irma, but if you're not careful, it can also kill you. I'm Patrick Frazier, 7 News.
Man, that's a great story right there.
Well, it's a good reminder because
Yeah.
a lot of us haven't, go ahead. Okay. A lot of us haven't had to power up our generators in a long time. Maybe, we haven't even tested it out and, you forget. The most important thing is that you run your generator outside.
And even, in the midst of the nice times of year, if you will, you're supposed to run it, right? I guess that's what he was saying.
Yeah,
you're supposed to
I
test
have
it
one
out.
and I haven't. But I hear, you're supposed to test it, make sure it runs,
Yeah.
keep it, lubricated, whatever you need to do. If you're unsure about how your generator works, ask your neighbor, call a friend. Maybe they can help you out. The most important thing is keep it outside.
Yeah, because the last thing you want to do is test it before a storm,
Right.
not have it work, and then basically have a useless piece of metal sitting right next to your house. So good advice in that story, and I'm sure a lot of people will be testing those generators in the days and weeks to come. Okay, so Chris Van Vliet, I believe, has a story on down power lines in Fort Lauderdale.
Oh, street lights, yeah. Heavy street lights. Check it out in Fort Lauderdale.
Well, we're in the middle of an intersection here at Andrews and Southwest 6th Street, and as you can tell, the wind gust, wow, really starting to pick up here. The power is out here like it is in most of Fort Lauderdale, and the scene here, very similar to any of the other streets in Fort Lauderdale. You can see debris on the ground, a lot of palm fronds on the ground. Wow, we're hearing debris falling around us, and some big debris right next to us here is this traffic light. Now this power is out and this traffic light is down, and all of these intersections are being treated as a four-way stop, although there aren't really many cars on the road. But as I say that, there goes a car waving to us. I hope that they drive very safely. The roads are flooded right now. Some intersections, like the one just north of where we are at Broward and Andrews, there's like 2 feet of water there. It's almost like a river with a current flowing through. And if you take a look behind me here, this is also a situation we're seeing a lot of in Fort Lauderdale. Down power lines, and there are quite a few down power lines, and those down power lines are in the water as well. So with that curfew going into effect tonight as another car drives by here, you just have to be very careful. These intersections need to be treated as a four-way stop because the power of these winds is huge. Interesting that the power of the wind could knock down something like this traffic light, but this flower pot that's hanging up from the street light here is still up there. Interesting how that happens. That's the situation here in Fort Lauderdale, and that's what many of these streets look like. I'm Chris Van Vliet, and we'll send it back to you guys.
You mentioned earlier, with tornadoes, you see that kind of stuff. Like one house is okay, the next house is destroyed.
Yeah.
Now apparently hurricanes, you can have the same
Flower
type of
pot here,
situation.
looking fine, and a big old 50-pound light on the ground there. All right, let's now turn to a live picture of North Bay Village. Again, we like showing you this picture. We have throughout the day because you can see the difference, how the rain has actually gone away, cleared up, and it's just still a little bit windy. There are wind gusts every now and then, but that seems to be moving out. And it seems that this particular part of the city has power, so that's always good news. Losing power can be very inconvenient, especially when it's so hot here. Let's turn things over to 7's meteorologist Brent Cameron. Brent?
Yep, so as Irma goes farther away from us in South Florida, we'll find those additional improvements. As mentioned, we're no longer worried about those. Remember the tornado threat this afternoon? That has come to an end. The rain basically ending, not too much on the radar. And we're still dealing with some winds that are still influencing our weather, even though the real strong ones are pretty far from South Florida at this point, or at least the farthest reaching effects of these winds. Right now, Irma is a Category 2 hurricane with 105-mile-per-hour winds on the southwest coast, moving farther north, and that trend will continue through the overnight tonight. It wasn't long ago we were watching the system. It was late last night, really stall out near the north coast of Cuba. Remember, it just went through all those hours where it stayed put, sitting and spinning, had us basically on pins and needles, wondering if it was going to get ejected closer to southeast Florida or where exactly it was going to approach. And then the answer became a little more clear, especially late last night, early this morning, as we watched the system move by the Keys and all. That did make landfall this morning around Cudjoe Key. Since then, we've been watching as Irma has been moving, now skirting up the Gulf side of the state, getting more distant to Broward, Miami-Dade, and the Keys. So we're going to continue to find these improvements. These were some of the peak wind gusts going into the morning and afternoon hours. Wild winds. This was earlier today. Key West, 91 miles per hour. This was a wind gust. 90 in Key Biscayne. Deerfield Beach nearly as high. And we found Coral Gables, Fisher Island, wind gusts above 80 miles per hour. Still above hurricane force gusts, Davie, Sunrise, nearly just above those force winds in El Portal as well. Now, those wind speeds of 74 and above, those are those hurricane force winds, some of which continue to linger over parts of the area. Those come down through the overnight tonight, and then Monday for us, tropical storm force winds. It's still going to be windy here, but I think we'll take it because it's not going to be as significant as it was on this Sunday. So let's get a closer look right now at the eye of Irma, well north now of Fort Myers. There's Port Charlotte. There's the general eye very much over land, so we expect it to continue to weaken with the next perhaps advisory, if not two advisories, and that is good news for areas upstream, farther north in our state, because if this eye were to jog or to have jogged more to the west over the Gulf waters, it would have provided even more fuel for additional strengthening. Places like Tampa, places even in northern parts of our state would be probably a little more fearful, not to say that it's still not a dangerous hurricane. So we'll show you the track in just a moment, but I want to show you the distance. There is where Irma is located now, and some of those outermost feeder bands continue to now move even farther off our southeast Florida coast. Just a little bit of remaining rain, very quick moving from the southwest, and in the Keys, we're getting a chance to at least attempt to dry out. There is still a lot of standing water, and of course, at this point, we've had about an hour and a half in the dark, South Florida, since the sun is set. It's really impossible to tell the depth of that standing water we have locally, and there's a lot of it, so it's still dangerous to try and drive around or even get outdoors, so do keep that in mind. In the meantime, there's that official track. Still a Category 2 hurricane for the time being. Where does it go? The official track does take the system as a Category 1 northward, so we are still looking at a hurricane impacting the vicinity of Tampa Bay early tomorrow. And that would be in the daybreak type hours, maybe a couple before. And then by the afternoon, depending on the speed overall of the system, it starts to leave our state and weaken. So two good things, although we really don't want any other places to have to deal with the wrath of Irma as we have. Quick check, flood threat continues. So we still have those hurricane force wind gusts. All right, so we still have a hurricane warning in place, South Florida, not because Irma is coming back in our direction, but because we'll still have those winds remaining. And there's that flood threat that continues too, even though there's not a lot of additional rain heading our way. That's the latest from the 7 Weather Center.
You know, Brent, I know we all have a lot of numbers, a lot of information running through our heads. This storm, one for the record books, right? I mean, so many different records broken here. Do you know a couple of those off the top of your head?
Well, I'll tell you, it's one of the longest lasting systems that we continued in terms of the strength of it. It was a Category 5 for such a very long time. Off the top of my head, I couldn't tell you right now, but we watched it just about several days now, I believe 3, that it did maintain that Category 5 strength. So that was one of the things that will go in the record books for Irma. Luckily, that Category 5 strength did not impact us here in Southeast Florida. In South Florida or even the Keys, which at one time it looked very dicey, like that might not even be a hope we might have. It looked like it was pretty inevitable that we would have something that fierce. It's been bad, it has been bad, and it's still not good. But as the graphic shows here, still a hurricane warning, and not nearly, let's just say Irma is not the system that it once was.
It's striking to me. I remember that one moment where I believe it was it was one of the advisories that came in. The eye made ground in Cuba. It was a 4 and got upgraded to a 5. You think that the opposite's supposed to happen. You think it's supposed to be downgraded when it hits land. But I remember that one moment where it was upgraded back to a Category 5. And, I mean, I tell you, this one's really put everyone...
And then she turned around a little bit and stayed in Cuba and then made her way slowly. Yeah, an amazing system.
Yeah, that was the toughest part, was actually late last night, Lynn, and just to go along with that type of idea, right off the north coast of Cuba, as it sat, is such a powerful system, and then not knowing exactly where it was heading. The models were in better agreement at that time, say about 48 hours ago. They were coming in line, but at the same point, it was one of those forecast cones for a time with the National Hurricane Center, and as we all watched, in which a wobble one direction or the other could mean a very big difference. Now, we didn't escape a lot in the Keys with that lower Keys landfall today as a Category 4 system, and I'm sure those survey crews will continue to really check things out in the Keys during the day on Monday.
Yeah, we keep mentioning the Keys because, yeah, we want to see how everybody fared and what the damage is and how that how those island chains really look. Brent Cameron, thank you so much for your insight. We'll go back to you at the bottom of the hour. You know, a lot of people dry dock their boats, their babies, their investments, their toys. They dry dock them thinking that was probably the best place. I have a couple of friends with boats, and that's what they said. I'm not going to mess around. I'm going to dry dock it. Well, didn't work out so well for some, I believe. Is that Hollywood? No, that's Davie. Oh, Dania Beach.
Yeah.
Mike DePasquale has more on that.
Just south of Fort Lauderdale International Airport off of Griffin Road, we are outside of the Sundance Marina storage. And I want you to take a look at this. Sections of this roof have peeled off. Now, there was a tornado warning sometime between 7:45 and 8 o'clock for this area. I'm not a boater. I don't know how these boats are actually stored, but it looks like to me some of them have been pushed out. A couple of them partially dangling, not all of them, the entire boat, but partially dangling. But this is some of the damage that we have seen. And I want to implore you about something else. We drove down 95, and you see all this foliage here? This has come onto the highway. And the danger to me is this. It would be like in a NASCAR race hitting an oil slick. You are going to slide. And people will say, why are you out there? Because we need to show you this. We need to show you how dangerous it is. So I implore you not to go out, because this is not a safe situation right now. Off of I-95 at Griffin Road, I'm Mike DePasquale, 7 News.
So see, there you go. No area seems safe.
Yeah, and I mean, it's like a wind tunnel almost, too, with some of those boats as they're sitting in the dry dock. That wind comes on through, and really no match for anything. So that's why we're seeing what Mike was dealing with earlier. Okay, so again, we continue to monitor live pictures, videos, cameras, all that we can for you at home. And if you're listening on the radio, which many of you are, I'll try to describe this shot for you. This is a roof camera above our studios here in North Bay Village. And we are looking at a couple of condo high-rises off in the distance across Biscayne Bay. The water's still pretty choppy out there. This one picture, good news, some lucky people in this live shot right here. Some people that have power. Many do not, and that's why you're listening on the radio, obviously. And hopefully in the days to come, Florida Power and Light, they will be moving on in with their crews, with assistance from other states' power companies to try to get people back on the grid We'll be saying that a lot. Back on the grid as soon as possible. Going off what Brent was saying a few moments ago about getting help down into the Florida Keys from the upper middle to the lower Keys, Monroe County Emergency Management is coordinating a big effort right now, an airborne effort, a relief mission that will bring emergency supplies and personnel to help in the recovery process. There is an airport, as many of you know, down in Key West, and the question is that runway even safe to land on? Is it even above ground right now? Who knows? It could be covered with water. So I'm sure those reconnaissance missions will begin tomorrow. But the first thing, one of the first efforts will be to try to clear that runway so this air relief mission can begin. Apparently, this aid is comprised of military C-130 cargo planes and other air resources. This is all being coordinated by Monroe County Emergency Management. The director, Martin Centerfit, said, help is on the way, and this is a humanitarian crisis, trying to get out whatever information he can to those who maybe live down there. Maybe they're up here in South Florida, Miami, Broward County, folks that live down in the Keys, trying to get as much information as they can, in these hours.
The full extent of the damage, we keep saying, has yet to be seen. Here it is in the evening. This particular area in North Bay Village has lights that you're looking at. We know a lot of you do not. Want to also let you know, per Monroe County Sheriff's Office, any roads leading to the Keys will be closed until further notice. Cardsound Road and US 1 will be closed. They also say basically Monroe County is closed. So if you evacuated, if you're a tourist, or if you have property there and you want to go back and say, hey, how is my place? You're not allowed to go back, because Monroe County, they say, is also closed until further notice. That, again, from the Monroe County Sheriff's Office. Did you have something to say?
Yeah, you remember we saw that video earlier from North Perry Airport with the airplanes. Mike Cabello, our producer upstairs, just told me that Miami International Airport will be closed on Monday. So if you thought you might be getting out on a flight tomorrow, maybe you're watching in another state, thought you would be getting in.
Back, yeah.
Yeah, that's not going to happen. MIA canceling operations, and I'm sure that's a matter of, look, they want to check out all the runways, make sure that there's no damage to the runways. You want to make sure those are safe before you have airplanes taking off and landing.
And these wind gusts are still extremely strong. I mean, and this is such an incredible storm. I mean, the airport has been closed for 3 days now. So what does that tell you? So here we are on a Sunday evening. Almost 9:15 in the evening, right after this massive storm that we all have made it through together. There is basically no school, at least until Wednesday. Tomorrow it's going to be about cleanup. Tomorrow in the morning after 7 o'clock, curfew in many areas will be lifted, and it'll be about cleanup, about helping your neighbor, about not getting on a ladder and dangling, about doing clearing safely. So this is not a time to be out, but there are people out there apparently tonight who are doing things after a storm that they should not be doing. So Andrew Scheinthal has more on that. He filed this report from Cutler Bay a short time ago.
We're now in the final stretch of Irma, but you can see a lot of people have already decided to come on out. There's a number of people who are on the roadways. We went through a quiet time for maybe about an hour and a half to 2 hours or so, and I think people felt comfortable to come outside, but then you get rain and wind like this coming back out. So conditions still are not safe for people to be heading out on the roadways. A lot of people saying they just want to come out and get a good look at all the damage and whatnot. But there's still plenty of debris. Now, where we are on US 1, there's not too much. You have some of the paw fronds that have been moved off to the side of the road, but take a look over there. You'll see in the middle of the road, that tree and that median snapped, and it's sitting in the street. Only one of the lanes over there is passable. And not only that, but if you come back in this direction, you'll see that the intersection, the lights aren't working, and that is at nearly every single intersection we have seen here on US 1 in South Miami-Dade. So conditions are still not safe out here, but a number of people taking it upon themselves because they want to come outside. They've had cabin fever for quite some time. They have shutters on their homes. They haven't seen any type of daylight for quite a while. So they want to come out. They want to get a good look at everything that's taken place, or maybe even just try to go find gas or food, or if there's anything that's possibly open. But there's still debris. I mean, look right here. You have the stop sign down and the sign. You have the strong gust of wind. The rain still coming down. So certainly, be smart. Wait for this to go through. It's probably not safe to come out until tomorrow, when we know we're certainly in the clear with everything Irma related. But again, road conditions out here still are dangerous. And here's the thing, we still do not see first responders. So first responders are still not, driving out here. Police officers, Florida Power and Light, firemen, ambulances. We have not seen any of that. So even though we go through these quiet periods, weather picks up like this. So you certainly want to give us some time, wait till tomorrow before you head outdoors.
That's a good tip. Give it some time, wait till tomorrow until you head outdoors. It's dark in many areas, it's flooded in a lot. We're not going anywhere, we're right with you. There's debris in the road. It's a good time to stay put.
Not safe out there, that's for sure. Okay, Rosh Lowe is right outside in Miami. Rosh, you in North Bay Village? Where are you at?
No, I'm in Miami here. We were riding along. There's a crane which is dangling behind me, but you can't really see it, and I'll tell you why. I just want to show this to everybody for demonstration. For people listening on the radio, I'll describe it. Let's turn off the light. This is what Miami looks like tonight. It is pitch dark everywhere you go. We can turn it back on. But everywhere you go when you're driving around, just to prepare everybody, pitch dark. It seems that nobody really has power. And when we were driving here, from North Bay Village to about 30th and Biscayne, it's very difficult to traverse the roads because you can't see anything, dark. And in many areas you have that ponding. Remember earlier today we had all that storm surge going on. A lot of that has receded, but still you find yourself driving through raised levels of water. So even driving here tonight, even though Irma is not here any longer, the effects are going to be felt for some time. Now we are in an area here, we're doing a story coming up tonight at 10 o'clock just on the damage that Irma brought to Miami-Dade County, such things as these cranes which are dangling, one behind me here. We showed you another one earlier tonight. We showed you bricks from the facade of a building that had fallen down. And this is the type of, I don't know if you can see this because of the light, but this is the type of damage that you'll see. And when you look at it, and I'll describe it to you, you'll see a lot of these trees that are down. Here's the issue, though, is that a lot of these trees are in the middle of roadways. And so you're driving along, and it's pitch dark, and all of a sudden there's a big tree in the middle of the road. So that's what a lot of people in South Florida will wake up to tomorrow morning. And I also want to mention this. They'll not only wake up to the fact that when they're driving along, they're going to have a lot of debris in the road. We got a flat tire today because you just don't know what you're driving over. But then they're going to have to deal with the power issues tomorrow, waking up, the realization that you have no power, no electricity. We're not really sure when that's going to come back on Florida Power and Light, although they said that they're well prepared for this. The reality is with more than 1.5 million people without power, it's going to take some time. So you'll have to be patient with that. And then we'll see how the gas stations operate. That was a big issue after Hurricane Wilma. It's very similar conditions to this. And I remember that personally, where I did not have a full gas tank. And that desperate feeling when you're pulling up to all these gas stations and no one had gas, and that's why now, after Wilma, a lot of these gas stations do have generators. So what will be interesting coming out of this is to see, do they work? Are people getting gas? That's why people were so anxious leading up to this hurricane and those long gas lines, because they remembered Wilma. Every hurricane brings about changes. With Andrew, there were the building codes, as Craig mentioned. With Wilma, it was the generators at gas stations. And we'll see with Irma, perhaps the shelter situation and improving that. But this is a really good example for everybody tonight to see and to hear about, if you're listening on the radio, what it's like when you get out there on the roadways. Now, of course, in Miami-Dade County, there is a curfew tonight, and that is for a very good reason. It's specifically for this reason. Earlier on, we heard the great sounds of sirens, because that means that people are back to work. They're back out there protecting our streets and saving people. So that's a good thing. But the reality here is that when you are driving around town, things are a bit different, and they're not so obvious When you have, big hurricanes, the catastrophe is very apparent. In this case, it's different. It's the down power lines. It's the tree in the middle of the road. It's driving into high water and not really knowing it's high water. It's getting home at night and realizing there's no power and electricity. What am I going to do that evening? It's the generator issue. Operating generators properly. It's the insurance issue. For many people, this may be their first time dealing with insurance. So this hurricane is unlike last year when many people remember Hurricane Matthew, and everyone remembers how this was a big hurricane. Within one day, if you remember, maybe a day and a half, life was back to normal in South Florida, right? This is different. Although Irma isn't here physically, she will be here mentally every day for at least a couple of weeks. And then, of course, there is the larger issue of seeing what happened there in the Keys. And part of the reason that it is very difficult to actually see that is not only because we can't fly the chopper yet, but because of these roadways. And because these roadways, even here in Miami-Dade County, are just cluttered with, these aren't small little branches. We saw some pretty big trees that were down and that we had to even navigate to get around. And then, it's like an obstacle course. You have a tree you have to navigate, and then you get into this area. You don't know how deep the water is, and then you can't really see around you. But you get a good idea. And that's why I wanted to bring this to you. You get a good idea of what you are dealing with here in Miami. Even if I step out of the way here, one more time, Calvin, just do that for a second, because for at least the people who are tuning in on the internet, turn that light off for a moment. This is Miami tonight. This is Miami tonight. It's darkness. You can turn the light back on. Darkness with the sound of wind and the fact, as I said, Irma left us physically but not mentally.
Good point. And for those of us, for those listening actually on radio stations, I mean, when Raj turned out the light, it was like if you've ever been to Arizona, maybe in the desert or somewhere in Colorado where there's nothing, no light pollution as they call it. That's what it looks like. I mean, I bet it would be a nice time to go outside and look at the stars. So Raj, you said you got a flat tire. What has it been like driving around, which is exactly what we don't want people doing? Can you explain how treacherous it has been? And dangerous?
Well, early this morning it was different because, of the weather conditions. We were driving to downtown Miami where we brought you live reports on the storm surge. And what happens in a lot of hurricanes, as people know, is that nails, wood, bricks fly into the roadway, and then they're covered with water. So we were driving along, and all of a sudden there was a pop. And I'll bring you this experience. There were some pretty heavy winds there, and I was sitting in my photographer's car, and it was a very helpless feeling. You're sitting there, you can't move, there's no tow companies working, and all of a sudden, Kirk Wade, my photographer, looked at me and said the car was rocking. It was moving back and forth. I actually got out of the car and took shelter. Fortunately, we had someone who came to our rescue. But that is the danger. Can you imagine? If I was driving alone, let's say, and I got a flat tire in that situation, it was very frightening. Now, as the weather passed, we go into a new stage, and that is tonight, where it's just completely dark outside, and you are driving a literal obstacle course. In fact, coming over here, I said to Calvin, my photographer, there was like 3 branches in the road, and I said, "Are we going to make it through that water?" And he said, "I have you." These are experienced drivers, but it's tough driving out there. And even when daylight comes, I'm sure they're going to be out there cleaning up these roadways. But once again, it's an important point to stress. I'm not talking about like small branches in the roadways. These are tree limbs that came down. These are trees that came down. These are awnings that came down. These are lights that came down. And these are bricks that came down. So it can be pretty dangerous.
Raj, and I think you're doing a great job of it. We're trying to be as descriptive as possible because we do know a lot of our viewers here in South Florida have their radios turned on tonight. You're a storm veteran. You've been through many of these storms. You mentioned Hurricane Matthew last year. How does this size up, as you look through your years as a reporter, how does this size up in comparison to other storms you've covered?
Well, I'll bring you down the list. So the first storm that I really got acquainted with was Hurricane Charlie back in 2004 in Punta Gorda. And that was really eye-opening because I was able to see firsthand the destruction of a hurricane and how it leveled many areas of Punta Gorda. And I also learned from that hurricane a very important lesson, that hurricanes aren't scripted. It took that community, remember in that storm, it took a right-hand turn. And then there was Francis and Wilma. Now, Wilma was an interesting experience for me because it was a lot stronger, if you remember, than people expected. People weren't really expecting during Wilma to lose the power in the numbers that they did. And that's why there were so many issues, as I mentioned before, with gas stations, for example. And Wilma brought us a whole new set of rules with generators. So Wilma kind of took us by surprise. Irma, I think with Irma, people were very ready because they just saw Hurricane Harvey. And they saw the devastation there. And also the size of this storm. There were all those comparisons to Andrew. You saw all of that on social media. This was the size of Andrew. It was a smaller size. This is the size of Irma. And all the terms that were associated with Irma. I believe the Miami Beach mayor, Philip Levine, called it a nuclear hurricane. So I think a lot of people were frightened by the storm. And we saw it on a Monday, okay, a week ago at a Home Depot. The place was packed. I was there. The place was packed. I had not seen that before during a hurricane preparation. The place was packed. And I think a large part of that was the buildup and was the sheer size of the storm and was through the descriptive phrases for the storm, the monster storm, the nuclear hurricane. So I think that people here, at least in South Florida, there was such a buildup. And that's why I spoke before about hurricane fatigue almost, because you've been building up for this for a week and you expect, okay, we're done, back to the real world tomorrow. No, hold on, not the case. It's not back to the real world tomorrow. And you'll see stories tomorrow and you'll see stories on Tuesday detailing the cleanup and sometimes the issues and sometimes the problems. And of course, we'll give you the best advice for how you can deal with those issues and problems. So that's my list of hurricanes.
That was good.
You're absolutely,
Raj.
you know,
that was great.
That was great, and you're right. We have, and you have, and we as a community have learned, hopefully, learned something from every single storm. And I agree with you. I think Harvey, as devastating and awful as it was for Texas, really helped us as a community take this storm, Irma, very seriously, because we saw it with our very eyes, the devastation, the flooding, the loss of life, the loss of property. It's heartbreaking. So you're right.
So, Raj, thank you so much for your reporting. I know you're still in the field here tonight, and you'll be bringing us more pictures coming up for the night team at 10 o'clock. Right now, I want to go ahead and transition. I believe we have some more live pictures in Port Canaveral.
Yeah.
Again, they're getting hit, and we're looking at the satellite and the radar here from our weather center, and they're getting slammed with one of those big bands from Hurricane Irma here at 9:28 at night. Obviously, a lot of Carnival Cruise Line, Royal Caribbean, Disney cruises go out of Port Canaveral, so I'm sure those cruise ships are out to sea right now while Hurricane Irma, hits that region.
The storm we've been talking about has been relentless and incredible, impacting so many states, even out of Turks and Caicos first. And then it was off to Cuba, and then it was headed toward Miami, but then, the eye went through Key West, and then off to Naples, Fort Myers, and now here you go on its way to Tampa. And this is a live picture, as we've just said, out of Port Canaveral. And look at this live picture now out of Jacksonville. Hurricane Irma, as we anticipated, as officials have said, National Hurricane Center said a couple of days ago, is affecting the entire state. And they, too, live in Jacksonville, are experiencing some bad weather. Is this at the airport?
I think that's the stadium where the Jaguars play.
Oh, okay.
Everbank Field, that's right, the Jacksonville Jaguars right there.
Well,
and
you can see the clouds rolling by very, very quickly.
Yeah, and I'm sure if there was a game there today, that has been postponed. We had our Dolphins game postponed. The home opener today at Hard Rock Stadium didn't happen. That's going to happen in Week 11, the bye week between the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and the Miami Dolphins. But everyone, like you said, Lynn, has been affected by this storm here in the state of Florida. I think maybe the Panhandle, not so much, but I'm sure they'll get some rain as the storm continues to move on north.
Well, yeah, if you look at Brent and Phil and everybody else's projected path, it does look like it's maybe. Well, I don't know. I shouldn't say that. Do you guys want to do? Do you want to do Miguel, or you want to go to Brent? Okay, let's talk to Brent now about where Irma is right now and where she's going. Brent.
All right. Good evening, Lynn, Jeff, everyone. The hurricane is moving farther away, and it's just a little matter of time before the hurricane warning would most likely be dropped. It's kept because there's still a chance that we still could deal with some hurricane force winds through the first part of tonight, at least hurricane force winds, and then otherwise a flash flood watch. That continues because we've had so much water and a storm surge warning because of the rising water conditions that we have seen. And that's going to once again return at around high tide that's not too far away around midnight tonight. Now, the system, Irma, that we've been talking about for days, that started the day south of the Keys, is now beginning to move northward. It's going to loosen its grip on South Florida over time, but because it is such a huge system spanning the entire state, what we need to wait for is all of this to move out of the state, basically, and then we'll get in on the back edge of it and tend to watch for some improvement. The latest advisory has the system still with winds of 105 miles per hour, but it is much farther away than earlier today in southeast Florida and the Keys. Right now, moving to the north at 14. It is being positioned, clocked at about 35 miles east-northeast of Fort Myers, where there's still a lot of rain and storm energy near the core of the system. Now, throughout the day today, first we had that active weather as those feeder bands were spiraling in to South Florida. A lot of those were fast moving, brought the threat of tornadoes. That is not the concern right now. The main little tail, if you will, attached to this system is offshore. There is still a chance of a couple isolated showers, but nothing significant for Dade, Broward, the Keys. There's where you're going to find the significance, central and even into northeast Florida, all the way up to just about the state line. There's I-10, there's Jacksonville, moderate rain bands. So basically, a lot of these areas are getting in on what we had earlier in the day. Orlando, one of those places that a lot of folks from South Florida did go to escape some of the effects of this hurricane, getting impacted right now as some of those heavy rain bands continue. And there's what is now the eye of the hurricane. It's still a hurricane over land to the just to the east and very much over Arcadia. The system a little bit weaker, of course, as you might expect, but it may tend to wander or wobble a little closer to the Gulf of Mexico, although strengthening is just not in its forecast. Here is what is in our forecast. Still the street flood watch. That will continue through the day on Monday. After that, we'll notice the wind speeds coming down and a gradual improvement. Basically, during the day tomorrow, it's our transition day. It's been a tough and rough couple of days here in South Florida. Tomorrow is just not going to be a picture-perfect day to assess the damage and to get out and about once again, but we will still find better conditions and some lingering tropical storm force winds. Nothing like we've had recently. The real energy of the hurricane moves north, and that is where the tornado threat continues to this hour in central and north Florida.
Brent, thank you very much. Let's talk about Punta Gorda. We were talking about Punta Gorda with Rashlo. I think I'm trying to remember. You're a little cloudy. And they went through Hurricane Charlie, and now they're going through this.
Let's go ahead. Miguel Marquez, this report not too long ago.
I just want to make clear, this that I'm standing on is a boat ramp. You should be able to back your boat trailer into about right here and launch your boat from here. Incredible to see how much water has gone out of this marina. So the worst of this storm is yet to come. We still have a couple of hours before the worst gets here, and then the eye. 110 mile an hour. I would guess we're probably in the 60, 70 maybe sustained winds right now, only because I can feel it through the jacket. It feels not like raindrops, but like metal beads, millions of them just hitting your body at the same time. Not exactly a great feeling, but amazing the power of the wind and how you have to sort of lean into it just to stay up.
Okay. So there you go. That's the situation in Punta Gorda. A reminder of how serious this situation is, how serious the situation is after Hurricane Irma. Miami International Airport has announced it's going to stay closed tomorrow, Monday. So there'll be 3 days of closure.
It might as well, you know, schools as well. You can touch on Miami-Dade. I don't have that information, but I believe Broward County is indefinitely. So if you're listening on the radio, if you're watching on the internet, if you are lucky to have power, Broward County schools closed indefinitely. And that's probably a matter of, you know, they want to go through all the properties, make sure there's not a lot of damage. They want the kids to be safe, of course, when they get back to school. So they have to check all those properties and also clear out of all the shelters as well. And our producer's telling me
same thing. Miami-Dade was back to school Wednesday, but now they too are saying indefinitely because they probably want to go. Well, they did say. Superintendent Alberto Carvalho said they want to go look at each building, make sure it's secure, make sure there's not flooding, get people out of shelters, because some of the schools obviously were shelters. Look for any kind of, I was reading, they said insects or, you know, any kind of debris in schools.
Yeah. Got to be safe for those kids.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, when all is said and done.
Right.
Robin Simmons has been doing a great job of looking for new video. What do you have, Robin?
Well, we have heard earlier today about some potential damage at the American Airlines Arena in downtown Miami, and we now have a chance to actually look at what that is. We understand there is some damage to the roof. This was shot from one of the condos along Biscayne Boulevard, and you can see a lot of damage. If you are watching us online or if you have power, you can watch on your cell phone. If you are not able to watch and you are listening, this is a look at the AAA from up high, sort of the back end, along the bay, that sort of rectangular entrance in the back, not the round part of the arena. There's some damage to the exterior of it, sort of like the skin of that area. A lot of damage there caused by the hurricane. And then we also have another piece of video in the city of Miami as well. Panels flying off of a building. We've got a shot looking upward, and you see these two buildings and just pieces floating down from the building. Panels being blown away by Irma in downtown Miami, those high rises there. And another shot, you can see just the fabric on the exterior of the building just shredded by the force of the wind. And so you're seeing little bits and pieces of this fabric that is on the exterior of this building just floating down. And our last piece of video is in Riviera Beach, which is in Palm Beach County. It is north of West Palm Beach. And we are looking at firefighters at what looks to be an apartment building standing in front of the door. There are several of them, and the roof flew off. If you can tell, right now we see the firefighters more than the actual debris, but it looks to be there's a parking lot with some debris in it and a large armored vehicle there to keep people away from that debris. A roof flying off of what looked to be an apartment building, debris in the street, police in their special response vehicles so they can get around all of the debris and the water in the roads after Hurricane Irma blew through Riviera Beach. For now, that's the story from the news desk. Robin Simmons, 7 News.
Great video, Robin. Now let's head over to Tampa and to reporter Natasha Chen. Tell us how you're faring there. You guys are you getting you're getting ready for Irma.
We're seeing stronger bands of rain come through because the downtown lights here by the Riverwalk are still on, despite the fact that so many more are out of power here around the state. But we're able to see the reflections of the swirling sheets of rain and able to see the reflections on the Hillsborough River right there, the rain just skimming across at a high speed. What's really astonishing is that since we started observing this area earlier today, the water level on the Hillsborough River has dropped significantly, and at this hour is continuing to recede. So all of that is being sucked this way, which only means that in a few hours we will see the worst of the storm come through, and that surge bring all of that water back with a vengeance. So the mayor and officials were warning people earlier today. That's why you shouldn't go out to areas of low levels of water with false sense of security, thinking that you're okay there, because you're probably going to meet a huge wall of water later on. And of course, we are still monitoring the situation with winds and the construction cranes behind us, and the bridges behind us are still lit here because, as I mentioned, the Riverwalk area still has lights on. The Tampa General Hospital is just about a mile south of where we are, and of course, because we have so many bridges here in Florida that are very low elevation, they are concerned about particular bridges, especially that one leading to the hospital. They want to make sure that there's still access to that if need be.
Natasha Chan live for us in Tampa, Florida. Natasha, be safe. Thank you.
You know, I'm looking at the radar, and it looks like South Florida and the Panhandle is the only place in the state of Florida that's dry. That's a change. Huh? We deserve it.
For now, even. Yeah.
For now, man. But you can still hear the wind outside. Let's now go to Hollywood and 7's Vanessa Medina, where they too have lost power and they've experienced quite a bit of flooding. Vanessa?
Yes, they have lost power. Here you can see down Hollywood Boulevard here, it is just complete darkness. The only homes that have lights on are the ones with generators, but you can see Irma might have slapped us around a little bit. You know what? She's not gone. She's left all this behind her mark. There's lots of flooding. We've got power outages. And, you know, we just drove down. This is interesting. Someone stopped in front of our truck here and said, hey, there's a fire. There's a fire. I can't get in touch with 911. So we ventured out in our SUV and down Harrison Street, which is just a few blocks over, just past Hollywood Boulevard here. It was waist deep. There's so much flooding back in these neighborhoods that it's still quite dangerous. And there is a fire going on. We called 911, but they didn't answer right away. So they have to be bombarded by phone calls. Finally, after I called a few times, they ended up calling me back and asked what the emergency was. And there was a fire. Explained to it where it was, but we couldn't find it because the water was just too deep and we couldn't keep driving our SUV through there. We thought we were going to get stuck. But as you can see, lots of flooding. There are still lots of emergencies out here. People calling 911 for different reasons. There are power lines that are still down. There's lots of debris. I can't tell you how many trees all day. This is just a small, it's just a palm driving down on every single major any massive trees and just down. Also part of Irma, we saw so much desperation. People were told to evacuate, leave their mobile homes, and people had nowhere else to go. We spoke to one woman today that was stranded and stuck in her car after a tree fell on her car and she was stuck there. Let's listen. Here in Pompano Beach, conditions continue to worsen. We're just off of US 1. This tree has come down here, and people are taking cover. They have left their homes, but they're taking cover in their cars. We're here with one woman. What's your name, ma'am?
Margaret.
Margaret, what are you doing in your car?
The window was broken out. Someone must have shattered it.
This window here, she says, was broken out. Are you afraid? Is there anywhere where you can go?
No, I'm not afraid. Not at all.
You're not afraid?
Yeah.
So you're going to stay here throughout the duration of the storm?
There was 3 gentlemen here with me last night that we stayed together in the car.
So Margaret is insisting that she's going to stay in her car here through the duration of the storm. As you can see, the wind gusts are coming through. It dies down, and then we get whacked again. Irma is not giving up. She continues to punch South Florida, giving us these bands, these winds, these strong rain bands, and we'll continue to stay out here and bring you pictures as soon as we can. Reporting in Pompano Beach, Vanessa Medina, 7 News. And interestingly enough, when we went back to that location to check on Margaret, Pompano Beach Fire Rescue was there as well, checking on her, and someone had already gone and gotten Margaret out of her car and pulled her to safety so she could wait out the storm in another safe location other than in her car. Now, throughout the night, it's so dark out here, but we're seeing these pops of light, and they're transformers popping all over. I can't tell you, we were on I-95 driving here as well, and we could see just sparks over 95 from transformers and lines that were activated. So you guys be careful out there once this curfew is lifted here in Broward County tomorrow. You're going out and looking at your property. Be very vigilant. There are things on the ground that could pose some harm to you. So be careful out there. Back to you guys in the studio.
Okay, you're breaking up a little bit, but I think we can still hang on to you, Vanessa, real quick. Why was Margaret in her car to begin with? We were curious. You were with us in the beginning when we had her live. Why did she venture in her car?
Margaret says that she was told to evacuate, and that's the only place she had to go. So she didn't know where else to go. She was told to evacuate from her home, and she said there was no other place for her to go but her car. And then she says her window got smashed out, and that's when things got a little hairy there. And then the tree fell and took the back end of her car, so she couldn't go anywhere. So she was just stuck there, but she didn't want to leave. And obviously it was scary outside. She felt safer inside of her car than getting out and seeking some sort of shelter. But it was sad. You know, we pulled into that parking lot, and I looked in. I told my photographer, Ken, I said, Ken, I think, and she wasn't the only one. That's what I wasn't able to say. There were several cars, families and kids that didn't want to go to shelters. I don't know if they were afraid because maybe they were not citizens, but they were in their car, and I asked them, you know, if they wanted to go to a shelter, and they really didn't want to talk to the media. But she was not the only one in that parking lot seeking shelter inside of her car. She was not alone. So it was really sad to see that she was stuck there. I mean, we ran into her. There were, like I said, other families in that parking lot waiting this storm out, because when you were outside, it was really for many people inside their homes as well, listening to the howling wind and the shutters over their windows. I mean, just listening to that makes anybody uneasy. Imagine being in your car and seeing everything that's happening around you. A tree falls on the back of your car. It's quite scary for her and for a lot of South Floridians. And a lot of people are okay to deal with flooding, okay to deal with power outages, because we didn't get that massive Category 4 or 5 storm. The eye come directly over South Florida. So for that, we can be thankful and grateful tonight.
Poor Margaret, and poor everybody else, because that's a stressful situation, being told to evacuate and getting in your car. And I'm glad that she got help. And
calls, are you getting any information on that?
We haven't seen in this area, and I think because a lot of people evacuated this area, we're not seeing a lot of residents here. We are seeing some people, even like this car here and there, but we're not seeing a lot of residents. We're not seeing a lot of lights on here in this particular area of Hollywood. But coming down, like I said, in Pompano Beach, we did see a lot of first responders. They said as soon as the winds let up and they got the okay from their command that they could come out, that's when they started. But like I said, 911 calls, when I called just now to report that there was a fire here, I called and I called several times. So they have to be bombarded. You know, the storm has let up a bit. We're not getting that rain, and we're not that was another transformer that's popping. I don't know if you could hear it, but now is when they're coming out to respond, because they can now. They're able to. The wind has now gone down below 45 miles per hour, so now they can respond. But here on this stretch of road, we're not seeing a lot. We're seeing tow trucks. We are seeing that, but first responders in this area, we're not seeing a lot, because again, I think a lot of people from this area evacuated.
And that's exactly why officials urged everybody to evacuate, to cut down on injuries and these phone calls to 911. Vanessa Medina, thank you so much, reporting live there. I forgot actually where you were, in Hollywood. Thank you so much. And you saw how dark it was behind her, and all of our crews are faced with so much darkness because you at home, 3/4 of us, have lost power to our homes.
I know a lot of our crews right now are staying in place for that fact, because of that fact, the fact it is so dark and dangerous out there. A lot of them are seeking shelter in hotels and homes tonight, so we got our crews in safe locations as well. Okay, live pictures take you back up the coast. Port Canaveral up in Central Florida. It's a big cruise port up there, and you know they're dealing with a very large rain band. You know, we dealt with those rain bands for several hours today, last night as well, as Hurricane Irma was moving on through. It's getting a little bit better for us here now. We still have those I guess I would say smaller rain bands here in South Florida, still some wind and rain, but in Central Florida up to Northern Florida dealing with more of the stronger bands of Hurricane Irma now that this storm is moving to the north. But there you see still power in Port Canaveral, so that's a good thing, a good sign there in the port as that camera starts to pan across the horizon there. But again, big rain band moving through the port.
And the military is on the way. Help is on the way to South Florida, specifically the Air Force, getting word that the Joint Base Charleston and the 436th Airlift Wing Crews flew their C-17s already. They're in the air from Washington, D.C. to Orlando, Florida. And this is a still picture of that. What a sight to see. Come on, boys and girls. Thank you so much for being here. In preparation of Hurricane Irma disaster response operations, we've got approximately 300 healthcare professionals on this flight. Look at the mouth of that aircraft. In Orlando, they're going to support the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services in providing care to those affected by the hurricane. Again, these are C-17s, these huge transport aircraft from Washington, D.C. to Orlando, going to make their way down here. 300 healthcare professionals. They're going to help people in Tampa. They're going to help people in Fort Myers, and certainly people in South Florida, including the Florida Keys. We could definitely use all of their help.
And think about the logistics that they're working through right now. I mean, they're working with our first responders down here in South Florida, but multifaceted what they're going to have to deal with, not only search and rescue down through the Keys, but also in the days and weeks to come. You kind of worry about disease, right?
Absolutely.
With some of this water. I mean, that's why we had that boil water order that we've been talking about. So that's another concern. Healthcare professionals will have to get the word out to maybe some of these smaller communities and try to help people deal with disease and infection. With some of the standing water and contaminated water in the drinking wells. And so many different aspects to this as we now look beyond Hurricane Irma as she starts to fizzle out and move north. We're going to be dealing with this for quite some time to come.
And we know a lot of you are without power. We know. We feel you. We also are experiencing the same thing, but you're looking at a live picture right now out of North Bay Village right by our studios. We have a generator here at the studio. But wherever this camera is trained there in North Bay Village, this particular area looks like they actually have power. If you do not have power and maybe have a generator, if it's safe to do so, you might want to dust it off. And even though FP&L says they're on it, and we know they have been working to repair power lines and transformers as we speak. But there are some do's and don'ts to generator safety that we like to revisit. We all need to remember what that is. And here's Patrick Frazier with that.
A little bit of
stores that charge so that when you need to charge your phone, take that out, plug it into your phone or your laptop, and you're good to go.
It's too late to buy many of these things, but check your cabinets in case you've already bought them and forgot about them. Like a power inverter that can keep a laptop up and running. This one plugs into a car's lighter socket. Speaking of lights, instead of fumbling around for a flashlight during a storm, this LED light plugs right into the wall. When the power goes out, it goes on. But a light bulb or two is not enough for most people. They'd rather live as close to normal as possible, meaning having a refrigerator, a stove, hot water. One way to do that? A house generator. But you need to be careful, because if a generator is put in the wrong place, the carbon monoxide fumes it produces can kill you.
It's an odorless and a nauseous fumes. You can't even tell that it's there.
To show us how quickly carbon monoxide can fill a home, Eric Johnston of Triton Generators set one up at an empty Coral Springs house. You see this a lot, a generator outside a house, the extension cord run through a window to power a light or an appliance.
Take a deep breath in.
We wore oxygen masks so we could safely stay in the room. Within minutes, the carbon monoxide detectors were screaming. From the 200s, which will give you a headache, to 383, which will make you nauseous, to 706. At that level, without the masks, we would have quickly been unconscious. Got to 700 within
700.
what? 5 minutes. Would that kill somebody?
That would kill somebody if they were sleeping. They would never wake up.
If you have a generator, make sure the batteries are fresh in your carbon monoxide detectors. Your generator can make your life much better after Irma, but if you're not careful, it can also kill you. I'm Patrick Frazier, 7 News.
Great tips, great reminders. We turned our roof cam around to show you the city of Miami. Oh, it's still windy and gusty out there.
Very. I mean, you can see some lights in that live shot off in the distance over Biscayne Bay, but you can really tell that, there's a few high-rises right there that look like they may not have power, kind of adding into that big number here in Miami-Dade, where close to 1 million people are without here tonight. So, yeah, it's still windy out there. There are the numbers. Miami-Dade County, 888,530 people without power, and that number has been sort of staying the same. We're watching it closely with FPL. Broward County to the north, 666,380 people without power. Palm Beach, further north, 458, about 500,000 people without power. The Keys, man. I mean, Key West, all 29,000 customers there without power. 34,000 total, the entire chain. And that again brings us to that grand total of just over 2 million people here tonight on a Sunday night, looking ahead to the week without power because of Hurricane Irma.
And we are television, we are about pictures, and we know that you're also listening to us on the radio, but the picture tonight is dark. It's darkness. It may be dark in your home, it may be dark looking outside, but all of our reporters are in the midst of darkness because there's so much power outage is immense down here. We were anticipating that, and we looked at a live picture of roof cam there, or our camera, we call it roof cam, on our roof. Trained toward the city of Miami, and honestly, you can see all the high-rises. They're all without power. There is that building to the far left, and I'm just wondering, maybe they have some sort of generator, or maybe they actually do have power, but normally on a regular night, the camera is not moving so much, so there's definitely still some high winds, and normally on a regular night, you'd see a whole skyline of buildings lit up with light. So we're all experiencing tremendous power outage. And as we've reiterated throughout the evening, FPL says they'll put their men and women out first thing in the morning, 7 a.m. And certainly, the winds will have died down by then when it's safe to actually repair transformers, repair lines, and help restore power.
Yeah, and through the darkness, there is light. Tomorrow there will be light at day, and we can get a better idea of the damage across South Florida. And I have no doubt, with living in this community for so many years now, that we're going to be doing so many stories about neighbors helping neighbors get through the cleanup process. And clearly, Lynn, we've said it over and over again. It might sound like a broken record, but our focus really will shift toward the Florida Keys tomorrow once daylight breaks. If we can hopefully get a Skyforce HD safely up into the air and start to get some pictures of the damage down there. Clearly, as we just showed with the National Guard, search and rescue operations will be underway very quickly to try to see if there's anyone down there who needs help. So we're going to be watching all that very, very closely here in the hours, the days, and weeks to come. It
reminds me of that awesome Gloria Estefan song, Coming Out of the Dark. The dark it's such a metaphor here. We are in the dark, but we will get through this together. We here at Channel 7 also live in this community and have with you for many, many years. We're going to see this to the very end. And now our attention turns toward recovery and repair and helping each other out. And now it's time to talk to your neighbor, lend a helping hand, help somebody find their insurance papers, help somebody make a call, maybe lend somebody some money. Speaking of money, FEMA is ready to distribute money. The National Guard, as you said, Jeff, is on the way, and so is the U.S. military with those large airplanes full of medical workers. That'll do it for Jeff Lennox and myself for this evening. Now 7 News at 10 begins with Belkis Naray and Craig Stevens.
Now on the night team.
Overwhelmed.
And underwater.
I cannot believe that the person in this Escalade is trying to drive through this right now. Gosh, please turn around.
Look at that water. This is a lake. It must be knee deep.
Hurricane Irma roaring in.
You can just hear it
how strong the wind is, and that's what's causing all the storm surge.
It's almost impossible to stand up in.
Oh, photographers get blown everywhere, brother.
You just see this wall of wind and water, and it almost looks like it could be a snowstorm.
Floodwater is rising fast.
We knew it was going to happen, and now it's happened. Water is now coming over the storm wall.
Boats sinking fast.
If you had a boat tied up here, it's pretty safe to say that it did not survive.
Roofs ripped off.
Trees coming down.
There it goes!
Homes flooded out.
And cranes collapsing.
This crane just could not withstand these strong winds.
The danger.
That dock out there is where you're supposed to normally be able to walk. And this sign, not only has it fallen over, but look at the metal. It has been bent.
And the damage everywhere.
A roof that it's on somebody's driveway. They really don't know where it came from.
Storm survivors lucky to be alive.
Margaret, what are you doing in your car?
The window was broken out.
After South Florida is taken by storm.
Irma is not giving up. She continues to punch South Florida.
Live night team coverage of Hurricane Irma continues right now.
A live look at Miami's Brickell section overrun by floodwaters courtesy of storm surge brought on by Irma.
Hurricane Irma moving out of South Florida, but the danger isn't completely over yet. Some gusty winds are still kicking up out there. Hello and welcome everyone to this special edition of 7 News. I'm Balkis Nurey.
I'm Craig Stevens. Miami-Dade and Broward public schools are closed until further notice, and Catholic schools are closed Monday and Tuesday to allow officials to inspect the campuses after the storm.
We have a team of reporters spread out across South Florida and the West Coast to bring you complete coverage. The latest track on Irma is coming up, but first, let's start with the night team's Brian Ensign. He's in Brickell with the damage reports there. Brian?
Belkis, it is a much better situation here now than it was earlier. Where I was standing a few hours ago, the water was literally up to my waist. Now it is dry right here, but there is still a ton of water out here on Brickell, and it doesn't look like it's going anywhere anytime soon. It's going to take quite some time for all of this storm surge and water to recede and for Brickell to get back to normal.
Brickell Avenue underwater. The storm surge and the wind so intense, there's even white caps as gusts of winds whip around office buildings and condos.
It's a lot of water. Yeah, it's definitely a new experience for me in Brickell.
What's so incredible is neighbors say the water rose from Biscayne Bay in just 45 minutes. The storm surge coming in fast, water inching all the way up to office buildings and submerging parking garages.
I knew it was going to be intense, but this is pretty crazy. I hope everyone's safe out there.
Most people stayed in their condos and offices away from the mess, but some ventured out and even tried to drive through the deep water. This Escalade barely made it. A fire rescue truck plowing through the high water, checking to make sure no one was stuck. And look at this. In Miami's Edgewater neighborhood, the storm surge and wind knocked over a box truck. This is Coconut Grove's Peacock Park, also taking a beating from Irma. The rising waters catching many throughout South Florida by surprise.
I mean, I certainly didn't expect Brickell Avenue to be waist deep in water. You know, you're used to seeing just traffic stacked up here, not Biscayne Bay.
So unbelievable. Yes, the water has receded out here, but there is still so much water on Brickell and the surrounding streets. There's a truck passing by right now, but for the most part, a lot of these roads are just impassable. And you have to remember, we are 2 or 3 blocks away from Biscayne Bay here. So there are a number of streets behind me, not just Brickell, that remain flooded tonight. Live in Miami, Brian Ensign, 7 News Night Team.
Really is a sight to be behold there in the Brickell section. Thank you, Brian.
Lots of damage all across Miami-Dade County, and we've got that too.
And the night team's Rosh Lowe has more on this for us. Rosh.
When you drive around Miami tonight, the damage is in the roadways. They are trees, they are large tree branches, and it is pitch dark outside. And beyond that, we've had several crane collapses. 45 to 50 mile-per-hour winds just whipping through downtown Miami, tearing off awnings and knocking over a huge potted tree, the wind coming off the water, creating a virtual wind tunnel through the streets. The storm ripping off roofs at an apartment building in Miami, causing damage all across Miami-Dade. Check this out, power lines exploding in this neighborhood in Aventura. And 2 cranes collapsing in downtown Miami, the first near 30th Terrace in Biscayne. Another crane coming down just a couple of blocks from Biscayne Park.
I was just riding the storm out like many people here in downtown Miami, and heard a loud crack and then like a boom that kind of followed that, and so I assumed that something large fell, and I looked out the window and looked up, and I saw the just some remnants of the crane falling down to the building next to me.
Irma splashing her way into Brickell. This image sent from a resident who lives in the evacuation zone. And this tree uprooted, breaking a water main in the process in Miami Beach. The tree laying next to a power pole, also tilted by the strong winds. Miami Beach feeling the wind gust of Irma as this boat rocks back and forth. Watch how the water rips through this dock in Miami shores. An elementary school sign knocked down in Hialeah, and not too far away, a tree toppling onto several cars. And in North Miami, you can't even tell where the backyard ends and the river begins at this home. Yeah, it is so dark outside tonight. You really can see the crane that we're in front of up there, but I can tell you that there are reports of at least 3 different crane collapses right behind me here. This is the type of damage you will see, you know, these trees that are down, but this can be very dangerous if you're driving, especially at night, no power. Just be careful when you get out there. We're live in Miami. Rosh Lowe, 7 News 19.
All right, Rosh, thanks for that. Those cranes, out of the gate, they said they might pose a problem.
And a lot of folks were concerned about them. In some cases turned out to be
with good reason.
Worthy of concern, yeah. Another part of the area that is prone to flooding, saw some again today.
Joe Rotes has more on the situation in Sweetwater. He's live. Joe?
And I can tell you there are a lot of relieved people here in the city of Sweetwater tonight, an area prone to flooding. When we first got out here to 113th Avenue and Southwest 5th Street, there was water in the street several inches deep, coming up well past our water boots. But as you take a look here behind me right now, the city has been out working hard tonight to bring those water levels down. A sign of comfort in Sweetwater after a lot of waiting in the dark for Leslie Rojas and her family.
We're hunkered down, pretty dark with all the shutters.
As Hurricane Irma's heavy rains flooded the streets outside her home on Southwest 113th Avenue, the water causing major concerns, not just for her, but many in the city.
I'm surprised it's like there's still huge flooding on this street.
The water's coming inside, I think so.
But almost immediately after the rains started to subside in Sweetwater on Sunday, a sign of relief. City staff rushing out generators to power pumps and ease the water on the roadways.
The city obviously has been prone to flooding issues for a long time. There's 2 on the east side, there's 2 in the trailer park, and then 3 more that have already been installed on the west side of the city. We already installed the 2 on the east side, and those have been running for right about since 6 o'clock, and it should have the east side of the city dry.
Mayor Orlando Lopez out delivering the power supplies to make sure they are up and running.
Well, it's very important because right now nobody's really had water inside their house. We're trying to prevent it so that there's no flooding issues and they don't get water inside their house.
It is one less worry for neighbors, still in the dark, but hopefully not having to deal with any water rushing into their homes or lingering on the streets.
Anything that's gonna help us not mess up our house or get flooded. It's super thankful.
So the city will be monitoring these generators and the pumps throughout the night to make sure that they get all of the water off the streets. But I spoke with the mayor. He said that there is still some water in the roadways and you need to be very careful. There is a curfew in effect here in the city of Sweetwater until 8 in the morning on Monday. And to that because there's downed wires and it is very, you could get into this water and you could be in some deep trouble if you are driving, especially like some of these vehicles out here at night. We're live in Sweetwater. Joe Rotes, 7.
Joe, thank you.
Let's head north now to Fort Lauderdale Beach, where it was quite windy just a short time ago.
And the night team's Brandon Byer has been there all day, and he has this update tonight. Brandon.
Well, Craig Belkey's from planes being flipped to trees coming down. There is damage all across Broward County, and tonight those winds are still blowing. Hurricane Irma flipped a plane at North Perry Airport in Pembroke Pines and caused damage at one of its hangars. A crane collapsed in Fort Lauderdale. Residents say they heard a crash, then saw the crane hit the side of a building under construction. Trees causing problems around Palm Beach County. In Pompano Beach, just off US 1, a woman riding out the storm in her car when a tree topples onto it. The driver trapped.
The window was broken out. Someone must have shattered it.
Are you afraid? Is there anywhere where you can go?
No, I'm not afraid. Not at all.
You're not afraid?
Yeah.
So you're going to stay here throughout the duration of the storm?
There was 3 gentlemen here with me last night that we stayed together in the car.
In Hollywood, Irma uprooting a huge tree and forces a driver to use the sidewalk to get around a tree that had fallen in the street. A rare scene on I-95. A section of the interstate in Hollywood had more tree branches on it than cars. And when drivers do return to the streets, they'll have to treat the intersection at Andrews and Southwest 6th Street in Fort Lauderdale as a 4-way stop. This after Irma took down a traffic light. Another tree coming down in Pembroke Pines as a viewer goes outside to check the property.
This ground is lifting up and down with the roots of this tree. Like, this tree very well might blow over in our backyard. This giant tree that is higher than our roof. Dear God, let it not fall on our house.
It did fall, but not on her house, sparing Jamie Hagedorn's home in Fort Lauderdale. And a business owner knows next time to do a better job of putting up hurricane shutters. Irma having its way with them. A facade of the building in Pompano Beach, no match for Hurricane Irma's winds. The sign lies on the parking lot just off US 1. Irma caused a light show as she illuminated the skies like fireworks in sunrise. A Deerfield Beach viewer uploading this clip early Sunday morning of a fire due to a power line that sparked on a fence. And that was not the only tense moments. Fire crews rushing to a hot spot near Harrison Street in Hollywood.
We had a power line that came down and was across the roof of the house, which caused the fire.
And Irma only making matters worse.
The wind, hurricane force winds, feed the fire. Also, we had a natural gas element. We had natural gas that was hidden in the back alleyway that we eventually shut down, which was feeding the fire also.
And an incredible sight out of Hollywood. Irma sucking the water right out of a swimming pool. A person riding out the storm from a high-rise capturing it all. And tonight there is a county-wide curfew that remains in effect until tomorrow morning. We're live on Fort Lauderdale Beach. Brandon Byer, 7 News 19.
All right, Brandon.
Well, Cutler Bay, another area that did get some damage down in South Miami-Dade. This area no stranger to hurricane force winds.
For a lot of folks, vivid memories of Andrew. The night team's Andrew Scheinthal is in Cutler Bay tonight. Andrew?
Well, Irma may have come through South Miami-Dade, but she left behind very dark streets with dangerous debris hidden throughout the area.
It's getting higher and higher little by little.
Flooded streets, just one of the dangerous situations Hurricane Irma created for South Floridians. While major bands of rain and wind hammered across South Miami-Dade, homeowners looked on as their streets turned to rivers. Miguel Tapanez says it's never been this bad.
Not in a long time, no. I mean, it does flood, but not like this, no. It's just crazy.
He lives near Southwest 183rd Terrace and 87th Avenue.
I mean, as it is, we have no power since last night.
And across the area, flooded streets posed a major risk with water creeping into some homes and cars no match for the endless amount of rain. Across Homestead, trees picked up and tossed around, major roads nearly impossible to pass. And at this gas station off US 1, every wind gust proving its strength.
And you can see how powerful it was. It actually bent the metal down, and now the sign is laying here just next to the road.
Power lines also posing a serious threat. Plenty snapping free and making roads extremely dangerous. And transformers exploding through the night, lighting the sky in eerie green as the storms of Irma move through South Miami-Dade. Responders are now going to some of those calls that they received during the storm, and they are also getting the first look at the damage for themselves. Live in Cutler Bay, Andrew Scheinthal, 7 News 19.
All right, Andrew, flooding in Hollywood, that was another situation where we saw a lot of that.
We did, and the 19's Vanessa Medina along to tell us about it. Vanessa.
Well, Irma was big, bad, and of course she's not leaving South Florida without leaving her mark. There's flooding, there's power outages, and lots of cleanup. Floodwaters coming fast and furious. Hurricane Irma's threat of powerful storm surge becoming reality. From Hollywood to Pompano Beach, roads swamped and transformed into raging rivers. Irma's powerful winds and Sunday's high tide making for a devastating combination. This is the Hillsborough Inlet Park. You can see that is not passable. You cannot go through here. It is flooded this area. If you can see, I'm not standing even in the middle of it, and it is coming to my knees. On A1A and Harrison Street in Hollywood, my colleague Steve Shapiro getting pelted by rain while gusts of wind slapped him with salt water from the beach.
Oh, photographers getting blown everywhere.
And it's not the waterfront property any homeowner is hoping for. Hollywood homes surrounded by flooding, all while some decided to take to the dangerous streets in the middle of Irma's strike. And the sound of the wind deafening at times. 7 News viewers venturing out to the Hillsborough Inlet as Irma surged ashore. So back out live, you're looking at what she has left behind. Of water, lots of damage. It's going to take a very long time before all of this is cleaned up. Remember, there's a 10 a.m. curfew until tomorrow. They don't want anyone out venturing out into the streets. Reporting live in Hollywood tonight, Vanessa Medina, 7 News 19.
All right, Vanessa, thanks.
Well, the hardest hit in our area certainly taken by the Keys, and there's a good deal of concern for the folks from the Middle Keys down to the Lower Keys.
Robin Simmons has the very latest from that area. Robin?
Now, the problem is there is no power on the island chain, so information on exactly how those who stayed behind are doing is limited, making for anything but a restful Sunday. Hurricane Irma came ashore Sunday morning as a Category 4 storm in Cudjoe Key. Take a look at this satellite picture from NASA of the monster storm just at that moment. The torrential rains and whipping winds, not enough to stop this woman from checking out the storm for herself.
We have more flooding on our street than we do on the canal. Our fence went down.
One man giving a tour of what used to be his street in Key Largo. It now looks more like a lake.
For you that are out of town and expecting to come back down, please keep in mind the devastation down here is going to be so heavy.
In fact, you can't come back. Monroe County is closed until further notice. An emergency operations staffer says she was worried people in the Lower Keys would ignore warnings to get out while they could.
We've been spending the last 6 days begging people to get out, and now we're just hopeful that people can survive this.
Here in the middle of US 1, the overseas highway, looks like there's some major appliances in there. That looks like a freezer. There's a jet ski.
A reporter driving through Key Largo finding a river of debris washed into the median with the storm surge, a hint at all the cleanup yet to come. But with power out across the entire island chain, it's difficult to assess the human toll. Those who stayed describe a special bond that even a Category 4 hurricane can't break.
I'd much rather be home and on this side of the bridge closing than on the other side, where everybody's scrambling to find a place to live and fighting for gas, and 10 million people are trying to get back home and don't know when. So I'd much rather be here.
And we don't know when people will be able to go back, but these folks are going to eventually be making their way down. Help heading to the Keys. The U.S. Air Force getting 300 healthcare professionals and supplies to Orlando to help with efforts for Hurricane Irma. And in the Keys, crews will be going door to door to try to account for all those who stayed behind. Live in the Newsplex, Robin Simmons, 7 News 19.
Thank you, Robin.
Keys, the first hit with that eye landfall. The other place that it made landfall was Naples.
Over in Southwest Florida, and the night team's Nicole Ensalada is here to tell us how they are faring tonight. Looked pretty scary, especially with that storm surge for a while, Nicole.
It really did. And, you know, so far now, many of the meteorologists in this area particularly are saying that they don't think that they're going to see as much of a storm surge as they originally thought. Certainly good news. But the winds are still actually pretty brisk here after an afternoon of very high winds. And this is what we were seeing the most of. A lot of trees down, blocking entire roadways.
You can hear it coming off the building.
I've seen gusts around 120 miles per hour, sustained winds are maybe around 65 to 70 miles per hour.
Hurricane Irma raking downtown Naples. Her winds, her movement eagerly tracked by meteorologists and storm chasers taking cover in a parking garage.
The only thing that we're not feeling is the full winds is because we have these buildings protecting us. Here we go.
Well, if you want to be a good forecaster, I believe you have to bear witness to these events.
And Irma left plenty behind, trees and branches down, enough to block roadways. And from the Gulf of Mexico, a surge of water that seemed to creep up further inland as the night fell.
Looks like we lost Nicole's
County
audio
officials
there.
are all...
Is she back? All right. You get the picture. It's bad. We lost her audio, but Nicole and her crew are fine. Naples, so far so good. We'll know more on damage when day breaks.
And as she told us at the outset, there is some hope that the surge may not end up being as bad as initially forecast. Speaking of forecast, Chief Meteorologist Phil Farrow has been watching this storm. Seems like 6, 7, 8 months now, but not quite that long. Phil, the latest tonight.
My goodness. All right, so here are your headlines, lingering impacts. Hurricane warning for South Florida. A flood watch remains in effect. And a storm surge warning also for the next few hours. It is still a huge system. Satellite imagery showing that this hurricane is about as big as the entire state of Florida, from the Keys all the way into Jacksonville, now moving in through Georgia and even into South Carolina. The center of circulation just east of Gulf Gate Estates, basically 50 miles east-northeast of Fort Myers, 105-mile-per-hour winds. That is a Category 2 storm. There's the center. All the rain right now is just north of Lake Okeechobee. Those feeder bands impacting Jacksonville, Gainesville. By the way, we have a lot of family and friends that left South Florida to go to places like Tampa and Orlando to avoid the storm. But look at this, a huge nasty feeder band like we've had early today is now moving in across Orlando. That's the activity that Tampa will get later on. There's the spin, the center, that is moving just north of Arcadia, west of Sebring, and that is moving right up US 17. For us, just a few of these feeder bands, and that's what we will get tonight, during the day, tomorrow at times. Some very stormy weather, then everything settles down, and then the stormy weather ramps back up again. Street flood watch at least until tomorrow at 8 p.m., Broward and Miami-Dade. We had a tornado watch for our area. That has been lifted, but there is still a tornado watch north of Lake Okeechobee all the way through Jacksonville, at least until tonight midnight. Meanwhile, as far as a hurricane warning is in effect from the state line with Georgia back down into South Florida, I'm sure these will begin to be lifted here section by section, starting as early as tomorrow. Close-up cone, it's going to hug the coast, possibly impacting Tampa here as Category 1 at around 2 o'clock in the morning with 85-mile-an-hour winds. We'll have a lot more on this a little bit later on.
Well, Irma did quite a number on the power here and up and down South Florida. These are the latest numbers from Miami-Dade County, from Florida Power and Light, I should say. We'll start with Dade County. More than 888,000 of you in Miami-Dade County are out of power. Broward, 666, 380,000, and further up in Palm Beach County, 458, 840,000. And the Florida Keys, you've got a couple of people too. 34,321 light electrical power customers there. They're not with Florida Power and Light. They're with a separate system. But basically, the entire island chain there is out of power. So South Florida total, more than 2 million people out of power. And that's the biggest question that everybody keeps asking. When's the power coming back? When's the power coming back? When's the power coming back? You know what? Nobody knows. So
well, this is also a result of the storm. A water warning, a boil water advisory issued for Davie and Hollywood. It also extends to parts of other cities, including Pembroke Pines, Miramar, West Park, and Dania Beach. There it is. We've posted a phone number and a link for more information at WSVN.com.
Still ahead here. First came the damage from Irma, then came the looters.
And the night team's Walter Morris is live for us. Walter?
Well, Greg Belkis, that's right. The lights are off, but police not taking the night off. Lights are off all over the city, looters letting themselves in, and coming up on the night team, how cops are cracking down.
It's free. Just search WSVN in your app store. Brought to you by Estrella Insurance. Car insurance. Lowest price guaranteed.
Did you know you can earn money while saving people's lives? That's right, up to $300 a month at CSL Plasma. By donating plasma, you help patients right here in our community survive and thrive. Every donation counts. Visit our donation center today, where you get while you give. Get started today. Visit CSLPlasma.com or call 866-CSL-6800 for locations and new donor requirements.
Long live effort. With a legendary Hemi engine or a powerful proven Cummins turbo diesel engine. It's capable of carrying on great American traditions. During Ram Power Days, get a great deal on the trucks that are proven to last.
Medicare got you, Looney. If you or a loved one are 64 or older and have questions regarding your Medicare options, call I Will Advisors for a free, no-obligation consultation. We represent every major national carrier and have been specializing in senior solutions for over 40 years.
Feel safe, feel secure with 7's Hurricane Tracker app. Your digital guide to stay one step ahead of the storm. Brought to you by Estrella Insurance. Car insurance. Lowest price guaranteed.
Sadly, there are some people who take advantage of situations like the ones that we've been through over the past 24 hours to loot, and it's just awful.
Authorities want everybody to know it is not going to be tolerated, not for one single moment. The night team's Walter Morris is live for us in Miami. Walter.
Oh, Greg Belkis, that's right. You can see the broken glass. This is just one of the places police say was ransacked by thieves today. You can look, you can see the sandbags on the ground, but that wasn't enough to save the store. A Foot Locker looted in Liberty City. As the rain came down Sunday, thieves came in. 7 News cameras rolling as they ransacked the shoe store on Northwest 62nd Street and 7th Avenue. This woman coming out of the back of the store with a trash bag full of boxes. Another seemingly eager group of girls going in to see what they could get before police broke up the party. Up the street on Northwest 7th Avenue and 103, looters hitting another Foot Locker, this time in Northwest Miami-Dade. The window of the Simon smashed in, but Fort Lauderdale police say Irma isn't to blame. Cops arrived in the SWAT team's armored vehicle after crooks crashed into the sportswear store on West Sunrise Boulevard near 8th Avenue and the pawn shop next door. 9 people arrested there. But police nowhere to be found at the Walmart on Northwest 79th Street and 37th Avenue. Cars pulling up as people came out with what they wanted. This guy taking off with 2 TVs. And this T-Mobile taking a beating on Northeast 79th Street in Biscayne. The window of the juice bar next door shattered. In Aventura, cops investigating after crooks tried to get into this Apple store. Meanwhile, in Midtown Miami, looters letting themselves into another Simons and Foot Locker. This is what it looked like after Irma's winds whipped through. These people ripping off the stores in the shopping center on North Miami Avenue. Police reportedly detaining 2 people there.
And take a look at this. Miami police releasing these pictures. They say they stopped these people all for looting today. And back out here live, of course, police will be out in full force over the next couple of days. And if you see any looting, they want you to report it. Pick up the phone and call Crime Stoppers. That number, 305-471-TIPS. Live in Miami, Walter Moore, 7 News, 19.
Busted. Good. Thanks, Walter. All right, curfews. This is important because there are quite a few of them. Here is the lineup we have. Aventura, you are under a curfew in that area until noon tomorrow. That means it's a mandatory curfew. You should stay indoors until noon tomorrow. Miami Beach, your curfew until 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. Same thing over in Coral Gables. The curfew there is until 7 a.m. tomorrow morning as well. Miami Gardens, same deal, 7 a.m. mandatory curfew, and all of Miami-Dade County, 7 a.m. Over in Broward County, the entire county in Broward is under a curfew until 10 a.m. tomorrow.
Well, people are being urged. There's, of course, the curfew, and that's the primary reason. But another reason is it's just not safe. Street lights are down, and it's just not easy to navigate streets when it's as dark as it is.
Chris Van Vliet has more on this for us. Chris?
Well, it may look like I'm standing on the beach right now because, yeah, I am standing on sand, but I'm actually standing in the middle of A1A right now, and the wind's so strong from Irma here at Fort Lauderdale Beach that it blew sand all over the roads. And this is pretty much the situation all across South Florida. It may not be sand, but the roads are completely littered with dirt and debris.
It's pretty bad. Damage and debris everywhere. No matter where you turn, nearly every single road looks like an obstacle course. Heavy rain causing flooding all over Fort Lauderdale. This intersection at Broward Boulevard and Andrews Avenue looked more like a lake with water as high as the wheel wells of cars in some areas. On Las Olas, trees cover the road and lampposts like this one destroyed.
It was pretty shocking, some of the wind. It was pretty strong.
Downed power lines litter the road, and the wind's so strong here that it knocked a traffic light down. Just up the street, a barricade blown into the center of the road. In North Miami Beach, Irma's winds causing major damage to this bridge at 171st Street and Northeast 15th Avenue. Police say because of these stress cracks, it's not safe to drive on.
Now, one of the main reasons for those curfews that you guys have been talking about is to give crews a chance to clean up those roads. And even after the curfew is done, you're still going to have to be very, very safe when driving. Live from Fort Lauderdale Beach, I'm Chris Van Vliet, 7 News Night Team.
All right, Chris.
And remember, it's going to take you twice as long to get anywhere you need to go. So, well, coming up here, boat after boat lost in this hurricane.
My name is Sheldon Fox is live for us. Sheldon?
Irma's rafted lots of destruction, Craig and Belkis. It did destruction on streets and to different areas around South Florida, but it also destroyed boats right and left all across the Quayside Marina and several spots like it. We'll have more on this next.
For hourly forecasts and live radar, tap the 7 Weather app. It's free. Just search WSVN in your app store. Brought to you by Estrella Insurance. Car insurance. Lowest price guaranteed.
Home is where we all feel most comfortable. It's where we're secure, where we keep those we love safe. We're the law office of Anajar and Levine, and South Florida is our home. It's where we work to keep you safe with responsive legal help. We can assist you in all types of property damage cases. If you are filing a property claim due to a storm or a hurricane, we're here to help 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We don't just practice the law, we practice what we love. Call the law office of Anajar and Levine for a free consultation.
I know what you're thinking.
There's a dad that makes fathering look easy. But before Pacifica, he had his hands full. Sure, now you see a man who's able to stow and go with ease. But he wasn't always that man. Now, thanks to our Pacifica, Dad can put his mistakes behind him. Well, most of them.
Booyah! Yeah.
Chrysler Pacifica is now the highest-ranked minivan in initial quality by J.D. Power.
Turn your dreams into a reality and experience luxury living with modern furnishings and collections from Addison House. For over 30 years, Addison House has featured industry-leading Italian brands that set the standard for quality and style. Our premier showrooms offer forward-thinking design and contemporary furniture that best fit your lifestyle. Step into one of our 3 South Florida locations today, including our newest showroom in the Design District, to let Addison House make your dreams come true.
At this hour, Irma is still out there, and it's closing in on the Tampa Bay area.
The night team's Natasha Chen is live there to tell us how things are looking. Natasha.
Well, Balkis and Craig, things have gotten a lot more serious as the time has gone on. I think I spoke with you earlier today when the waters were receding on the Hillsborough River here. Let's take a look at that video. I want to help you understand just how significantly the waters have receded over time. Earlier today, when you looked out over there, you could see this bit of an embankment on the other side, and over time, and we're going to try and zoom into what it looks like now, over time we have seen that marshy, muddy area actually expand because of the water just coming farther and farther down. It is now this giant swath of area, and because of the force and the speeds of the winds, you can actually see that rain just skidding along the surface of that water. You can see how fast it's going. There's a light there across the way that's reflecting that, so you can sort of see the skimming there. And luckily, we do still have lights here in downtown Tampa, right on the Riverwalk, and so I'm able to look at just the swirling sheets of rain coming in our direction. So there is definitely a strong band coming through right now. We are still expecting worse in a few hours, so we're carefully monitoring that. And as you know, there are lots of low-lying bridges and development here in the Tampa Bay area and all around Florida, really. So when we talk about the storm surge coming back, that's the concern, that some of the bridges, one that's still lit behind me, some of that could be compromised, and we're going to be carefully monitoring that in the next few hours.
All right, Natasha Chen reporting for us from the Tampa area. Thank you so much.
Meanwhile, back here at home, a lot of boat owners are going to come home to a major disappointment when the weather finally clears. Sheldon
Fox has some of their stories. Sheldon?
Hey, Belkis and Craig. Well, I just want to give you a little update from where we were last night and earlier today. This is the Quayside Marina, and there is some good news here. We were here earlier today and last night, and you had basically a lake coming up to your knees almost, with just waves lapping over the seawall. We thought this seawall might get compromised. The bad news is all the boats in this marina, and you could share this story with other spots just like it, all the boats in this marina are either chopped up or gone. A Sunday on the water like no other. And not at all in a good way.
It's sad, but unfortunately Mother Nature is Mother Nature.
Mother Nature gave the Quayside Marina in northeast Miami-Dade a true beating. Irma's surging, angry wrath pummeled the boats tied down here, so much so they couldn't even be seen under Biscayne Bay's choppy, seawall-crashing waves. The Dinner Key Marina in Coconut Grove was no picnic either. Flooding and damage were all you could see at this normally picturesque nautical Miami setting. Another otherwise gorgeous spot had an ugly theme. The storm socked boats on Watson Island. The storm delivered damage and flooding to vessels there. And boats on the water weren't the only ones hammered. This boat storage facility in Dania Beach near the airport, the spot for a boathouse beating. Some appeared hanging from where they were stored. We come back out live to Biscayne Bay, just off of northeast Miami-Dade, not too far from Miami shores. We show you what's left of the boats in the Quayside Marina. Before Irma, just about every slip out here was occupied. Tonight, you're hard-pressed to even find a boat. from where we're standing. We're live in Northeast Miami-Dade. Sheldon Fox, 7 News 19.
All right, Sheldon.
And stay tuned. We're going to have more on Irma just ahead.
We have a live picture outside our North Bay Village studios here. Wow. What a difference a couple of hours makes. Looks nice and calm out there.
And nice to see lights on.
Yeah, lights, power. The surf has died down. There's no rain. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Phil.
All right, so next in line will be the wind. There's still a small chance for up to hurricane-force winds in western Broward tonight, and then Broward and Miami-Dade, a small chance for tropical storm-force winds through midday tomorrow. The entire forecast in just a couple of minutes.
For hourly forecasts and live radar, tap the 7 Weather app. It's free. Just search WSVN in your app store. Brought to you by Estrella Insurance. Car insurance. Lowest price guaranteed. Moving made easy with Spiro the Good Greek, featuring Billy the Marlin and Pep Squad.
Label your boxes fragile so mistakes like this don't happen. Lift with your knees, not with your back. Tape the top and bottom of boxes securely to avoid accidents. These are some really good tips, but moving is a hassle. Save yourself some time and a trip to the ER. And just call the pros at Good Greek Moving and Storage, the official movers of the Miami Marlins.
Z Roofing and Waterproofing has been providing quality service in the commercial and residential roofing industry since 1998. Our services include waterproofing, roof replacement, roof inspections, new roofs, roof repairs, and annual maintenance. Give us a call or visit us at zroofing.com.
I'm Mark Anajar with the Law Office of Anajar and Levine, and South Florida is our home. It's where we work to keep you safe with responsive legal help. We can assist you in all types of property damage cases. If you are filing a property claim due to a storm or a hurricane, we're here to help 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We don't just practice the law, we practice what we love. Call Anajar and Levine at 1-800-747-FREE for a consultation.
Stop me from the top. All right, so this is what we were looking at as far as the wind tracker is concerned. There's still the possibility of some hurricane-force winds inland portions of Broward County, and then some tropical storm-force winds during the day tomorrow. So let's take a look here at what's happening now as of 11 p.m. Category 2, winds of 100 miles per hour. The wind out of the north at 14, 50 miles east-northeast of Fort Myers, Florida. It is still a huge system, plenty of cloud cover from Georgia all the way down in through the Florida Keys. This has really been one of those rare all statewide hurricanes impacting the Florida Keys, making its way now across central Florida, and it's going to exit northern Florida during the day tomorrow. There's the center of circulation. Most of the rainfall now from central Florida north. Big old feeder bands moving in across Jacksonville right now, in through Gainesville. Tallahassee's looking pretty good right now, but you are going to see some heavy rain moving in pretty soon. Right now, Orlando, the poor folks who left Miami to Orlando to avoid the storm, getting hit with some feeder bands. Tampa also with some heavy rainfall. Here's the center. There's the eye. Over land, now that will continue to weaken this system once it gets cut off here from that moisture and the warmth of the water. It usually spells the end for these tropical systems. The eye now starting to move in across Sebring. So what's going to be left for us are just very small feeder bands moving outside of that center of circulation, possibly impacting our area. One of the strongest feeder bands is starting to impact Bimini right now. So tonight, some squally weather with some gusty winds, and everything quiets down. Then it picks up again, then it quiets down, and that will be decreasing during the day tomorrow, and hopefully by Tuesday, things should slowly go back to normal. There's a system, Category 2, will continue to move in right across Tampa now, and we should stay overland, so it might be even weaker here as it goes across that metropolitan area in the I-4 corridor. 75-mile-an-hour winds right across the Big Bend, and then by the time it moves into Georgia and Alabama, a tropical storm, and it should fall apart somewhere right across Kentucky and Tennessee. Plenty of rain for them. All right, I know we've already gone through Irma, but there is another tropical system out there, and it is east of Cuba and the Bahamas, and it is a Category 3 north of Hispaniola and Puerto Rico. It goes by the name of Jose. 115-mile-per-hour winds, 245 miles northeast of Grand Turk Island. Now, here's the forecast cone. This system will continue to track towards the north, then make a big loop-de-loop here and come right back to where it started from, and then try to aim for the Bahamas Friday at 8 p.m. There could be something close here. Long-range model says that it will continue to turn around and head up north. All right, so here is the marine forecast. Hurricane warning, Biscayne Bay rough throughout the Florida Keys. Also a hurricane warning. Really not a good day to be out on a boat. A chance for a few showers tonight. Still gusty winds. By tomorrow, things should slowly improve. Squally line here, another one there. Highs in the upper 80s to the low 90s. And this is your extended outlook. Windy tomorrow, but as we move in through Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, we should see a lot more sunshine with a few showers. That's your 7 on 7. 7 News will be right back.
Feel safe, feel secure with 7's Hurricane Tracker app. Your digital guide to stay one step ahead of the storm. Brought to you by Estrella Insurance, car insurance, lowest price guaranteed. When a storm strikes, finding emergency services for your home can be difficult. Go with a local trusted company and not out-of-state contractors. Text disaster to 33222 now for immediate contact after the storm. Call Premier Mitigation for emergency restoration.
Food, water, internet. We need it to live. But what we don't need are surprises, like extra monthly fees. I See You fee played by legendary actress Angelica Houston.
You got me, Mark.
We just want fast internet for one simple rate. For all the streaming and the shopping and the newsing, but most of all, for the this.
Internet for one everyday simple price and no extra monthly fees.
Headphones with the purchase of your new Hollywood Kia. But hurry, offer ends September 30th. Go to HollywoodKia.com now. Retail value $99.
You've been injured in an accident. You want a lawyer you can trust. You need a law firm with a track record. What you want, what you need. The law firm of Cohen & Cohen. Call 1-800-33-COHEN.
For hourly forecasts and live radar, tap the 7 Weather app. It's free. Just search WSVN in your app store. Brought to you by Estrella Insurance, car insurance, lowest price guaranteed.
All right, well, this might look familiar to you. Live pictures from the Tampa Bay area. Now they're getting their shot at the storm as it closes in on them tonight.
Felt like we just saw that here. Yeah. Wow. No way.
Yeah. It's off out of our hair. Meanwhile, we did get a first-hand look at Irma's impact while riding out the storm as it moved through South Florida.
The Night Team's Robin Simmons is live. She's outside our North Bay Village studio with more on this. Robin?
Yes, we had a crew of 2 head out and hit the road, checking out different areas to get a first-hand look at what Hurricane Irma left behind.
We start our journey in darkness and empty I-95 heading north, then taking a turn to Miami Gardens, forced to turn around after finding a utility pole in the street. On the go again, heading up A1A into Hollywood before turning around and heading south. All these areas part of the mandatory evacuation area in Dade and Broward. From Sunny Isles Beach to Bal Harbor to Surfside. Now that the sun is coming up, we can see all the debris the crew had to dodge along Biscayne Boulevard heading up to Gulfstream Park into Broward County. The roving camera then trekking over to Fort Lauderdale for a spin before heading back south along I-95. The roof of a marina shredded, water pouring into the boats. Over at Miami International Airport, Miami-Dade police vehicles the only sign of life since no flights are coming in or out. Trees in the road making travel difficult, but you can drive around that. Like when they came upon this massive tree in Miami Lakes blocking both sides of the road. What put the brakes on our roving crew? An estimated 2 feet of storm surge in Brickell. Both getting out for a closer look to see downtown Miami underwater.
And that is thanks to Patrick Niff and Steve Sejas. Thank you for that incredible work. Not able to get everywhere, but we got a much better idea of exactly the damage that we are dealing with here in South Florida. We'll send you right back after these messages.
Feel safe, feel secure with 7's Hurricane Tracker app. Your digital guide to stay one step ahead of the storm. Brought to you by Estrella Insurance, car insurance, lowest price guaranteed.
Don't miss the grand opening of the new Floor & Decor in Fort Lauderdale.
If you haven't been to Floor & Decor before, this is the time to go.
Wow, I cannot believe this selection.
Everything here is very affordable. You're going to save a lot of money.
Tile, porcelain, slate, hardwoods, laminates. They've got every option that you can possibly imagine.
You got to go to the grand opening, man. It's got everything you need.
Run, don't walk.
Trust me, go. Floor & Decor, now open in Fort Lauderdale, 95 at Sunrise Boulevard.
You're going to be hanging out in here, so if you need anything, text me.
Do you play?
Use the Chase mobile app to send money in just a tap to friends at more banks than ever before.
You got next?
Chase. Make more of what's yours.
Alarm Central Station monitoring for only $19.95 a month? If you have a home security system and you're paying more than $19.95 a month, call 1-800-ALARM-ME and save money. But wait, that's not all. You'll receive additional security features like mobile control, so you can arm and disarm your alarm system with your mobile device. Don't have a security system? You can get a Sloman Shield for free. That's a security system with video surveillance and mobile control, all professionally installed, free. Call 1-800-ALARM-ME to find out how. The Sloman Shield, the right choice for everyone.
This is a live picture of Tampa. You can see a traffic light dangling there, the wind picking up, and a lot of rain. Irma's next target right here, you're looking at it in this live picture, Tampa. It is where Irma is set to make landfall next. But tonight we